ABC News. Good afternoon. I'm Melissa Polomini. Most supermarkets, banks and airports are back online following a global IT outage. Ali Crew reports.
The US-based cybersecurity company CrowdStrike has apologised after a faulty software update caused a major worldwide outage. The Australian Banking Association says no major disruptions to payment systems have occurred and are not anticipated. Woolworths and Coles say all their stores are open and trading today after the disruption affected self-checkouts and online ordering systems. And airports and airlines are reporting their schedules are slowly returning to normal. Attention is now turning to reports of phishing and other scam attempts, and Australians are being warned to be vigilant.
The federal government is warning Australians to be wary of scamming attempts in the wake of the major tech outage. It says there are concerning reports of scammers trying to email or call individuals and small businesses pretending to be from CrowdStrike or Microsoft. The advice is to be extremely cautious and not provide any personal details online or on the phone. In Victoria, businesses and airlines are working to restore IT systems that went down overnight. Danushi Dias explains.
From supermarkets to airlines, organisations are still recovering as computers locked with the blue screen and sad face emoji come back to life. Coles and Woolworths say some checkouts are still affected. Melbourne Airport is urging anyone travelling today to allow an extra 30 minutes for check-in and to make sure their flight hasn't been cancelled before heading to the airport. Automatic bag drop machines still don't work at some kiosks. Emergency services, including 000, have remained largely unaffected. Victoria's Country Fire Authority says an issue with some monitored fire alarms not automatically calling the fire brigade has now been fixed.
In other news, there's been another factory fire in Melbourne's west just over a week after a chemical explosion sparked a major blaze in a neighbouring suburb. Fire Rescue Victoria says it took more than 80 firefighters around 90 minutes to bring the fire under control at the Deer Park factory that produces plastic shipping pallets. Assistant Fire Officer Craig Williams says 5 people were safely evacuated from the site. He says crews worked quickly to contain the blaze.
They've worked extremely professionally and hard to actually try and contain this fire and stop it from spreading to the neighbouring buildings which were in close proximity. The site is quite large, it's many acres in size, it has multiple different tenancies. The one that the fire was in, there was no one working in that at that time.
Less than a fortnight ago, a chemical explosion sparked a massive factory fire at Derrimut, also in Melbourne's west, sending toxic smoke over the city. US President Joe Biden's campaign chief says he is determined to continue his re-election bid despite mounting pressure for him to abandon his campaign. North America correspondent Catherine Diss has more.
The Joe Biden campaign says he's not going anywhere, that he's still very much in this race for the White House, but that hasn't stopped the defectors coming thick and fast. Now, at least 37 Democratic members of Congress across the House and the Senate have joined the chorus of calls for him to stand aside from his race for re-election for the White House. We're also seeing significant party donors step away, reportedly halting funding while he sits at the top of the ticket.
Now to sport. Collingwood will look to keep their AFL finals hopes alive when they take on Hawthorn at the MCG. Both the Magpies and Hawks sit 4 points outside the top 8, with the reigning premiers looking to snap a 3-match losing streak. In today's other games, GWS hosts Gold Coast, St Kilda faces West Coast at Docklands, Geelong hosts the Bulldogs, and the Power takes on Richmond in Adelaide. Last night, Adelaide Crows star Josh Rochelle kicked the match winner in the final moments to secure an upset victory over Essendon by 2 points at Docklands. To the weather now, there's a severe weather warning for damaging winds for east and south Gippsland, as well as the southwest, northeast, west, central, north central and Wimmera forecast districts. There's a coastal hazard warning for parts of east and south Gippsland and the west forecast districts. Cloudy with scattered showers across the state at first, with patchy rain over the northeast, showers tending isolated in the north, contracting to the south. In Melbourne, showers and windy today. A top of 12 degrees. It's currently 11 degrees. ABC News.
The road to an Olympics or Paralympics is rarely straightforward. It's filled with pain, pressure and expectations.
The gold is always on my mind.
For me to go to the Olympics would be everything.
Being able to bring home the first ever gold for Australia would be a very, very proud moment for me.
ABC Sports documentary Countdown to Paris follows 5 Australian athletes in their quest to make it to Paris 2024.
I knew straight away that qualifying for Paris was what I wanted to do.
The desire to make an Olympics never goes away.
Countdown to Paris is available to watch now on ABC iView and the ABC News In-Depth channel on YouTube.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Hand pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar. Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership pleasure.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Score the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener.
We learned all about crowd strike yesterday. What about Crows strike as Adelaide record a famous road victory under Matty Nicks while the Bombers leave a critical 4 points on the table? The tackle was a hot debate all week. What have we learned and what does the footy world actually understand about how we can tackle safely on field? What is the upshot out of the CEOs meeting during the week? The All-Stars game, the wildcard weekend, the next-gen academies. What is there an appetite for to stick around in the competition? And there's only 18 senior coaches in the AFL, and any one time we have 2 of them with us today right here on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport.
Keys, who's been the match winner so far, he goes inside 50, no one can take a mark. Here's a chance for Rochelle. Oh, Rochelle! He's going to do a lap of honour. He's done a James Hearn, Josh Rochelle. He's run straight for the crowd. He's launched himself into the first row. He's been hugged and embraced by Adelaide fans, and he's put the Crows in front with a minute to play.
High half forward for the Crows. O'Brien swats it down. Siren! And it's the Crows who get to celebrate on the road. While for the Bombers, their September plans are still most uncertain. Adelaide by 2 points. AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. What a dramatic night under the roof at Docklands last night. 7 lead changes. The Crows led by 36 at one stage. The Bombers by as many as 16 points. And in the end, the Crows getting there on the back of that late winner for Josh Rochelle. Oh, there's a whole lot to pull apart. The whole gang's here, as you heard in the opener. Corbin Middlemass alongside the coaching icon Mick Malthouse. The Premiership Pie, Luke Ball. Your calls throughout the day on 1300 558 222. Ross Lyon from the St Kilda Football Club and Jared Schofield, the caretaker coach of the West Coast Eagles, to join us here at Docklands. We are in our broadcast box. Mick Malthouse, you were here last night as part of our coverage, and you're with us again today. Hello, Mick.
G'day, Corby. Hello, Bally, and our listeners, our wonderful listeners. I hope you had a look at that one or listened to us last night. It was a thrilling game. It wasn't a great game at times, but when both sides mounted challenges and were able to move that football, they moved it as good as any football club going around, particularly the Adelaide kick-ins, which was resulting in 2 goals in a row, which is extraordinary. I feel for Brad Scott. I just hope that he's not looking in the mirror and seeing 2023 bounce back at him. So they've got to now take stock and do something about each game, not the 5, each game that's in front of them. Adelaide proved that they, and I thought once they lost their captain that they were in all sorts of trouble, but they rallied. Not only rallied, Keys came onto the ball, and he was dynamic, and he was all day. He was at them all day. So good result for Adelaide. Bad luck for Essendon, but the destiny's still in their own hands.
It felt like a famous victory for the Adelaide Crows last night. They'd only won 11 games previously on the road under Matthew Nicks, which was about 1 in every 4. So that they had been challenged poorly away from home, but the way they won it, both key backs hurt, didn't have them in the last quarter. Butts and Murray didn't play after quarter time. Dawson went down with a concussion and as a result has been ruled out for next week. So 2 fit players on the bench.
And in the end, somehow they get it done on the road away from home on a Friday night.
Yeah, it was gutsy, wasn't it? Yeah, I think they had 16 players with under 50 games experience too. So, yeah, let's talk about them first and foremost. And we've got the replay on in the box here now. Ben Key's turned into Chris Judd circa 2004. He was magnificent, wasn't he? Both forward of the ball and then when they needed time. And I was almost ready to pinch an extra 5-10 minutes sleep with 5 minutes to go and turn the TV off, and then they just got that goal to keep them in it, and he went into the centre bounce. And I mean, it was a problem for Essendon, wasn't it? They did it. I mean, we'll talk about that second quarter where they conceded 9 goals, and it was 4 or 5 straight out of the centre bounce. So we'll talk about Essendon's ability, their team defence, let alone their defenders who just needed to be better. You know, we know that. Ben Mackay, that second quarter from hell, really did. He really did gift. Just through panic, really, cough-ups deep in defence, gifted the Crows, who in fairness were there. They were hunting, they were sniffing blood, and in that form, we know they're really hard to beat. But then the Bombers wrestled the momentum back, didn't they, and kicked 7 in a row in that third quarter, and you just thought, okay, that's a good effort. They've reset after half-time. Brad, you mentioned, is really good at that. Get them back on track, made a few little moves and stung into action. And yeah, but with 5 minutes to go, you thought, with what's at stake, the Bombers surely find a way to win this. But it's a little bit of individual brilliance and just some real strong character from the Crows. Terrific win.
Incredible scoring pattern last night. I talked about this last night post-game. So Bombers kicked the first 3 goals. Crows kicked 11 of the next 13. Then the Bombers responded with 11 of the next 13, and the Crows kicked the last 3. So it was a complete, what did Lingy call it last night, a palindrome in the way that the scoring went last night. It was incredible the way that it played out with wild momentum swings here at Docklands. And what was just a bizarre day in the world, given the global IT outage. And we arrived at the footy last night thinking, is there going to be a telecast to this game that they are able to get to where? Are people going to be able to scan their tickets even to get in? Are they going to delay the game to later in the weekend? And as we know, it all ended well in the end. They were able to get underway last night on time. We were lucky enough to speak to Josh Rochelle in the post-game last night, Tim Hodges and Kelly Underwood with him after being the hero at the end, kicking the winning goal. Here he is on ABC Sport last night.
Can you talk us through the goal? I mean, it's going to go down, your career is going to be awesome, but it will go down as one of the great moments of it.
Yeah, it definitely will. It's a pretty special moment for myself. Sometimes it's not always your day, but it's great to have those special moments and to have that moment and celebrate with the team. It was such a gutsy win from the boys.
With the celebration, were you thinking James Hird at all, or?
No, not necessarily, but thinking now is a bit of James Hird. But for me, I just saw the first Adelaide Crows supporter in the crowd and ran straight to him.
And so, who was that supporter, or what can you remember of that supporter? Do you know who they were?
I had no idea who that was. As I said, just looked up, and a lot of Essendon players, and the first Crows supporter just sprinted right towards him.
We spoke about this a couple of weeks ago, that it feels like it was particularly hot in Adelaide. It clearly was a couple of weeks ago. But even the statement from the chairman and the CEO a couple of weeks ago said, hey, we're expecting to see improvement in the weeks and months ahead. It wasn't, hey, from next year onwards, and we've signed Matthew Nicks for a couple of years. So wins were important for Adelaide on the back end of the year, and they've been able to chalk up now, 3 of their last 4 games now. So.
Yeah, they've been good. And the loss was against Brisbane, where they had, they fought right to the end too. Ran them to 10 points. They're the most informed team in the competition, the Lions. So they have got a response. And I'm wrapped for Matthew Nicks, because I was a defender of Nicks, even when he was right under the pump, and you start questioning yourself, well, maybe given what we probably previewed at the start of the year, Mick, I think we both had them probably making a bit of a jump up into the 8 and haven't delivered in that first half of the year. And you look back as to why, and I think they've made some moves, haven't they? I mean, Rankin didn't play last night, but he clearly goes into the middle and has an impact, and it was great to see. I mean, Fogarty last night was super, wasn't he? It was great to see Phil Thorpe, who early looked like he was going to have a serious game, didn't he? He just ran out of gas a bit. That's it. With Walker being out. So I think Walker comes back and takes a bit of the pressure that on, but just hope that Big Riley gets a run at it now, 6 games in a row, and can really launch
they've got to
pre-season.
What would you do with Tex? So he's off contract?
No, I'd keep him for another year if he's happy to stay. I think he plays an important role. I mean, for starters, we can't be confident in the week-to-week resilience of Phil Thorpe. Yep, obviously we're hopeful at the moment, and likewise Fogarty. So I think he's still got a role to play in terms of being a backup. So okay, they're our 2 key posts going forward. We can't be sure that they're going to be there week in, week out at the moment. So we don't know the impact that he's having on them during the week. We presume that it's been pretty strong.
And then the games where they're not available, he plays as well and plays a role.
Would you keep him, Mick?
I'd keep him for the year because he's certainly agile. I thought he started the year poorly, but that was on the back of a back injury through pre-season.
Yep.
As he got more mobile, he became a much better player. If he has any further injury problems, I would suggest to him retire. But if not, he's what Bawley said, a very good backup, and he might just play. Well, let's say he plays half the season. He's going to be always a trouble for whoever he plays on. So if you're still demanding a good key back on you, you should play the game.
Another night at the footy, more concussions. So one for either team. Jordan Dawson concussed and missed most of the last quarter. And Ben Keys was responsible for a tackle that sent Jai Caldwell into a concussion test. Now, Caldwell actually passed that, so he's A-OK. But the Bombers made the decision to sub him out of the game, given the fact it takes 15 minutes for the test and there was only 20 minutes left in the game. Matthew Nix was asked about both Dawson, the player that was concussed, his player and captain, and Ben Keys about whether he's in any kind of strife going forward.
I don't actually know, and I don't actually know when he was, the incident that happened. So I'm going to have to go back and we'll have a look at it. But we basically get the message upstairs that at a point, I think through the last quarter, that Jordan's gone off and that he won't be able to come back on. And unfortunately, I believe he's in the protocols now, which means he won't be available next week. But really, it's his health that's most important.
What do you think of Ben Keys' tackle on Jai Caldwell in the last quarter? Caldwell came off the field.
Yeah, it's going to be one that's talked about, I'm sure. It's probably best if we leave it at that.
Didn't want to be drawn on it. Matthew Nix last night. So Ben Keys, I'm sure, will draw some criticism from the match review officer. We'll wait and see what happens there. Young Caddy as well, I almost called him Josh Caddy. Nate Caddy, of course, for the Bombers. He was involved in the incident that concussed Jordan Dawson. Now, we didn't focus too much on it last night. He was trying to soccer the ball, and in the end, it resulted in Dawson obviously failing that concussion test. Brad Scott was asked about it towards the end of his press conference last night, about what it means for his charge in Nate Caddy.
Do you think Nate Caddy has anything to worry about? The collision with Jordan Dawson, and Jordan Dawson was concussed?
Who knows? Who could tell you at the moment?
Well, I love it because Brad was 2 years ago. He was there, wasn't he? He was in the chair. He was at AFL. Well, I just love how quickly you move on to your new role and put your new hat on. It's great.
No,
isn't it?
it's more than that. It's more than that because I reckon it was settled then. Now it's all over the place like a dog's breakfast. So that's why he's answering that, Bawley.
Just on the Caddy, I think we always talk about there's always still going to be accidents, and they seem to be getting fewer and few. The way that punishments are being handed. But that was a genuine accident. He was trying to kick the ball off the ground. In a sense, Dawson actually gets bumped into him.
Yep.
And then the whiplash hits his head on the ground. Now, he played on, but clearly, and that's another example of the challenges and the nuances around concussion. So he comes back on the ground, but then later on, he has to go back off.
Laura Kane told us last night there is still room for accidents when it comes to concussions on field. This will be a good test of that to see as to what happens with Nate Caddy. We will get to the whole tackle debate as well. Pretty hot mixed messages and Cool Hand Luke on the way here on AFL Saturday. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse. The Essendon side of things. So the Bombers cough up a critical 4 points in the context of the season. Just to give you an idea on how tight this year is, with 52 seconds on the clock last night, the Bombers were second on the live ladder. On Sunday night, they could be out of the 8. And in the end, Rochelle kicks the winning goal at fine margins in this year. And I'm sure the conversation around Essendon will start again after such a hot start and a prime position at the midway stage, Mick. It fell apart on the back end of last year, and I guess the question is that happening again?
Well, Corby, it certainly fell away last year. Brad with another year under his belt, the players and listening to him and trying to work through this, it's got to be done now 1 week at a time. And we can, if you're not an Essendon supporter, I'm not. So I'll look at that and go, look, how many games are left? This is 5 games. Listen, so he's got 5 games. Oh, look at they played the last 2 games. No, that's irrelevant. The relevance now, for Brad's point of view, is, and he won't get absorbed in this, the football public will, and perhaps the Essendon people will get very nervous. What happens now? Is this going to be a repeat of last year? We fall out because the ladder is such that it can cater for that. A few weeks ago, we're saying one more win by Essendon, and they will cement a top 4. My only doubt about that was their percentage was under 100, which means that they've just scraped in when they've won. May have lost a couple of close games. Can they put sides away? Looking at the evidence last night, is the fear for me is that the ease of which sides score. Now, we've seen 2 of probably the best kick-in goal I've seen for a long, long time. It was 3 kicks, I think, before the goal was scored. Then Essendon scored another point, and another one went down the other end. So they're very slow at learning what sort of defence they need to have structured. And for a side to kick 3 goals when they're on their knees, honestly, and I said before off air, they were running through treacle, Adelaide. They just could not even get across the ground. Somehow it fell in their hands and they were able to...
All except Ben Keys.
Ben Keys was just outstanding. And I've got to say, he probably will miss next week, but why they just stick him in the forward line. I know he's a little bit untidy with the football because he's only got one leg, but the fact is he just runs all day and he puts massive pressure on.
Oh, that's the best thing about him. He ignites them from a pressure point of view.
Yeah. I love the way he goes about it. But let's get back to Essendon. You look at their backline, you go, oh, it's a very solid backline. There's some really good names there. I look at the midfield and think, my criticism of Adelaide was they left the back door open. And the more I looked at the game, as the game went on, I'm thinking, Essendon are leaving the back door open. They're going to slide straight through here. I thought Merritt used his brains. He would take the tagger in underneath the ruckman, left a big gap at the back of the pack. Essendon just tapped it in there and on their end. But on the reverse of that was starting to happen with Essendon. So they didn't pack the game up so that Adelaide couldn't get. My rule. 2 goals in a row is a run on. You just absolutely go heavy one-on-one, slow it down or quicken it up, whichever way suits to make sure that the opposition can't control the ball and get their momentum up. Their forward line, well, it went in there, they still kicked 17 goals. So somewhere along the line, there's a disconnect at psychological moments. Now, the test here is, does that transfer into next week and the week after and the week after? Essendon have had some really great wins, but unfortunately they've had some poor losses.
Yeah. I don't follow
that's that consistency.
Yeah, it is. I don't follow them as closely as you, obviously, but it has felt different this year, and we talk about it. It's felt different, I think, and especially around that point. And we talk about defence. Well, clearly that starts with pressure around the footy, and we know that the emergence of Durham and Merritt's unbelievable season, and that part of his game's grown. Caldwell's been a terrific in from that point of view as well, and one or two others. So it has felt different, but last night were some signs of, oh, gee.
Does Shield help? See that?
Does he help the defensive side?
Yeah,
no, on paper right. He doesn't. Yeah, I mean, they're possibly missing Parrish in terms of just another, he's an All-Australian player, another quality player around the middle of the ground last night when Adelaide were just pumping the ball out of the centre bounce. Maybe Parrish goes in there with his experience and just does what you're talking about. Just find a way just to stop the momentum. They're not getting it forward. We're going to find a way. That's what they're missing.
I'll just play a bit of Brad Scott. We'll come back on this. He was asked last night about whether he can guarantee that the same thing that happened last year isn't happening again for this group.
There's no guarantees in our game. There's no guarantees in this competition. And we're an infinitely better side than we were this time last year. That I'm confident in, but the competition keeps getting better too. So everyone will, at this stage of the season, get really attached to results, and it's a really good challenge for us, and in a strange sort of way. Yeah, I'd like to be sitting right up on the top of the ladder and feeling really comfortable and good about ourselves, but we analyse it, and I analyse it deeper than that, and we're not where we need to be. So the results will be one thing. I'm interested in taking steps forward. That's what we talked about post every game, and the reality is we haven't taken enough steps forward to be where we want to be, but if you want to draw parallels to last year, we're a different team to that, in my view. But the challenges just keep coming. We're in this position because we've played some good footy throughout the year. So our challenge, and it's a big challenge, is to respond to a couple of poor performances.
As an Essendon supporter, I do feel better listening to Brad Scott. I like what he says. He speaks plainly, doesn't feel like he talks in riddles or anything like that. And I take all of that on board. The one thing with Essendon, though, and this is where I disagree with the president, Dave Barham, who joined us a couple of weeks ago, this burden and this 20-year sort of monkey that they're carrying around on their back, having not won a final, that's real, and that's something that they've got to try and deal with. And the other thing is that not just being a big club, but having that conversation happen. So as much as Brad wants to focus on the little things and get the best they can out of these 5 weeks, my fear is, how much does the narrative just get away from them? We're talking about it today. Their parents and friends will be chatting about it with the players, that They're looking at the games ahead on the calendar. They know they've got a really tough two to finish in Sydney and Brisbane. It means the next 3 weeks is enormous, and they need 3 wins to make finals. Just the pressure that it puts on the games now against St Kilda, Fremantle and Gold Coast in the next 3.
And also, Corby, Essendon, because they're a big club and they've got some very strong-willed coteries, if you like, inside the system, the narrative there would be pushing back at the players. We don't want this to happen from last year. So it almost becomes a negative.
Yeah.
Instead of being able to go, right, we know this is how we've ended, and this is what...
How tough is that coaching challenge?
Oh, that is really enormous.
Right.
That is really enormous because it's tradition. It's you're going back... The very fabric of the football club is how your DNA is decided, say, in Essendon's case, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and perhaps the Sheedy era. So it cements a type of DNA, expectations high. Whereas, let's go, when we've got Ross Lyon coming up, we've got, say, St Kilda, and their expectation is, we've only won one in 60 years, and I'm 55 years of age, I've never seen it, or I'm 70 and I was 4 when it happened, and all this sort of stuff. So it's almost, the expectations are, God, if we can make the 8, this is fantastic. Whereas Essendon, it's about winning. But West Coast was the same.
But it had been historically. But they still sort of carry themselves up their royalty. That in an 18-team competition, you're meant to win one. Their statute of limitations is up.
Over.
They haven't won anything in 20. They won a final in 20.
I know, but see, that's the little teasers are, and look at this, and we've got away from the drugs dramas behind us now. Look at this side coming through, and we've got look at this young caddy going, and look at Redmond and Ridley in the back half, and have a look at our midfield and how dominant it is, and look at great big Draper and so forth. They forget there's an opposition out there, and not only that, close games. Good sides win close games very regularly. They're not going to win them all. But sides that are not great lose games regularly that are close.
But you've lived at Bally, the burden of being at St Kilda playing in big games. Is it real as a player?
Yeah, it's real. So it's the leader's role. It's challenging, but it's a leader's role, and that's, we heard from Brad Scott, and I think he's been pretty strong to that. And you know him, Brad. You know him well. We heard from David Barman, so you'd hope that he's not walking into the club and saying different things. I know him a little bit. I would imagine that he's not. So, and then on the field, and this is where it's just falling down a little bit from my point. I mean, Zach Merritt can't do any more. We know that. It falls away from there. When you talk about the players that when the going gets tough, they screw their guts up, and it's not necessarily physically imposing, but it's
mentally
using their mind. So you think about Pendlebury and Sidebottom, when moments get tough. Even Dacos at 21 can do it. He's before he's done. They don't have them. That's
so
have
you got that, or you haven't, or can you learn that?
You can learn it through experience. Yeah, there's an element of that. It's there. Everyone.
You need support, though, Bally.
Well, he does definitely. Yeah. So it looks like Caldwell's got it. Looks like Durham's got it, but they haven't played it. They haven't played in a final, so they haven't experienced it enough yet to be able to know exactly what to do when the heat comes on. Either end of the ground, same thing. I mean, that's what they would be hoping for more from Ben Mackay than just coughing up the ball when the other team's got a run on and you're under the pump. Okay, you're getting highly paid, mate. You've got to stand up and not do that and find a way. Same as forward of the ball. Jakey Stringer, you're a premiership player. You've done enough. We need more from you in those situations. So that's the gap at the moment.
Do they with Stringer? He's such a tease. He's such a great player, but he can be a tease. He was just missing last night when the chips were down and you needed someone to stand up. Off air, Corby, we're talking about who's going to stand up, who's the bloke that just the go-to. He should be the go-to every time because he's going to kick a goal from anywhere, but he just does. It becomes the invisible man.
The tackle debate coming up a little later. I know Luke Ball and Mick Moldhouse have opposing opinions on this, which should make for a juicy chat. Plus, we'll take your calls as well on 1300 558 222. Coming up next, though, we have 2 senior coaches back-to-back. So Jared Schofield, the caretaker coach at the West Coast Eagles, and Ross the boss, Ross Lyon, is going to join us right here. AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Back in 30 seconds.
G'day, Patrick Stack here from ABC Sport Daily. If you love sport, taking the chances when they came was going to become incredibly important, and that's what Luai was able to do. And great conversation.
And it was really one of the first times, certainly I can remember, watching Paddy Mills playing for the Boomers and thinking that, he was in his head a little bit.
Then you'll love ABC Sport Daily.
Everyone in Noemi's family is an Olympian at this point, except for her.
ABC Sport Daily. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bawley. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Little sample of the SMS on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport. Barmy in Ballarat. Feels like 1 degree right now. He says full credit to the Crows on a gutsy win. None of last night surprised me. I don't get disappointed anymore. Too many false dawns to be optimistic about Essendon. For mine, that was the worst loss that they've had in a long, long time. I question their list. From Barmy in Ballarat. Brett off the SMS. Hi Corby and team. Great call last night. I was impressed with the Crows' dynamic play and speed. Where has this been, especially without Rankin? Is it a mindset thing? So this often happens with teams on the back end of the year, isn't it, where you feel like, yeah, it was a great performance, but why is it taken to around 19 to see that with a few out?
And what you wouldn't... The momentum, the adrenaline rush, everything was worked in their favour at the end, but you wouldn't want to be going to a match without those 4 players next week.
No, absolutely. And just quickly, I loved Hinge's game. They've really found a player there. Dawson was okay last night, but it was Berry. Saligo had some moments, but for me it was Hinge and a few of these lesser lights, if we want to call them that I thought made them look sharp and quick out of the middle. So, I thought it was a terrific performance.
John from Coburg, can we put to bed the notion that Essendon is a young developing team? Yesterday they had 14 players over 26. They only had 1 first-year player, 0 second-year players, and 2 third-year players. It's an old team from John in Coburg. There's my WA roots coming out. Coburn, it's certainly Coburg on this side of the country. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. We'll throw the phone lines open later. We'll have the tackle debate, of course, with Cool Hand Luke from Luke Ball and mixed messages with the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse. Plus, Laura Kane was with us last night, the EGM of footy. We'll play you a little bit of that chat here on AFL Saturday. But for now, let's head down to the boundary. He's familiar broadcasting voice on our network, but also the executive producer of our very fine show. Ben Cameron's wandered down there. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corb. I'm very pleased to be standing down here with Jared Schofield, someone I know relatively well and worked with at Subiaco in the WAFL. And Scully, I'll start with a personal anecdote. I remember sitting at a cafe in Leederville and you outlined a plan to succeed as a coach in the WAFL, work your way back into the AFL system and eventually, hopefully, become a senior AFL coach. Now, I know this is an interim role, but what's the short version of how did we get here?
Look, I don't know. I just kept chipping away. I was never in a rush with my, obviously, journey as a coach. Now I got some good advice early on to really sort of take it slow and keep progressing when the time's right. And I've had a good life coach in my corner in the last 10 years. It's really sort of encouraged me and pushed me to keep challenging myself. And as it's turned out, here I am as an interim coach. Obviously, some unusual circumstances with obviously Simo being moved on, and obviously we're looking to progress as a footy club. But I'm just looking forward to the opportunity to help lead this footy club, and obviously we're just looking to be better every week.
What can you realistically achieve with this group in what's left of the season?
A lot. As I just said, we want to be better every week. We want to be consistent in how we perform, and that starts with how you train. You've got to be consistent in your training standards, and then you can just transfer that into the game. And look, we understand that we're a young team. There's going to be some mistakes. We're in a mistakes-based industry, and it's what we can do to encourage the players to keep thinking about what's next. And we've seen our best football this year. We saw some good signs last week. We've just got to do it for longer and be more consistent.
I'll send you upstairs to a familiar voice, your first coach at AFL level, Mick Moldhouse. Luke Ball's up there, and so too Corbin Middlemass.
G'day, Scully.
Hey, Mick.
How are you feeling?
I'm actually a little bit more relaxed this week. Last week I said to the playing group, and I actually said to my wife Becca as I left, it was good to have the butterflies back in the stomach. Back to the playing days, and I was excited, and I'm excited for the opportunity that the club's obviously presented with me now. And look, I'm really just enjoying it. You get your hands back on the steering wheel a little bit, as a head coach, and look, I'm just really up for the challenge.
Scully, I looked at your first selection, and how long have you been sort of holding your tongue, I suppose, in regard to Jack Darling?
I wouldn't say I've held my tongue. I think as a collective match committee,
why have you made the big change? I mean, it was pretty instant.
Yeah, well, it was. It's probably been a combination of probably 3 or 4 weeks where form was a bit patchy, and we decided to go with a bit different mix. And and with our mix was how we set up our forward line. Felt like having one less tall up front, with Oscar and Jake playing, and then today, we're looking at a different mix again. We've got some roles that we'll give to some players, and at Marvel, the ball does travel nice and fast, so we want to make sure that we've got a quick running side, and that's probably one of the things that probably didn't help Jack in terms of keeping his spot on the side.
Just going into your theory about coaching, how much does it vary? And there's no sin, there's no right way or wrong way. This is yours compared to Adam Simpson.
Well, I've had some good mentors, Mick. I had yourself in the early days. I've had Mark Williams. And I feel like I've learnt how to be firm and be honest. But I think you've got to build relationships, and I feel like I have good people skills to build those relationships, and that was my philosophy at Subiaco, is to be hard but fair, and it all comes back to the relationships you build, and I don't know if that's any different to Simo, but in terms of just probably being a little bit firmer with players, and that's whether you're a first gamer or a 293 gamer. I think honesty and those honest conversations come on the back of good relationships, and if you reward the good behaviours, but you also make players accountable to behaviours that might not be the standards that we want to try and create in a footy club, well then they've got to be accountable to that. So I think that's where my philosophy comes from in terms of being hard but fair, and just making sure that we stay true to that.
And my final one is game style. Now I know with Adam a couple of years ago prior to COVID, he wanted to change it, run out of time. Mainly because of Players Association, I reckon, constraints on players when they can come back and that sort of stuff. And because of the injuries, was never able to change from the kick mark, which won them a premiership. What do you bring, and how do you see the game?
Yeah, well, over the last 3 years, we've really tried to shift away from that and to be more of a front half football side. And with that, there's always going to be some heartburn where you're changing the way some players have played for a long period of time. And I think that's the biggest thing, is getting players to press a game instead of playing more back shoulder if they're behind the ball, being a bit more proactive with our defence. So we've been chasing that over the last 3 years, but through circumstances, not having our personnel out there, and also with Simo, obviously accepting that we need to make a bit of change was also a big thing as well, and he embraced that, and we've been chasing that, and we've been chasing that from the start of pre-season today. So this year, and so we want to be a front half football side, and on the back of that, you've got to be strong and you've got to be consistent in the contest, and you need to be able to get field position in different ways, whether it's off stoppage or off transition, off turnover. And that's one thing I learned at Port Adelaide, that it's not all built around stoppage. You've got to be good in transition, and and at the same time, our profile of players, we've got to be able to accommodate that as well. So we're chasing all parts of that, but the way I see the game, it's based around front half football. I want the guys to express themselves. So anything off turnover, if we can go fast, we can go fast, and obviously be controlled with what we do. And we saw that last week where we really wanted the players to express themselves, and we saw guys getting through the game, and that gives you a good opportunity to sort of play front half football.
Well, I hope you go very well, mate, in regard to getting the job.
Cheers, mate.
Have you been chatting to Adam Simpson, Jared?
Yeah. No, he sent the coaches a text just before as we were on the bus, giving us his well wishes, and he said, "How's the music going on the bus?" Because I think he used to control that with the Yui beam. We didn't have one, so he's been in our corner. I dare say he's missing parts of the coaching, but also he just loves football, and he loves the playing group and the obviously the football club.
And we saw Dean Cox yesterday basically say he's not interested in coaching the West Coast Eagles. Are you keen to take on the top job full time?
Yeah, look, honestly, obviously I'm in the interim position at the moment, but where I'm at right now is I'm just focused on just being the best I can be as a leader with the players, and we'll see what transpires over the next sort of 4 or 5 weeks. But at the moment, I've got a good opportunity to lead this football club and the playing group, and with great support around me.
Jared, go well. Really appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Jared Schofield, the caretaker coach of the West Coast Eagles. You wrote in the West Australian, Mick, that you believe the events of the last sort of 7 or 8 days since Schofield's taken over, that his chances of getting the top job, not just because Dean Cox has come out, but even before that, have gone up. From what you've seen in the week and a half that he's been in the role, you think his chances of getting it have increased?
Well, one game is very, very, it's only a small sample, but what I always have liked, players coaching their own team.
Yep.
And he has gone from a player to an assistant. He's gone into the WAFL, coached. It doesn't matter what level you coach it, because you're still responsible for all and every action. Your game style, your disciplines, and He spoke highly about the disciplines that are just there, and he's been very successful. And the other thing that I was taking into consideration, people need to know how to win because people know easily how to lose. And there's a massive difference, even though I've seen some great players go into finals and never win. They don't know how to win the finals because they're not familiar with winning finals, and it holds you back.
Yeah, I bet people focus on this 6 weeks because he's in the limelight now, but it's a body of work thing. And you're right, Mick. I mean, I like the fact. So 3-time premiership player at Subiaco, 3-time premiership at Port Adelaide, of course.
That's right.
Under Mark Williams, so that's really good. Good on the CV, and then 3-time coach at Subiaco. And you're right, second level, it doesn't matter. If you're coaching, if you're in the
Still
head,
got to do it.
You've got to do it. That's right, and they're a big club too. So, he'll give himself every chance.
Well, he should. And the thing is, what I think West Coast will be looking at now is the stability and the consistency. They mightn't win games, but if they can show that these kids are growing, that's what the supporters want, growth.
This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball up in the box. We're counting down to the start of the Saints and the Eagles. More of your calls and the whole debate around the tackle we'll get to in just a moment. Mick Moldhouse v Laura Kane from last night. We'll play you some of that, the EGM of footy at the AFL. But now we can go inside the St Kilda camp with Ross, the boss himself, the senior coach of the St Kilda Football Club, Ross Lyon. Ross, appreciate your time.
No worries, no, pleasure to be here. Yeah, lucky to be involved.
I spoke to our man Brendan Goddard during the week, who was previously in the box with us. He's now obviously your right-hand man at St Kilda. I asked him, is he doing any work on reinforcing a phone for you this week? Have you got sort of better tools at your disposal?
Oh, you're the funny guy as well. Yeah, that's okay. Ross the boss, phones. You'll get me again. Look, it was in a state of disrepair, the Adelaide Oval, so... Well, it was a pretty easy goal, wasn't it? Slow play, wet, lead up through the corridor, no bodywork. You've got to be able to express yourself. You don't want to contain your emotions, otherwise you need therapy, right?
I know last time you were on the ABC, you said it was a little mundane, so we'll just try and make it a little
No,
exciting.
I'm just fucking around.
As best we can. Bradley Hill, of course, plays 200.
Stand your ground, don't back off.
250th game today.
Yeah.
What do you know about Bradley Hill compared to the guy we get to see running around out on the field?
Well, I've been fortunate to coach Stephen, who was an enormous player. Sadly, his last 3 years crawled with a really unique quad injury. So, look, I know Stephen's Brad's background and Stephen's, Stephanie, raised those kids really well, worked incredibly hard to provide opportunity, and they've both gone on to make the family really proud. So, With Brad, he's really bubbly, he's energetic. All he does, he loves to trains hard. We just spoke about being a great teammate and your personal brand. So, if you want to be relentless, he's a relentless runner. Sacrifice. In his run, he clears a lot of space for his teammates that not a lot of people are prepared to do. And he's so bubbly and has a lot of gratitude and has a lot of fun. So all of those things, he ticks the boxes. So. But as I said to the players, he achieved all that in his 249th game, but regardless, he's going to be judged today. And if anything, there'll be a greater microscope on him looking, and and that's AFL football. You need to deliver again and again and again. So he's had a wonderful career. He's highly decorated, played in some great teams, so he understands it. But we think better men make better footballers, and he's really building his life with Sam and Harriet and another one on the way, so doing some leadership at Hawaii. So he's in pretty good shape, but we need him to run and work today.
Ross, go well today. 6 games to go. Obviously a position where this year, in terms of finals, looks a little bit out of reach, so you got one eye to next year. I think I heard you say a couple of weeks ago that you've been lucky enough to have Melbourne Storm come down. Just for those who might have missed that, can you let us in a little bit on what they've been able to add to the group and how you've been able to use that with an eye to next year?
Yeah, so as you said, there's theoretically, I mean, we all know that it's different, but from the outside and perception and the ladder, not a lot to play for, but there is, you're always laying foundations and, you want to play the bigger game and see possibility and all those things. So, but fundamentally, the background of the Storm, they won the Cups in, I think they were 07 and 09, and, just before the start of the season in 10, they had their cups ripped off them for a variety of reasons, and their star players, a few of them were forced to leave the club, and they were going to play a season for no points, right? So I was like, well, what's the point? And But they stood for more than that. But what the experience was the first 4 weeks, they just were like mentally free, and we're united and we're proud and we're standing behind Craig Bellamy and the club, and but there was no prep, there was no reviews. It was just really probably having barbecues and getting together. And then Craig, being the great coach he is, just walked in and just said, look, this has been great, but I can't do this because it's not what we stand for. All the foundations we've built, the principles of success and preparation, review, standards, and if you're not up for it, I'm out. And and they're like, yeah, we're up for it. So just that mental toughness to commit fully. And they played a bigger game. It's not about points, is it? You're always displaying your character and laying foundations, and they did that, and it just helped recalibrate us a little bit. We'd been doing that probably since round 12. We'd been anticipating results on a weekly basis. We'd been losing by a kick, and you have a great week of prep and train well, and then you might have a bad quarter, scoreboard gets away, and they were just dropping their bundle a little bit. So we just wanted to play the bigger game, lay foundations, and you can always control your effort and be a great teammate. And so once that becomes your measure, there is no excuse. The scoreboard's no excuse. So we feel like we've lived in that space really well since the West Coast last night, round 12, for the majority. And Storm just really recalibrated, and ironically it was leading into the Swans game. Look, they probably could have got us with a bit of accuracy, but I thought our performance on the things that you can control, which is your effort and your teamsmanship and all those things, was of a high level. And that's, regardless of West Coast or the Swans, that's what we're trying to produce today. And we think with, some young players coming through, it's a really good way to go about it.
Ross, Mick Malthouse, just on the year itself, the expectation was so high. As a former Saint, I've got very much a soft spot for the Saints and thinking, this might be a year where the 8 is challenged. What has gone wrong?
Yeah, well, I don't think it's dramatic. I think we've lost 6 games by less than a kick. What we really missed, and you look at teams that, what's happened to GWS and they've gone around, but I think you drill into the Cats, and once you lose your engine room, and it hasn't been an absolute strength against the benchmark teams of the competition, but what we had was Brad Crouch last year that would have been top 2 and the best and fairest all year. He's played 1 game and his knee's in a fair bit of degenerative trouble. Mason Wood breaks his collarbone round 2. He's 8 weeks. He was an All-Australian wingman. Seb Ross, who started well, just fell away a little bit. And then young Windhager, they were giving games to a Philippou in there, were really struggling. So the engine room and where the game's won and lost, which has been a real struggle for us, and it's made it really hard for Steele. And at the same time, Paddy Dowie, we brought in, had bone bruising, missed 15 weeks. Hunter Clark did a calf for 8 weeks. So we're very thin in experience, and I was really probably pretty proud how we fought on, to be honest. So look, even last year we won a lot of close games, but our midfield was rocking along a little bit, and then 5 of our 7 forwards from last year weren't playing really. So Gresham, and we're happy to take Wilson, but you lose Gresham, there's no King. Philippou fell out of form a little bit. It was that on supply. Butler, real important pressure forward, missed the first 6 weeks or something. So it's not excuses, but they are mitigating reasons, and AFL games are still won and lost in the midfield. It's not our super strength, but we know everything around it is pretty good. So people look at our scoring. We're in the top 4 all year, last 2 years, scoring from centre back. Our front half defence game needs to improve a little bit, but it's solid. But our ability to score from stoppage and contest to contest run is where we get exposed, and so we're really clear what we need to do. I know it's a bit of a long-winded answer, but you look around the competition, why do teams ebb and flow? And Geelong were paddling for a bit, and then they put Stewart in there, then they get Dangerfield back, and then, so a few things. If you don't get that piece right, Bulldogs go from rocking to you get slaughtered over there by Port one day and you lose by 80. So it's really... It's not a secret sauce. It's pretty clear.
Ross Lyon with us on ABC Sport. Ross, did your president's comments make the job harder for you when you took over? Basically coming in and saying, hey, we think the list is capable of more. Even last year he said, look, we feel like we're right there. And now all of a sudden it feels like the language, or certainly, I guess to be fair to you, your language has been consistent the whole way through, but it hasn't always been in unison with your president. Did that make the job more difficult?
I don't know what days you're quoting and what news articles, but... was that prior to me? He said our football department, we've done a lot of backroom infrastructure and recalibrating that we think we'll get reward for. You've already seen Showmaker and Garcia and Collard and those guys play this year. I think we're fully aligned. I didn't think I was walking into Nirvana. They didn't tell me I was walking into Nirvana. They did a review that had 32 recommendations. I'm 26 of 32. It was environment. We just got the AFLPA survey back. We just improved again. We're right up in the top quartile. So we want to create a great environment and build out the infrastructure for evidence-based decisions. And no, I wouldn't have thought so at all. Unless you can produce them, I don't know what ones you're talking about.
Yeah, well, there was one certainly when Brett Ratton got sacked, and basically the comment was, to paraphrase, that we think the list is capable of more than.
Well, I think it was. We
doing.
made the 8. It was a pretty good effort. Played a final. I would have thought that was a bit of improvement. Doesn't take much to miss. Geelong, as dominant a performance I saw grand final day, they missed the 8 the next year. So, nothing's guaranteed in this business.
Ross Lyon on ABC Sport. Ross, can I ask you about young Collard? So Lance Collard obviously suspended this week for a homophobic slur. He's going to miss the remainder of the year. You played in the Pride game just a week earlier, and then you have a player that gets suspended for a homophobic slur on field the following week. How does that happen? And I guess what did your group do around that Pride game to, I guess, try and educate your players about homophobia in sport?
How does that happen? We all suffer the condition that we're human. You've got a young Indigenous player who's probably been marginalised most of his life in Perth, and it's a vernacular. Was there menace? Was there intent to injure? I'll leave that with you. Our club and the AFL's, no one educates better. I think as a benchmark in society, we do it pretty well. We're inclusive. We speak to Lance. It happens. How does it happen with other players in the AFL? How are people still racially abusing people over the fence? Illicit drugs. It's all of that. So we're not perfect. We're working on it. We support and challenge. So, I would have thought AFL football is one of the more inclusive environments in the AFL, on and off the field. As I look around into the seats now, I see all colour, I see all gender. So, no, I think we're in pretty good shape, mate.
Do you do any themed stuff around the fixture with the group?
What do you mean themed stuff?
Like, do you get someone in from the LGBT community to speak to the group, or is there any of that kind of stuff that happens around the game?
I think as a club, we've been really strong in that space of cause games, pride, and education. So I haven't got it at my fingertips, but in pre-game, but I could get it for you and loop back.
Just back on the field, Ross, the tackle's been in the news obviously this week, and confusion's been a bit of a popular word. How did you see it? Or have you had to address it this week? And most coaches have sort of said it's a challenge in how they coach their players, how to tackle this week. How have you seen it play out this
I'd
week?
agree with you. It's a real challenge. I heard mixed comments as well, so I think we could all fire up on it. And look, I'm a bit more old school, I suppose. And there's the short term, isn't there? There's the incidents, the individual incidents, and then the big themes. I'm a bit betwixt and between, to be honest. I think I was just thinking about. I was curious at how they got dismissed and on a point of law.
Yeah.
Because if you go to the tapes that were sent out by the AFL at the start of the year, because Butler had a tackle up in Sydney where he drove someone down, but as he was there, he took one arm off and stopped the force down. And they said that's a bit of a requirement when you know they're going down, and at the last minute just take your hand away so you don't finish the drive. And both those tackles, I suppose, both arms hung on. But I'm more of the, Bedford in particular was like, wow, how did he get suspended for that? But I understand the challenges. There's no easy answer. I know if you guys have got them. And I'm probably more concerned about the prior a little bit, really, than the dangerous tackle. Like last night, there's some. I think it's important that get rid of the 360s, but there's a few where it's like, wow, did that really just happen? So, look, it's really tough. I've got no silver bullet. I'm happy to hear it from you two.
Ross, really appreciate your time. So close to game time. Good luck the rest of the way, and we'll chat to you soon on ABC Sport.
No worries, always a pleasure. Thanks.
Ross Lyon, the coach of the St Kilda Football Club, with us downstairs ahead of the St Kilda West Coast fixture here at Docklands. Responses to that, Mick Moldhouse, Luke Ball?
The tackle side of it?
Well, just generally, I think he had his answers. I guess the question is that when you're sitting back where we are, St Kilda, Geelong fell out last year. That's a very valid point. Collingwood may fall out this year, and they're a premiership side. So it's not easy to maintain where you've finished off. But I suspect, and what my next question to him would have been, are you happy with the way you play? There's so many players have been injured at St Kilda. Are they getting the right resources there? Have they got the right bloke? I know that their football manager is one of his former. You would have had him at St Kilda.
Dave Misson.
Dave Misson, and he's fantastic. I took him over. He went to Ireland with me. He's fantastic, but he's not in that role. So, are they happy with the way players have been able to come back or get fit and this sort of stuff? Because when you're a side that's in that position, you need every player standing up, or virtually every player, because once you start giving up your better players, you're at the mercy of the opposition, who generally, they only need a little sniff. It's like, I wouldn't like to be in Adelaide's shoes next week, for instance. They're going to potentially lose 4 players.
Annie off the SMS, you're doing okay, Ross, given all you've summarised. Keep up the good work. Barry in Essendon, bottomless list of excuses. So there's the two sides of it. Andy from Wodonga, afternoon, gentlemen. It was refreshing to see so many goals kicked by both sides last night. Coaches may disagree, but I'm sure supporters would be applauding. We'll have time to take your calls after the latest from the ABC Newsroom. No late change here at Dockland. So Hugo Garcia and Josh Rotham are the respective subs. Meanwhile, Xavier O'Halloran is the sub in the game between GWS and Gold Coast for the Giants, and Will Graham is the Suns sub. There's no late change there either. All right, Cool Hand Luke time. It is time to get into it with Luke Ball himself, where he gives us his measured take on a hot button issue that's happening in the world of footy. It is now time for Cool Hand Luke.
On AFL Saturday.
What we've got here is
the champion bloke.
Failure to communicate.
This is Cool Hand Luke.
Well, we just asked Ross about it then, Mick, and I'll try and be measured, but I'm starting to get a little bit annoyed as the week's gone on. Clearly the tackle has been front and centre this week, and I'm a little bit fed up with the word confused. And what I will give, Mick, and what I will give is the fact that each level of judiciary, if we want to call it that, has made it a bit confusing. And as I was reading the reasons why these two players actually ended up getting off, now that part is confusing. But
should they be? Well, should they got 3 weeks?
Well, based on the ruling at the moment, then they should have got 3 weeks. Yep, absolutely. Now
and you're happy with
we
that?
can debate that. Yeah. What I'm not confused about, or what I think is a bit of a get out for players, and I get it. I was at the PA. I was heavily involved with that, and they've got to consider the 800 players, but the majority of the players are confused, and how that plays out is what we see on the weekend. I'll tell you who's not confused. Matthew Rowell's laid 140 tackles this year. Jack Steele, who's playing today, he's laid 130. Who else is there? And so on and so forth. I think Laura Kane said yesterday, I know we're going to get to her, there's been over 18,000 tackles this year.
All different.
Only been suspended. And that's the point. So it's not confused. It's nuanced. We know that. Not every tackle's the same. But this idea that players go out there completely headless and confused about what they can and can't do, I just don't. I'm not buying that. I don't agree with it. It's nuanced. There's always different. There are no tackles the same, and you can always mount an argument either way. But when we're talking about the broader thing, and that's what all coaches have been in unison on, when we're talking about concussion and the broader thing of protecting the player's head, I don't think there is confusion.
Well,
you're confused, don't you?
I'm totally confused, and talking to players, they're confused. And you use Rowell as an instance, totally different. Rowell's in the box, he grabs and takes the tackle.
No.
You have a look at Bedford. Bedford's thing is on the move. You have a look at Charlie Cameron's things. The player who was concussed is on the move. And my argument about this one...
You say that Matthew Rowell's never hasn't tackled anyone on the move this year?
No.
Using him as an example.
No.
My point is, if you're confused as a player, get in the classroom and work on your craft.
Well,
like you would with contested marking. If you're giving away free kicks and pushing people in the back, like you would with your goal kick, with any other craft, if you want to be a good tackler and do it properly...
Well, let's look outside, Bally. Let's look at say, the Duck, Wayne Carey. Now, I don't know if you rate him. I've had him at Collingwood there for a year. I've coached against him for 10 to 15 years. He's confused. You talk about, say, other people that are that have just stepped out of the game. Lingy's confused.
What about?
Let me just finish. The thing that gets me is that when the player takes the ball, look at those two instances, they are flat knacker to just get out of the... so therefore, to meet that power with power, you have to lock up, and that is a perfect tackle.
We see 50 of them every week.
Well, why did they pick on those two to report them?
Because they didn't execute them properly.
They executed them beautifully.
No, but they didn't. Otherwise, we'd have 50 guys knocked out every week.
That's bad luck.
South Australia off to the footy. Everyone else, we're picking it up straight after the news. Back in 5.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Computer systems around the world are slowly coming back online after a global outage caused by a faulty software update. Ali Crew reports.
CrowdStrike, the cybersecurity firm at the centre of the IT shutdown, has apologised for the chaos caused by the outage. The unprecedented tech crash shut down computer systems across Australia and the world, impacting emergency services, government agencies, airports, media outlets and shopping centres. Officials have reassured users the issue was not caused by a security breach. CrowdStrike says the bug is fixed, but it could take some time before all systems are back up and running.
The federal government is warning Australians to be wary of scamming attempts in the wake of that major tech outage. It says there's concerning reports of scammers trying to email or call individuals and small businesses pretending to be from CrowdStrike or Microsoft. The advice is to be extremely cautious and not provide any personal details online or over the phone. US President Joe Biden's campaign chief says he's determined to continue his re-election bid despite mounting pressure for him to abandon his campaign. Here's our North America correspondent, Catherine Diss.
The Joe Biden campaign says he's not going anywhere, that he's still very much in this race for the White House, but that hasn't stopped the defectors coming thick and fast. Now, at least 37 Democratic members of Congress across the House and the Senate have joined the chorus of calls for him to stand aside from his race for re-election for the White House. We're also seeing significant party donors step away, reportedly halting funding while he sits at the top of the ticket.
US Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump says he's spoken on the phone to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Mr. Trump has posted on social media that they had a very good call and that he told Mr. Zelensky he would end the war through negotiations between Kyiv and Moscow. Mr. Zelensky has confirmed the phone call and says he expressed his support for US military aid. He's previously rejected calls for negotiations to end the conflict as long as Russian troops remain in Ukraine. The Governor-General, Sam Mostyn, is making her first official visit to Darwin this weekend, where she'll attend an open day ahead of the Pitch Black military exercise. Pitch Black takes place in the skies over the top end every 2 years, involving thousands of military personnel from more than 20 countries. The Governor-General says her other title is Commander-in-Chief of the Australian Defence Force, and she's keen to meet as many members as she can.
This is one of the great privileges of this role. I get to meet the personnel, the leadership and the personnel, and then observe so many things at very close range. I hope to see some of the 30,000 Australians and people from Darwin and the Territory that are coming, because it would be a great time for me to say hello. But I am going on board HMS Coonawarra and getting a tour of a patrol boat.
There's been another factory fire in Melbourne's west just over a week after a chemical explosion sparked a major blaze in a neighbouring suburb. Fire Rescue Victoria says it took more than 80 firefighters around 90 minutes to bring the fire under control at a Deer Park factory that produces plastic shipping pellets. Assistant Fire Officer Craig Williams says 5 people were safely evacuated from the site. He says crews worked quickly to contain the blaze.
They've worked extremely professionally and hard to actually try and contain this fire and stop it from spreading to the neighbouring buildings, which were in close proximity. The site is quite large. It's many acres in size. It has multiple different tenancies. The one that the fire was in, there was no one working in that at that time.
Less than a fortnight ago, a chemical explosion sparked a massive factory fire at Dirramut, also in Melbourne's west, sending toxic smoke billowing over the city. New South Wales Police have charged 10 people as part of a week-long operation targeting organised criminal networks in that state. The Raptor Squad, State Intelligence Command and Dog Squad carried out dozens of property searches and seized over 14 kilograms of cannabis and over $145,000 in cash. Officers also found over 5,000 vapes and various prohibited weapons, including handcuffs and knuckle dusters. 74 firearm prohibition orders were issued. At least 8 people have been arrested, but police say they expect to make more arrests as their inquiries continue. And 2 motorbike riders have died in a crash on Tasmania's east coast. Police say the crash occurred at Coach Road at Beaumaris. The men aged 23 and 30 were from Hobart and were riding with a group of friends. You're now up to date with ABC News.
Here's my top footy tip for the season. You can get your games live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. I know, right? AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team. This season on the home of 100% pure footy, the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bawley. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball, the premiership pie, the coaching icon, Mick Malthouse. Your calls on 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. We have lines available, and the tackle conversation rages on. 1300 558 222. We've spoken to Ross Lyon and Jared Schofield, our senior coaches, so leaves us with a clean half hour here to chop up the key issue of the week. And Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse, you were at it just as we hit the news a short time ago. Do you want to pick up where we left off, Bally?
No, I think...
What's the rule read like, Paulie? You've been everywhere. You've been president of the AFL Players Association. You've been president of the commissioner at the AFL. You've been at Essendon. You've played at St Kilda. You've won a premiership. There's nothing you haven't been done. So what is the rule about the tackle?
The dangerous tackle rule.
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't read it word for word, but I think generally speaking, players know that if you've got and the cues are arms pinned, aren't they? But if you've got a player...
But does it say that, though?
No, so Laura said last night with us that basically if you tackle a player to the ground with force, which is a catch-all because the force can vary...
Well, that's it. Yeah. So this is what's so wishy-washy.
If you tackle someone hard enough with concussive force and it results in a concussion, you're cold.
I think one of the issues, too, is which does annoy people, and I can see that, is when the umpire doesn't pay the free kick, and then it gets suspended. Now, that's got to be separate.
But we don't take into consideration how big they are. Natanui a couple of years ago drove through his body into a bloke who was 6 foot.
Yeah.
And Natanui's nearly 7 foot. Bang. 130 kilos versus 90 kilos. There's going to be one outcome. He's going to get hurt.
Yeah. So,
but that's the thing when you run down the race and you sign your form to say I am going to be an AFL footballer. I'm going to agree to all the terms and whatever. You run in the race. If you're Liberatore size to Cox's size, bad luck. Bad luck on your tackle. If Cox gets him around the neck, it's a free kick. If he gets him around the legs, it's a trip. If he gets him around the body and drives him, bad bloody luck. That's what it's all about.
The landscape's changed, though. 20 years ago, completely...
Show me the rules. Show me the rule where it's changed.
Okay, we'll find the rule, but we know it has. We know the landscape's changed around concussion.
The dialogue now, though, Bawley, it's only because all of a sudden we've got these legality things, which I will talk about when the time comes.
The AFLPA this week, through Brett Murphy, their General Manager of Player and Stakeholder Relations, released a statement which Bawley alluded to, saying our members across the competition are genuinely confused as to what is and isn't permissible. Luke Beveridge, the coach of the Western Bulldogs, said as much yesterday that there was still a level of confusion there. Laura Kane was with us last night. We'll play you some of that in just a moment. Before we do, though, we've had Cool Hand Luke. It is now time for Mix Messages.
On AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
I've got one message and I'll make it very, very brief so we can add on if we need to. The AFL currently run by a solicitor and the football department is run by a solicitor. It's all legal beaver stuff. I suggest that we have to have the fabric of what football was made for 120 years ago. Yes, we've developed new boots, Bally. We've developed the grounds become different. We got rid of the cricket pitches in the middle. We've got a circle in the middle that protects ruckman. We've got a boundary line that says if you tap it out, it's deliberate, blah, blah, blah. What we cannot take away is the very fabric of the game, which is 36 players running around. There's going to be collisions. There's going to be accidental ones, which we've seen 2 teammates collide, one getting knocked out. It wasn't deliberate, but it happened. And yet, if that had been an opposition player, the suggestion is he should get 2 to 3 weeks for carelessness. And yet, we've got the 2 teammates do it. If you punch someone in the face, elbow someone in the face, the head over the ball, get hit by a hip, by shoulder, whatever, we understand that. The tackle cannot be compromised in Australian rules football. Point of fact, the 2 boys that got off, they met the power of those players with the football, driving to break away from a pack, if you like, and were met by a player each that dragged them down accidentally. Both boys were supposedly concussed. That is not grounds for a report.
So if we're looking at this on a continuum, and we've got on one side bit of a beat-up, huge overreaction, and on the other side, tearing of the fabric at the game. I think it's fair to say, Bally, you're on one extreme, on the far left, and Mick, you're on the far right. I'm keen to get a little heat check from some of our listeners, 1300 558 222. Mitch is the first of our callers in Ballarat. Hello, Mitch.
Yeah, g'day, fellas. Sorry about my voice. I think the game's lost it's lost the essence of it, and I think you're on the mark, Mick. Fear used to be a part of the game. So if a bloke wants to take on a tackler, that's his decision to take on the tackler, and he has to wear the consequences of that. The tackle, if it's laid fairly in the rules of the game prior to bringing in this dangerous tackle rule, to me, it's on that player to, it's on the player who takes on the tackler. That's within the rules of the game. The same as the blokes that used to sit in the hole in front of Plug a Rocket. Full well, there was fear in the game.
Mitch, appreciate your call on 1300 558 222. We got the essence of what Mitch was saying there. The AFL completely unapologetic about this in the way that they're treating it at the moment.
Why would you say that? Why would you say, Corby? Why do you reckon? Is that because of the fear of the repercussions of players then going to...
I think we've seen... we
want to protect the head. Don't get me wrong. I know we want to protect the head. I get that.
So I'm a big boxing fan, right? But boxing is a marginal sport. It's a niche sport nowadays. Once upon a time, people huddled around their radio to listen to the heavyweight championship of the world. And over time, society expectations changed and it got pushed further and further towards the margin. So at the moment, AFL and Australian rules is a mainstream sport. And so I think there is a clear concern from head office that if we don't change with society and with head trauma, that are we, and it sounds ridiculous at this moment, but go back to 1950 with everyone crowded around the radio and say to them, hey, when the heavyweight of the championship of the world is going to be contested, people won't even know what's happening, it's on pay TV. They would call you crazy to think that would be the case 75 years ago. So I think the fear is if we don't change and continue to change.
You've got two current... Look, the exception from last night was, I'm ancient, I've coached some years ago, and you're just one of those 70-year-olds, and along with a lot of other people that just live in the past. Luke Beveridge's not living in the past. Brad Scott's not living in the past. They've got 2 teams that are both in the 8 or thereabouts. They are confused. And if you kept on going, I reckon Ross Lyon would have been confused, and certainly Jared Schofield, because there's nothing that comes out. And when I asked Laura last night, tell me what the boys are supposed to do, she could not answer what those players should have done.
Damo from Sheffield in Tasmania is the next of our callers. Hello, Damo.
G'day, how you going?
We're well, thanks.
That's good. I'd just like to say the player, they make a decision to take the ball. They can tap it forward, over the head, whatever. Bartlett, Baldock, they were masters of that. Plus also the hardness of the ground. They're playing on like basketball courts or football grounds in the middle of summer. They're getting thrown like a tackle we used to perform We got told to throw them into the ground, making sure they don't get up. Now they're landing on floorboards. Like, it's crazy. But they do make a decision to take the ball when they can, tap it forward or paddle it around or make some other decision, kick it forward. It's old school stuff. I know we're sounding like old farts, but
no, you're not.
The game has changed. It's faster, more athletic. They're athletes, not footballers these days.
Thanks, Damo. James in Point Cook is the next of our callers on 1300 558 222. Hello, James.
G'day, Corbin. So, first thing, great call last night to the team. And I also wanted to offer Mick a compliment insofar as much as I didn't necessarily enjoy his press conferences way back when, really love listening to him as a commentator. So, particularly, Mick, I love how you took the Laura to task last night. Whilst I couldn't see you shaking your head, I can only imagine it, and I felt like she was giving some fairly trite answers. And I really like how you questioned that the approach they're taking is probably to protect themselves from future legalities or future lawsuits, as opposed to looking after, as you said, the fabric of the game and the DNA, which I think she was trying to take a wide berth on that. And it was disappointing, and I feel like the AFL has done a poor job in general this year of fronting up to the public.
Thanks, James. Appreciate your call. I mean, one thing while we're having this debate in round 19, like this is a...
Well, just on the fabric of the... So, are we saying... Are we really worried about that?
We're worried about the tackle, Paulie. You're a tackle master. You're a tackle master.
Exactly. So if you want to talk numbers... There's been 18,000 tackles this year.
Oh, yeah, but some of them are just bloody pussy.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Harvard then. There's been 10,000 tackles.
It doesn't matter whether they be 10,000 or 500.
So basically, what you're saying is that we might as well play Gaelic. Come and sit in row one of the stands today, or any other 9 games today, and tell me whether the fabric of the physicality of the game is not there. I mean, come on, that's not true.
I think the other thing, the Peter Wright one's good at comparison for this too, because at the time people said, this is going to tear at the fabric of the game. And yet we see that 15 times a weekend. It's just no one gets concussed. People still run in a contest the same way.
We do.
Yeah, but why should he cop 3 weeks?
So I think this is the interesting sticking point. Is it more the matrix needs to be looked at? Like if Cameron and Bedford had been given 1 game instead of 3 games, there would still be some people in the footy community saying, oh, that's BS. But it wouldn't perhaps cause the same outrage that it does at the moment.
Yeah, but let's go back to that. Let's go back to the consequences of Wright and Cunningham.
Cunningham.
Yeah. I don't think Peter Wright's played another good game. I think he's been hesitant in his approach to the football. So this has an effect on players. And if someone hurts another player, there was a classical case of Bedford who caused that, who did that great tackle. He was so concerned about the player, he went back to the player, as did Heaney when he went back to Jimmy Webster, went back to check on him. Players have got I'm delighted the way players are.
No, they are. No doubt about it.
They have really taken an issue to making sure that they don't hurt someone, but they cannot be responsible for a full-blooded tackle unless it's illegal, like you'd slam them into the ground on their head upside down like a rugby thing. A tackle's a tackle. Those two should never have gone up.
Brett from Tassie's the next of our callers. Hello, Brett.
Hi, mate.
Well, thank you.
I might agree with the boys that concussion to me in the AFL is like ADHD in the real world. Back in our time, it was stupidity, but concussion now is what? Like Mick said, do they actually have concussion?
I think I'm not sure I agree with that at all, Brett. I think they definitely do have concussion, and ADHD is certainly a medically diagnosed.
There's no doubt that there's more of a focus on it now. It's taken more seriously now. I think that maybe that's what Brett's referring to clearly. I mean, I remember getting knocked out and going and sitting and waiting for the butterflies to fly away and then back out. It was a badge of honour. Yeah, so, I mean, you look back and...
look, we know we've got that. Really. We know we've got great medical people for a start off. So that again is not the issue. We saw players last night. We had 5 players off the ground last night from both clubs. Knee, ankle, foot, ankle.
We had 1 concussion. We had another guy doing a SCAT-6 test.
Probably 2 concussions, didn't we?
Yeah, we had 1 each team. Yep.
Yeah. So
Caldwell in the end, by the way, I need to clarify. Caldwell passed his concussion test.
Yeah. So as Lingy said last night, don't go onto the football ground. Don't expect that you're going to come off.
I don't think anyone does. Yeah.
No. Well, there's a lot that want it now. That's the thing. I know we've got these athletes, these great athletes that hit hard and they're bigger and they're stronger and stuff. But that's 1v1, whereas 1v1 10 years ago, 1v1 20 years ago was identical.
I had a good chat yesterday with our Perth broadcasters as well, and they made an interesting point about the litigation that's happened across the competition and how almost all the litigation is around the handling of the concussion as opposed to the actual how the concussion was sustained. So in almost every case, it's, hey, I was concussed and I felt like it wasn't treated properly in the aftermath. And yet all the focus seems to be on preventing the concussions on the field at point A when, as we've seen in recent weeks, we had one with Jeremy Cameron fall from 6 feet, bang his head on the deck, quick visit from the doctor, 15 seconds, able to keep going, doesn't even come off the ground. Tom Stewart last week able to return. We had Rowan Marshall get a knee in the head.
Wasn't it, with Schultz?
And I think most of us who are trying to get on board with the whole concussion movement are saying, surely that's not world's best practice. And that's where the litigation is coming in, and yet they're not. Those two things don't match, that the players are paying a heavy toll on field, and yet the way that it's being treated still makes you sit there as someone who doesn't have a medical background, scratching your head thinking, is this really the very best that we can do to care for a player on field?
That is spot on. And the player who is concussed sometimes can't determine that they're saying things are so on the ground, really, and if they're heavily concussed but they're still out there, they can't make that decision. So the AFL have to make decisions, and we've made a quick fix on that. Get an independent doctor. Game stops and that player comes off. That's why you've got 5 on the bench these days. When in 2010 it was only, maybe we had the third player. Whatever it was, it's still, we've got multiple numbers there that can replace those players.
I just want to get one more call before we play you Mick v Laura Kane from last night as part of our pre-game coverage. Andrew from Lee and Gath is the next of our callers. Hello, Andrew.
G'day. Question I have is relates to the speed and strength of the professional players in comparison to just normal plotters that run around every Saturday. I just think that I don't know what your opinion is. I think they really need to have a different kind of rule for players who can get all over the ground and run at top speed and not be pulled up by Tiggy Touchwood decisions.
Interesting point. I certainly agree with his point around the speed and the athleticism of the game these days. I mean, they are incredible, our players these days, and there's no doubt that hasn't a flow-on effect to the hits and stuff that the players...
It's much more than yours. Let's go back...
I think, maybe that. Yeah, we're talking about the last 10 or so, probably since the game's been professionalised in a sense, the last 20 years, when we've had full-time fitness staff.
It's 30 years.
Is it?
Yeah, well, I coached the Eagles in 1990. We went probably professional in 1995. So let's look at 30 years. Yeah. Are we that further advanced? I know we're not in number of players playing the game for a start off. Let me categorically tell you that. But you would fit in here, Bawley. There's no different. You would fit in here, and let's say from 2011. That was my last year I coached you. That's nearly 13, 14 years ago.
Yep.
You would not be out of place out there. And I don't think that in 2000 when Hurd was playing half-forward flank, he'd be out there. And there'd be no change.
Yeah.
So it has been the issue that's dominated the footy landscape all week. The 3 matches that were given to both Toby Bedford and Charlie Cameron, they were freed at the appeals board, really due to a legality and an error of law, which is why they're out there. But both the MRO and the tribunal, so the independent panel as well as the AFL, felt comfortable with a 3-match ban for both players. Mick Moldhouse quizzed the EGM of footy at the AFL, Laura Kane, last night as part of our coverage pre-game.
What are those 2 players, and with the ones that we just got reported, what should they have done?
So I think for both of them, the excessive force element of...
But how did you determine that? You got two blokes running, in one case running the same direction.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Same direction.
Yep.
Had no double sling, no nothing. It's just the whiplash effect happens, and sometimes it doesn't happen. And the other one was a lighter player tackling a heavier player, again, twisted him into motion to make sure he didn't fall on his face, give away the free kick in the back. Umpire didn't see a free kick there, play on, and yet we bring it down and we could cause, and a case in point, we're missing a player here tonight, and I trace it back to an absolute disgraceful decision in Peter Wright, who's got his eyes on the football. Someone bravely comes in front of him, cleans him up, he gets 3 weeks, he's never played a good game since. So we're looking at players now that just don't know what to do. And this is the first time in 50 years of football that I've seen so much indecision here, out there, and in the coaches' boxes. And I'm watching players now not know what to do and constantly say, we don't know. And yet, surely to goodness, in January they should know, and next January they should know, not in between, have so many changes of umpires being uncertain, you giving a different direction, Andrew giving a different direction, coaches coming away and say, I think we've got it. It goes to the tribunal, no, we haven't got it. Then it goes to the appeal board and they say, yes, you have got it. So you're ahead of it.
Yeah.
So whereabouts is it?
Players can evolve. Last year we had 36 sanctions through the MRO. This year we're at 7. You plus Bedford and Cameron, and we're still at 9. We've had more than 18,000 tackles this year.
Who is determining how hard a player tackles?
The MRO.
Not Michael Christian. Don't give me. It's not him. Sure.
The player determines how hard they tackle. The player determines the action. The player determines the force.
Can I go back a couple of years ago?
Of course.
He tackles a smaller bloke. He's nearly 7 foot. He's 130 kilos. He tackles a bloke who's 75 kilos. He was penalised weeks because of his size. That's not our game.
Yeah, I think we have to stay high on this. We have to look at.
Is that because of legal? Is that the legal requirements? Is that what you're worried about?
No.
So you're not worried about. You're not worried about people suing the AFL or clubs.
My job is to make sure that the quality of football is as good as it is, and will be tonight, and will be better into the future. The other job we have as a broader industry, and that captures the local, team that your grandson plays for, it captures senior footy around the country, is to make the game safe. And we know what we do at AFL and AFLW level cascades down, and that's something that we won't apologise for. It's something that we're not going to back away from. It's not something that we're going to change. But the part that I'm proud of and that I'm really pleased to see is we can do both at once, and we've been doing it, and we're seeing a high quality game, and we're seeing that because more people are coming to our game than ever before. More people are watching it.
That's a load up. That's a load up, and we don't want to go there.
What do you mean by that? You're shaking your head.
Oh, the game's not getting better. It's getting more confusing. And don't worry about the crowds. The crowds, it's all doctored early in the season. And have a look now. We're getting crowds that are terrible.
That was a little of it. Mick Moldhouse and Laura Kane, the EGM of footy at the AFL last night. If you want to hear the whole chat in full, you can find it through the ABC Listen app, wherever you get your podcast, Best of ABC Sport folder.
It was good. I hadn't heard it. How'd you, when you put the cans down, how'd you walk out of the...
Oh, we're going okay.
Yeah?
Yes.
Do you reckon you won, or do you reckon she got the points?
Oh, that's determined by the public, our ABC listeners. I'd love to know how they think about that. Yep. Because I'm still confused after even watching last night. I saw the same action, free kick, decided the free kick differently. So... If I'm looking at the same thing happened last night, and one umpire says it's a free kick, and the other bloke says it's play on, I mean we're in a confused state.
We love her time, Laura Kane, the EGM of footy at the AFL, coming by to chat about all these big picture issues in the game, and she's part of robust conversations and always fronts up and is part of it for us. So we appreciate her dropping by again last night. Just to clean up a little bit from during the week, the CEOs meeting over in Perth, which the Eagles and Don Pipe basically said, how come we have to always travel for the CEOs meeting? So they said, okay, everyone, let's get on the big bird and cross the Nullarbor and go over there to discuss the hot button issues, and the usual topics come out of it. So just before we get out of here, is there an appetite for the following? A wild card weekend, which the AFL have flagged. When Tassie come in, so we're still a few years away, we could expand to a 10-team final system.
If you're ever going to push it forward, this year's the year, isn't it? I mean, you could, as we know, the logjam of the ladder.
That's what it's all about, though, boy. You get reward for your effort, not reward for being mediocre. And mediocrity just stinks. So the smaller the pool at the top, the better. It makes you fight harder for it.
So yes or no, 10-team finals?
No.
I'm open to it.
Yeah, I'm yes to. The NGA system, which is the Next Gen Academy, likely to be restored. So they're still doing some work around what the points in the bidding system will be, but this is clubs basically having players from various backgrounds in their footy club that they're able to work with and develop, non-traditional backgrounds, and try to bring, and it also includes Indigenous players as well, to get the numbers up in Indigenous participation. We saw it really pulled away after Jamara Ugle-Hagan was taken number 1. Fair chance it comes back. Is that good or bad?
So when you say restore, the programs are still running. It's just more around the accessibility of the talent.
But the incentive for the clubs is less because they don't get the same access.
It's open up for total rorting. total rorting. I've been part of systems where players are hidden under rocks. You don't see them, and all of a sudden they materialise. It is a rort. It should be run by the AFL. It goes into a general pool, and you have one pick per club in the draft, and that's it. So it's uncompromised. That is already going to be a compromise.
And a lot of these things are sort of blue sky, big picture stuff. But the one thing Mitch Cleary told us during the week, the best news broker in footy, came out and said, look, the Indigenous All-Stars game, fair chance to come back as early as February. So that could potentially be played in the pre-season against either a multicultural team or one of the AFL sides. So a way to bring that back on the back of the First Nations camp. Mick, you're at the G today.
Yes.
So you'll head across
town.
town.
Oh, yeah, big game.
Yeah. Season on the line for both teams?
Potentially.
What a game. Look forward to listening following our game. Mick, appreciate your time.
Pleasure, Corby.
Mick Moldhouse, Luke Ball, myself, Corbin Middlemass. This has been AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Catch up through the ABC Listen app, Best of ABC Sport folder, or AFL Daily. The footy next.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season, you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal! Game, set, bingo!
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, Simon launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Colin, what a breakfast!
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter. Take your moment. This is that moment. Something's in the air. Listen to the roar. Feel a different energy. The pressure's certainly gone up. Feel it on your skin. Punches the air with the right hand. Feel the electricity. That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out. Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big's coming, something big's coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps, goal.
Something big's coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy looks at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Walks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment.
Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, she'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Saturday afternoon footy under the lid at Dockland. St Kilda Year 2 under Ross Lyon 2.0, while for West Coast they're in Game 2 under their caretaker coach in Jared Schofield. The Eagles an improved showing, but ultimately another defeat last Sunday. They've only won 3 games for the year, while for St Kilda they have slipped down the table big time. They are really playing for pride on the back end of the year. The Saints, after being finalists last year, they hosted an elimination final. And now they're just trying to get whatever they can out of the remaining 6 games of the season. The Saints and the Eagles, there's no late change at Docklands. Hugo Garcia is the sub for St Kilda, and Josh Rotham is the sub for the West Coast Eagles. The Eagles' cause not helped at selection during the week for caretaker coach Schofield, with Yeo, Duggan, Waterman all coming out. They join an injury list which already includes their four-time All-Australian in Jeremy McGovern. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Ben Cameron's here to call the footy with me. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. Great to be here. You might look at this contest and say, look, it's 15th versus 16th. There's not a lot to play for, but we heard from both coaches pre-game, and Ross Lyon speaking about working with Melbourne Storm and the capacity to just want to go through the process and get something out of the remainder of the season. And I know Jared Schofield from his time in the WAFL at Subiaco, and he will want to prove that he could be the man to take this club forward. So he will be trying to get this group going to win and play in a manner that shows the top brass of the West Coast Eagles that he can be the man to coach this group moving forward.
They lost a contender yesterday, of course, with Dean Cox announcing that he's going to stick around at the Swans, so he's not in the running to be the West Coast Eagles' next senior coach. These two teams met back in round 12. It was a memorable game for a number of reasons. First of all, West Coast led at every change before the Saints kicked 5 of the last 6 to win. Mason Wood finished with 4 goals, 22 touches. 3 of his 4 goals came in the final quarter. It was the same match in which Aussie the Eagle went rogue and disappeared for 10 minutes and had to go and retrieve the Eagle pre-game. But more notably, it was the game in which Harley Reid laid that sling tackle on Darcy Wilson and as a result is ineligible for this year's Rising Star Award. He's here this afternoon, though, as is the Premiership Pie Luke Ball. Hello, Bally.
Looking forward to watching him, Corb. Yeah, and it was the same game that he was dominating up until half-time, and then they put Marcus Windhager on him and shut him out of the second half. Of course, Windhager not playing today, so looking forward to watching the precocious young talent for the first time in person, Ben.
Does he get a clamp, though? Does someone go to him today, do you think?
Well, there's probably no obvious sort of matchup or no obvious replacement to Windhager's role. Just looking down, Zach Jones, maybe he gets that sort of role. You feel like, I mean, he hasn't been in great form since he's come back, Reid, if we're being honest. So you feel like the Saints would start off going head-to-head and have someone up their sleeve if he starts to look a bit ominous.
It's Saturday afternoon on the ABC, which means the Essendon Premiership player Adam Ramanauskas is here with us. Hello, Ram.
Good afternoon. I'm a little bit the other way than Bally. I would like to see, obviously looking forward to seeing Harley Reid also, but I'd like to see Harley Reid go to a Jack Steele or somebody like that and start to learn the caper a little bit more. I think at the moment that he's been given a licence because of the talent, but I think long term and you'd hope he'd be a midfielder, but a midfielder that works extremely hard. And Jack Steele for the Saints is, he's a captain, he's a heart and soul player. I'd love to see him go head to head there at stoppages and learn the craft of what football can be all about. Now he'll get off Jack Steele and do some really good things, but Jack Steele around contest is as good as any player in the competition. So I'm a little bit different. Now, you talk about 15th and 16th on the ladder. The Saints certainly have been disappointing from off the back of a final series last year. But again, you sort of, is Ross trying to transition the list, or what's he actually trying to do with it? And you do look forward to seeing those young players. Darcy Wilson, we mentioned, Mitch Owens, how he can continue to develop as a player. Wangani Malera. I always love coming to football to watch Jack Sinclair. So there's plenty of hope still with the Saints, but it's just how they continue to transition. And then the Eagles, on the other hand, they're sort of stuck in purgatory a little bit, no man's land. They've sort of got some young players, top-end young players, and they've got some old players, and they've got nobody in between.
And they've got a bunch of guys from the mid-season draft who are essentially rookies overlooked in their years, so it's a bit of an unusual list, and obviously that injury list doesn't help for West Coast. Bradley Hill, so plays his 250th game today. It's a hell of a milestone. He becomes just the 17th First Nations footballer in the game's history to reach 250 games. He missed last week in Adelaide, so he comes back in. He also got a 3-year deal during the week, so he's 31 years of age, which probably a few people thought, gee, does a 31-year-old need a 3-year deal at this stage of his career? You work in this space, Ram. What would be some of the benefits of signing someone? Like, is there more to it than perhaps the average fan thinks to think, why do you need a 3-year deal at 31?
Possibly. I imagine that other clubs would have had a level of interest in him. So he's still a super fit athlete. Could play on a wing, up and down that wing all day. He's probably really good in the change rooms on a Monday to Friday as well. So, he's clearly one of the players that Ross wants to stick around in that older bracket. So to get a reward of a 3-year deal, before your 200th game, so that should see him well and truly past 300.
Yeah, absolutely. He's now played more games for St Kilda than he did any other team. So 101st for the Saints today, 95 for Hawthorn, and 54 for Fremantle. I probably feel like Bally played his best footy at Freo in those 54 games.
He
won a best and fairest there when they had a very poor year, and that was under Ross Lyon as well.
The 95 at Hawthorn, though, that's 3 premierships.
Yeah. A super player. And, you know, if you give him 250 games, he'd be up there in terms of miles on the odometer across his career. Think about other players. Steele Sidebottom's another one who, over his 300 games, has clocked up some Ks, hasn't he? You know what you're going to get from Brad Hill. He's been a super player, and he's going strong, isn't he? He's had a good year when he's been out there. He's been a little bit interrupted this year, but clearly they still rate him very, very highly.
I remember interviewing him, and he said that he gets a rash when it's too cold. Like, his skin doesn't like it when there's extreme cold. So playing down in Tasmania, I think he suffered from it. For a guy who suffers that fate, spent a lot of time playing in very cold Melbourne winters.
Interestingly, when he was at Fremantle, I remember chatting to some people at the Dockers at the time, and they used to always talk about how footballers in particular, usually you're blessed with great endurance or great speed, and he was one of the rare ones that had both. That could go at high speeds late in games.
Yeah, modern. He's got just a classic modern player, isn't he? And as you said, Rama, premiership player. So, I mean, and that in itself, with this young list, there's not many other premiership players at St Kilda, are there? So those guys tend to be very valuable in the locker room as well.
Do style points matter today for St Kilda? It feels like it's been the conversation all year about, and even Scotty Waters, one of their previous coaches, again came out this week and said, they're unwatchable in the way that they go about it, the Saints. Does that matter at all, do you think, for St Kilda late in the season in what is really a dead rubber?
Well, it didn't matter last year when they made finals.
Yep.
So it was like, this is terrific coaching. Now, all of a sudden, because they're not winning, it's like, they've got to change all of a sudden. Now, in all Ross's coaching career, I don't think he's ever changed.
No, but I think the game is trending towards a more offensive style, or has with Richmond and then Collingwood. And I remember when Ross was coaching at Fremantle, Corbin had a stat. Did Fremantle kick 12 goals and win? And pretty much it was always, if they did, yes, and if they didn't, no. So it's similar for St Kilda again. Can they get to that mark, and are they able to score enough to get to that?
Yeah, and I think it's been debunked a little. I know Joey Montagna's been big on it, on his platforms, just debunking the myth a bit that they're this sort of slow and sideways, stodgy. They're actually pretty good at turning the ball over. And it's really that last money kick inside 50, which they're not hitting. But there's no connection between their mids and forwards. So that's it. So that's a personnel thing, and then just a bit of a method thing, I suppose, in terms of how you're finishing your work. But they actually transition the ball pretty well from back to front half.
So I guess to be critical there, you would say, well, why don't they put their better players and their better users in a more attacking position? So you're sort of robbing Peter to pay Paul. But
give me an example of the better players.
So why don't you put a Wanganeen Millerer and a Sinclair and play them more sort of centre forward, and then you've got better kicks going inside 50. Yes, you have to give up something on the back flank, but that's the push and pull of coaching, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, Sinclair's played a bit on the lot of time midfield this year, I think, and Wanganeen Miller on the wing. But, I take your point. Yeah, absolutely. But then I think the point is a big fall away from that, isn't there? With Brad Crouch really not being sided this year, they're so workmanlike and honest through the middle of the ground. Hunter Clark's the one that they need to step up and fill that breach a bit. We know he's a beautiful kick. Both sides of his body. Haven't seen a hell of a lot of it yet. Just hasn't been able to stay out there. So he's one that they'd be looking for from that point of view. But other than that, we know what Steele brings to the team. We know what Zach Jones, who goes in there today, brings to the team. And then players like Owens, haven't really come on this year, have they? They haven't really improved as much as Saints supporters would have liked. Rowan Marshall's had another terrific year. I think he'd be probably leading their best and fairest, and he'll give them first use today, you would think.
The caretaker experience, so Jared Schofield steps in. We saw a bit of a spike out of the Eagles last week. How does it play internally in footy clubs when the coach goes mid-year and you get a new voice at least for a handful of weeks?
No, I haven't been involved.
Yeah, I haven't. I had, look, Sheeds continued to coach, actually, the year out, so I never had that experience. But on viewing it, last week you probably saw with a few of the West Coast players, just the shackles released a little bit. I think they were playing a little bit more free with the way they moved the ball, the way they attacked. So that's probably it. And like there's always players that sort of have got to have little issues with the coach, and they sort of get a little bit of enthusiasm and energy back into their system. So is it a 1 week thing or can it be a 5 or 6 week thing, which it needs to be for West Coast?
Yeah, there'll be players on short-term deals at the Eagles that all of a sudden know they have to audition for a contract for next year for whoever the new face is, whether it's Jared Schofield or not. And on Schofield as well. I mean, I know the Eagles' job's clearly the one at the moment that's free and up for grabs, but don't rule out other sort of coaching roles for him too. We know it sounds like he wants to be a career coach, so we're presuming that he wants to stay at the club that he's at, but there might be other roles that he's auditioning for as well.
It is where his family's based and where he's from in WA, started at the Eagles. One thing I saw from him at Subiaco in the WAFL is that he was an incredibly hard driver of standards and was still able to build relationships with the players. Had someone reply to me on Twitter about that. Well, the midfield that he's been in charge of hasn't lived really high standards recently, which was a valid point, one that's hard to argue. So I'm fascinated to see with him at the main steering wheel how that goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm keen to see how that goes today as well. I mean, Waterman's a big out today. We know that for this game. 41 goals for the year. Clearly their main goal kicker. How are they going to find a score today around Oscar Allen? That's a big challenge for the Eagles.
Jess Webster's on the boundary for us this afternoon. Jess, welcome.
G'day, Corby. Great to be here. Another great day, actually, to be a boundary rider under the roof. It's 11 degrees with wind and rain outside, so pretty happy to be down here at Docklands this afternoon. A big game for the Saints, as we know, celebrating Brad Hill's 250th. But West Coast will be pretty confident. They've won 4 of their last 6 matches against the Saints here at Docklands by an average of 27 points. So sure to be a great contest, Corb. Looking forward to it.
Thanks, Jess. Ready to go. Umpire Donlan holds the footy aloft. St Kilda and West Coast. Saturday afternoon footy right here on ABC Sport. You're with Ben Cameron.
Bailey Williams and Rowan Marshall, they stare each other down. Perfect bounce to get us started. Bailey Williams wins the tap, trying to follow up Marshall. Sockers it forward. Kelly can't gather. Zach Jones can. Gives it off to Steele. First inside 50 goes the way of St Kilda. Long kick. No one able to mark it. Barris goes at ground level over the footy. And it's held in. We'll get a ball up. 20 out from the attacking goal for the Saints.
Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball, Jess Webster on the boundary. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron calling the action. So Rowan grabs it out of the ruck, hooks a kick goalward, bounces on the behind line and through for a minor score. So Rowan Marshall with the opening score in the game. It's a minor for St Kilda. No late change coming in. Hugo Garcia and Josh Rotham are the 2 subs.
Interesting, Liam Ryan starting in the centre bounce and then pushing forward straight away. It's Ruben Jimby coming up from half forward. See a lot of teams employ that tactic.
Witherden, kick short to the pocket to Harley Reid. His kick, not a good one, but it lands in the lap there of Kelly. Marks at half back for the Eagles. Comes infield with the kick to Barris, who gives it off to Reid, running by. Runs into a dead end, has nowhere to go. Eventually kicks short. Witherden with it again. He'll switch it, bring it back dockside, and Barris can take it. Half-back flank, sends a kick up towards the wing, and Marek, he's got it wide out just in front of the interchange gates here at Docklands.
One of their high picks in the mid-season draft. There's a few of them out there. Marek, Hutchinson, Cully, all with big, heavy numbers on that they're lugging around. So 41, 44, 49. Kicking board to Chesser. He's a high pick in the national draft. Goes long inside the forward 50. Punched away by the Saints. Cripps can't quite pick it up against his old mob. Paddles it out. Picked up by Marek a second time for the Eagles. He's tackled and a ball up. Centre half forward for West Coast. Saints one behind. Eagles yet to score. Opening moments. Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. The Eagles to the Coventry end.
Bailey Williams wins the tap, but Sinclair onto it for St Kilda. Kicks from half back into the middle. Perfect kick for Owens. Drops the mark. Time to recover, gathers, floats it into the pocket out in front of Higgins. Hoff right there with him. Higgins gathers. Hoff tackles him. Higgins gets rid of it. Beyond the attacking arc for St Kilda. Gets a handball away. Burns feeds it back. Now Wangane Malera looking inside 50. He'll kick low into the pocket. Through the hands of the target. Coming through Henry. Off there for the Eagles. Handball away to Hunt. Handball over the top to Jones.
The lefty couldn't quite collect. As a result, Wangane Malera sharks it. Kicks inside 50 and Machito Owens takes the mark right half forward. He'll kick from about 45 out.
Just a poor handball, wasn't it? Jaden Hunt, experienced player, coming out of defence. You've got to put that on your teammate's chest. And the Saints there to play on the turnover. Wangane Malera, who's we spoke about the lack of connection, that money kick inside 50. He's one guy, as you mentioned, Corby, you want the ball in the hands of. So, had a pretty quiet month or so, Mitch Owens. Good opportunity here to get on the scoreboard early.
Yeah, goalless 5 of his last 6 games. It's really one of the success stories last year on their run to a home final. Owens drop punt. This is near side, a behind. St Kilda 2 behinds. West Coast yet to score. 3 minutes in, no late change. Saturday footy at Docklands right here on ABC Sport.
Witherden with the kick in, short to Hunt in the back pocket. Dock side of the ground. Saturday footy here on ABC Sport. Hunt going for a run. He'll kick up to the wing in the Bailey Williams direction. Runs underneath the footy. Bouncing ball. Kelly coming through. Leaves it behind. Picked up there by Hutchinson. Eagles down the dockside wing and a turnover. Mark taken by Sinclair. He'll kick infield for the Saints. Just gets it to Stocker. Mark's on the edge of the centre square.
Gives it to Sinclair. Straight into a dead end. Hands it back to Stocker. Kicks down to half forward and Wood. Hitting up. Presenting. Takes a nice mark. And the Saints... a little damaging going forward early. They're in a slow play here, though. Forward 50 filled up. 70 metres out. The left footer hooks a kick back to the corridor. Might work out okay. And Higgins, the juggled mark, back in the corridor. He'll kick from right on 50.
It's a good kick because the defenders were all going to the boundary where Mason Wood's left foot was, and then he just pulled that kick right at the last moment. Higgins was just aware of where the ball was going, was able to take the mark.
It's their leading goal kicker this year, Jack Higgins. Problem for St Kilda is the leading tally is 27. He's got 8 more than Max King. Of course, his season is done. Higgins, drop punt. He's good. Starts his day with a goal. And kicks the first of the afternoon. St Kilda 1-8. West Coast yet to score. 4.5 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Yeah, he's had a good year, hasn't he? And I mean, certainly without Max King there, who knows how he struggles this year, he's really their most important forward, or most lively, isn't he? Jack Higgins, which is, as you said, Corby, more of unfortunately, a reflection of how the team's gone this year, forward of the ball, but it's a great effort. Got himself back into this team. You know, the struggles that he had, and now he really misses, doesn't he? I mean, he reminds me so much of our old teammate of ours, Stevie Milne, runner. Both of ours, of course, yours in the under-18s, and like the Saints, in terms of the impact that he has on his team and the energy that he brings to the forward line.
His 150th goal in AFL footy as well. Free kick in the middle. It'll go the way of the Eagles and Bailey Williams. In the bullseye. He'll veer out to his right. Kick long inside 50. Looking for a marker deep. Coming across battle. Slips through his fingers. Pally out the back. Tries to soccer it on. Burns folding back. Gathers for the Saints on the last line. Clears with the kick out towards the wing. Machito Owens inadvertently soccers it on. And it tumbles out just inside the attacking 50 for the Eagles. So 1-8 plays, no score. 6 minutes played Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
4 minutes off the game clock in Sydney. The Giants with the first goal. 1 straight lead. Gold Coast 2 behinds. Is it still the expansion derby? Can we do that a decade in?
Yeah.
For the 2 newest teams in the competition? Of course, with a new arrival imminent. Boundary throwing. Reid hits it at speed. Grabs the footy for West Coast. Hand pass out wide to Cripps. Hooks a kick back inboard, but Hill last line. Saves the day for St Kilda. Marks in front of the behind post. Swings a kick from one back pocket to the opposite back flank. Finds Wood. He went to run on his left side. That's where he wants to be. And now kicks it down the wing. Jinby in the box seat. Spills the mark after a shove from Henry. Stocker just threw it out. Got it to Membry though. Kicks inboard for St Kilda. Picked off by Edwards. Got it to True. Handball to Reid for the Eagles.
He's been busy early. Chips a kick. Jones marks. High half forward for the Eagles. Runs away with it. Long kick inside 50 in the direction of Allen, and Wilkie's there to mark for the Saints. Kicks immediately to the defensive goal square and Battle. His kick is shocker. Nearly a turnover. Bailey Williams getting involved. Goes again. They work it out though. Battle mops it up. Gives it to Steele. He'll kick long out towards the City wing. And Machito Owens outpoints Harley Reid to mark.
On the 45, links up with Wanganeen Millerer, who marks and runs into the front half. Takes a bounce. Short kick links up with Membry. He's got it. Outer edge of the centre square. Off contract at season's end. Membry kicks inside the forward arc, reaching for it. Wilson couldn't quite make it stick. Fights on at ground level, coughs it up. Barris for West Coast. Hand pass out to Cole. Slick hands to Harry Edwards. Handball away to Hoff. Comes out of the defensive 50. That's an ugly kick. Trying to hit Reid and put it straight out of bounds on the full. Hands possession back to St Kilda at half forward. Saints by 8 points. West Coast yet to score. 8 minutes in.
Membry stabbing it infield. Mark taken by Hunter Clark. He'll chip it into the pocket. The kick is well weighted and lands on the lap of Sinclair. We're in the lap of Sinclair. 40 metres out, slightly worse than a 45-degree angle right half forward.
It's a little bit easy there. There's a couple of free St Kilda players inside that forward 50, so Sinclair eventually takes the mark, but just the checking of West Coast now. And we know team zone, but when it comes inside forward 50, you've got to be close enough to an opponent.
Tight angle. There's skillful Sinclair, pushes it across the face and punched through by Barris. 139 plays no score. We've played 8.5 opening term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It's the pocket of doom.
Yeah. Mark it down.
Yep.
Yes, another miss.
Adam Ramanaska's theory that in an indoor stadium with a roof on it that there is a dead pocket.
There is. So, I'm telling you.
The right forward pocket at the locket end.
How many goals did that in last night, though?
None from that pocket.
None from that pocket, Bolly. Come on.
None from that pocket.
Hoff brings it out of defence, kicks to a pack on the wing for West Coast. Scrap on at ground level. Bailey Williams takes it, tackled by Steele. Ball comes out. Wilkie for the Saints. Hand pass to Bradley Hill. Kicks outside of the right boot, down to half forward. They all fly for it. Hits the deck, and Barris cleans it up. Handball to Jinby, running out of the room. Handball back inboard to Barris. Henry keeps it alive. That was a bit of tunnel ball. Scooped it up through his legs, and the ump said that's a throw. Free kick West Coast, and the Eagles get out of trouble there. So Barris will take it at right half back. Saints by 9 points. They're the only 9 points in the game after 10 minutes.
Big job today, Tom Barris, obviously, without his partner in crime, McGovern down there. He's going to have to be the general. I feel like he's going to be up against plenty of entries too.
Left slipper into it, a kick up to the wing and punched away by Bailey Williams, who started well for the Eagles, throwing on the wing.
Also, 2 Williams for West Coast, Bailey and Jack. They've got 2 Edwards, Luke and Harry. And there's a Jones for either team. So Zach Jones for St Kilda and, of course, the left-footed Jermaine Jones for West Coast.
Umpire throws it in. Marshall takes it out of the ruck. Tumbles a punt inside, attacking 50. Wood can't quite mark it. Goes again at ground level. Now over the top of it, Membry wins it for the Saints. Handball away back to Wood, back to Membry. He'll snap a kick back to a central position. Looking for a marker. They come from all angles. Hunt roves the pack. Gives the handball away to Marek. Under pressure, the Eagles. On their last line, kick a turnover. Clark marks. That's Hunter Clark, 49 out, chips it short. And spots up Dan Butler. 40 out, improved angle, just left of centre.
It's just a player, Hunter Clark, that you want to see some continuity in his career. Just had a shocking run with injury.
Facial fractures in
just all sorts of things that he's had.
Pre-season, so hasn't had a great run, has he?
But when he plays, he uses the ball well, he hunts it, he wins plenty of the football himself. Just want to see, a 20-game season from him.
Butler on the trot, boot to ball from 45, and he slides it right to the line. It doesn't make the distance. Back there for the Eagles on the last line. The mark taken back there by Harry Edwards.
Short kick to Barris. Standing in front of the behind post. Ump says not 15, so comes wider to Luke Edwards. Caught at the back, and Butler. Good grab in front. The 2 16s leaping for it. Dan Butler will get it for St Kilda. 52 metres out, left half forward. And it is a crowded forward 50 that Butler's trying to send this kick into. Lays it up to the hot spot. They come from all directions. Spills out the back to Kelly. For West Coast, hand pass to Jermaine Jones. Runs into a bit of trouble. Hand pass to Hunt. Handball to Luke Edwards. Oh, he's in trouble. He's caught. Ran straight into Wilson, and he's caught holding the ball. Didn't take the first option. The second one was shut down, and the third one was a big bear hug from Darcy Wilson. And a free kick for the Saints in the left forward pocket.
Sometimes just got to get it out of the danger zone, Bully. He looked for that short pass, and St Kilda had all the exits covered, so just got to get the ball long and out of the danger area.
Darcy Wilson, left forward pocket against his childhood friend. Wilson hooks it through. Is he the real rising star? St Kilda with the hot start. They lead at 2-3-15. West Coast yet to score. A dozen minutes in. Danger signs for Jared Schofield and the Eagles. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, just the repeat inside 50s. They've just got them hemmed in, haven't they? And I thought they missed an opportunity, the Eagles, to take the ball out the other side. They've just been going up and down the line. They've been hemmed into this forward pocket for the last 5 or 6 minutes. It just felt like it was going to be a matter of time. They had the opportunity to switch the ball. The Saints set up pretty well behind the ball, it must be said, to lock the ball in. Good forward pressure there, Mason Wood. But really, as you said, Raman, that's just red alert when you got the ball deep in your own defence. He's had a couple of poor moments there, Edwards. So you have to learn from that. Sometimes you've just got to take your medicine and get the ball out of there.
The other Williams in the ruck for the Eagles. Jack Williams going in there.
Just back to Hunter Clark. He's averaged 13 games a year over his career, the most being 19.
Jack Williams palming it down. True trying to get there, but it's pinched by the man Rama speaks of. Hunter Clark, little pirouette, kick inside 50. Barras attacks it. Good defensive mark for the Eagles. 40 out from their goal. He'll kick into the middle of the ground, trying to find Cripps. Right there with him, Wangani Malera spills to battle. St Kilda in possession. Handball to Clark, to Zach Jones, to Wangani Malera. Attacking edge of the centre square. Kicks inside 50. Barra spoils it away. Spills down. Quick snap on goal from Wilson. He's ballooning wide of the target, out of bounds on the full. St Kilda by 15 points.
I know the game's been played in their front half, but Wangani Malera, I reckon, had 4 early touches. I reckon they've all been forward of halfway. So
yeah, well, he has got a licence to get up the ground, no doubt. Yeah. So it's then, he relies on his defenders behind him to, I guess, take his man. And, now he's going as the deepest defender here.
4 kicks, 2 inside 50s for Wangani Malera. The Eagles work it up to the wing. Petruccelli can't trap it. Spills through to Steele. Hand pass to Zach Jones. Handball to Clark. Kicks the Saints down to half forward. Couple of Eagles there. Jimby collects on the bounce. Hand pass to Harry Edwards. His kick smothered. Spills to Cole. Arches the back. Gets away from Wilson. Hand pass to Hoff. Swings it across the half-back line. And Luke Edwards marks right half-back for the Eagles.
The Eagles will try the dockside. Kick to Cripps on the logo. They're breaking in front of him.
Great run.
One of those is Hutchison, who takes the mark. Hutchinson looks inside 50, trying to go towards Cully, diving, he can't take the mark, spits out to the Saints again, and battle clears to the wing. Membry takes it, doesn't have a lot in front of him here, Membry. He'll have to go back and enter a slow place, and Kilda by 15 points, quarter-hour mark in the first.
The goal is only once in his career against the West Coast Eagles, Tim Membry. This is his 12th start against the Big Birds, goes short to Steele. Saints by 15 points, Eagles haven't scored. 2-3 to zip, 15 minutes in. As Steele cuts back inboard, kicks to centre half forward. Flying for it, Jimby, no mark, spills down to Zane True. Hand pass a turnover to Zach Jones for the Saints. Handball to Higgins. Hand pass away to Cooper Sharman. Gives it to Owens. Owens steadies on the run. Kicks goal and it gobs it. Oh, it's all the Saints early. They are on the march. 3-3, West Coast, scoreless. 21-point lead for the Saints after 16 minutes. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball on ABC Sport.
Yeah, and he started well, Mitch Owens. He's had the 4 possessions for the 1-goal, but he just looks more active there. He got up around that contest, and then just the chain of handball. He was the last player in that chain and was able to finish. But what I'm liking from St Kilda is the energy. I think particularly around contest, and what I'm not liking from West Coast right at the moment is it just seems to be a lot of spare St Kilda players around there. Battle wins the ball in the back half of the ground, and he's surrounded by players, but still able to find a target further up the ground in Tim Membry.
Can you deliver a bake when you're the caretaker coach?
Absolutely.
It was just a sloppy handball again. I think it was True on that. So that's 2 goals from 2 sloppy, unforced handballs, turnovers from the Eagles.
Marshall on a platter to Hunter Clark, under pressure immediately, dribbles out a 2-metre kick. Coming in, Petruccelli, and he's wrapped up. A ball up in the middle. ABC Sport, Saturday footy. Umpire puts it aloft. Bailey Williams farming it down, straight to Hunter Clark, buffeted off his kick. Coming through there, Cully goes again, soccers it out. Still a congested footy, trying to pick it up, Marshall. He squeezes out a kick, into some space. Jimby there for the Eagles. Back feeds a handball to Hunt. Kick smothered by Bradley Hill. Diving smother. Hunt follows up though, wins it for West Coast.
Handball to Chesser, hurried kick down to half forward. Bounce unkind for Stocker. Hitting up the meter, Jack Williams. Hand pass to his namesake Bailey. Gives it to Cully. Cully off his preferred left peg. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Reaching for it, Marrick takes the mark at dozen metres out, straight in front.
Yeah, good mark there. He had the smaller opponent in Burns as his opponent, but just look, it's simple footy. You get to the teeth of the goal square, and it just puts your defenders under pressure. Marich was able to take a nice mark.
We've conceded twice as many inside 50s to start this game in the first 6 scores. Already 21 down as the Eagles start their day in front of the sticks, and Ryan Marrick pops through a goal. The Eagles in business. It's taken 18 minutes, 1 straight 6. St Kilda 3-3-21. Saints by 15. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, it wasn't a pretty passage of play, wasn't remember, but what I liked was that they had numbers. You mentioned that, the play prior to that, the Saints were just outnumbering him around the contest, and it was Hunt involved, good smother by Hill, but then got the ball back and the follow-up, and Cully was involved a couple of times. So good contest-to-contest work rate from him. And then, as you said, a nice kick to the top of the square where Marriage had to sit on, I think it was young Byrne, who's playing that wing role, and Marriage is lining up on the wing. So we saw Essendon do that last night, trying to utilise their tall wingers, who we know can get back and support in the air, but also push forward and have a presence aerially as well. So it's an early win for Ryan Marriage and the Eagles in that role.
He's a great story, isn't he, Corb? Spoke about giving up potato chips to lose a lot of weight. They get onto an AFL list. Bailey Williams tapping it down. True gathers. Gives it off to Jimby. Tumbling a kick into the middle of the ground. Gathered there by Marshall. He'll whack the Saints inside 50. Up they all go. Good defensive mark. Harry Edwards for the Eagles at fullback.
Great mark. That's his second contested mark. Deep in defence. Harry Edwards.
Right in front of Cooper Sharman, who does have spring heels.
What a sacrifice, Corpse. Give it up potato chips.
Still trying to think whether it's worth it or not. Yeah, you get to play AFL footy, but
just give up the potato chips.
Potato chips are really good.
No more salt vinegar.
The special jelly marks comes in for DeChessa. Outer edge of the centre square, goes long to centre half forward. Off hands, it spills through to Zach Jones for St Kilda. Handball away to Howard. Comes out of the defensive 50. Long kick up to the wing. Bouncing footy in front of Owens. Cops an unkind bounce. Jimby right there with him. Owens collects. Jimby's got him. Gets a tackle away. Gets a hand pass away through the tackle. There's Marrick again. Collects for West Coast. Nice tackle from Jimby. Now receives a handball. Gives it to Barris and a short kick to Kelly. And Tim Kelly marks defensive side of the wing. So the Saints by 15 points as we tick into time on in the opening quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Kelly doesn't like what's in front of him, so kicks to centre half back, and Cole Marks immediately brings it dockside. Never shoots Hunt, but he'll have time to run and track it. Gather on the bounce, backward of the logo, kicks infield for Harley Reid, low down Marks.
He's going to kick that.
Had Hunt bursting by, ignored that. Kicks into the middle of the ground, misses the target of Kelly. Luckily it spills to Edwards. The Eagles untidy here. Kelly will kick it out to the city wing, and our man Marrick.
Hitting up, providing an option. He's made a good start. He's kicked their only goal so far. Comes down to half forward and Witherden takes the mark. Looks inside the forward 50. Short kick, finds Allen. Hitting up on the boundary line using the full perimeter of Dockland Stadium. He's got it left half forward here. He'll kick from about 45 out.
Well, again, it wasn't altogether pretty, was it, Rammer? And they've threatened to turn it over a few times, but you can see what they're trying to do. They've got the game back on their terms a bit, the Eagles here, in the last 5 or 6 minutes. Just controlling the footy. We know the Saints like to play that zone, guard space type defence, and they've just been able to chip it around them. It was a really good passage of play. Tough shot on goal, but to get a mark inside 50 from that build-up across half-back is really good effort.
7 goals, 3 in the last 2 weeks for Oscar Allen. Sharp angle here, but he is a marksman. Happy with the finish. The Eagles string a couple together. And it was a wayward start to his year. Oscar Allen kicked 2 goals, 9 in his first 3 games. He's now gone 8 goals, 3 in his last 11 shots. So kicking boots back on, tied up, ready to go. West Coast 2 straight 12, St Kilda 3-3-21. Saints by 9, time on opening quarter, Saturday footy, ABC Sport.
And it's good to see him back playing football, because there was a fear that that knee is pretty bad, that we might not see a lot more football out of Oscar Allen, but he's no doubt a talented player, captain of the Eagles. So great to see him back. But it was a patient build-up. That you sometimes just got to go the long way home to find a target. And they found a target right on the boundary line. West Coast there were able to score.
Has booted 7 goals over the last fortnight, so it's beginning to find a little bit of form, as Corbin mentioned. Marshall taking it out, giving it to Sinclair. Kicks inside the attacking 50, looking for a marker. Owens brings it to ground. Higgins slaps it on into the pocket. Membry tracking it. Worried out of it there by Barris, and he's happy to see it out. Trying to come deep in the right forward pocket.
5 to go before quarter time in Sydney. The Giants 4 straight lead Gold Coast 1-3, so a 15-point lead for GWS in Sydney.
Saturday footy here on ABC Sport. Throw in forward pocket for the Saints. Marshall palming it down. Kelly steals it. Clearing kick for the Eagles, tumbling up towards the wing. Jones drops it, but the Eagles are there in numbers.
Petrocelli trying to get a hand pass away towards Marrick. He becomes the tackler in the end, Marrick, as he locks up Bonner, and we'll have a ball up here, half forward for the Saints. Lid on. As you could imagine, in the middle of winter, Saturday afternoon footy. I don't even think Rammer's complaining about that one as the ball's knocked out to Marrick for West Coast. Hand pass away to True, gives it to Jimby. Handball to Jones, the left footer. That's Jermaine Jones for West Coast along the boundary line. The target was Jack Williams and punched away from him and out of play.
Well, I can't complain because there's rain about.
Yep. But if there was no rain...
Roof open, please.
Yep. You'd be complaining.
Absolutely.
I'm a big advocate for roof open and the...
natural elements.
And the author of the dead pocket theory here at Docklands, the right forward pocket at the locket end. Boundary throw in. Henry, hand pass back inboard to Butler. St Kilda get it going forward, but it's not pretty. True grabs it, bangs bodies with Sinclair. Nice work. Releases a hand pass to Kelly. Got it out to Petrocelli. The road runner with it. He's tackled. He's caught. Holding the ball. We don't see that too often. Didn't really put the foot down on the gas, but found himself in a tangle with Battle and coughs up possession. Free kick for the Saints. They'll get it. True centre-half back, and it's Stocker, in fact, who gets the free kick for the Saints.
Oh, dangerous kick up towards the logo and Hill. He's clattered into there by Hunt. It spills out the back. St Kilda have some numbers. Wood wins it. Gets rid of the handball. Running by Riley Bonner. He can handball to 50. His kick is a shocker. It goes to the goal square. Jimby drops it. Bailey Williams gathers in the pocket. Eagles with it. Jimby kicks around the boundary line and onto the chest of Marrick. Working back inside his D50. St Kilda by 9 points late in the first Saturday footy here on ABC Sport.
Got to play it down. Yeah. Square. I think it's True. He won that 50-50 ball. Terrific effort.
Yeah.
Looks like he's just winded. Surely we don't stop the game for that, do we? Bob?
Sound like Toby Green last week. You heard
Seriously.
Sort of exchange with the umpire.
Yeah, I did. I enjoyed it.
None of that language on ABC Sport, though.
No. Nick had to make a contribution to the swear jar after last night, though.
Did too. Short kick from the Eagles there through Marrick. He stabs it short to Hoff, and we'll get an update on Zane True in just a few moments. Been putting up sort of big numbers in the WAFL with what they call the Waffle Eagles. So he
genuinely just stopped the game for a win to play, though.
I think so. Short kick to Jimby. Left up back, he goes long down the wing.
What a big say about the fabric of our game.
Yes, correct. And Wilkie takes the intercept mark here right on halfway for the Saints. Just the surprise in your voice, Bob.
I think we'd like the game to be stopped when players may be concussed, but I'm not sure about winded as Wilkie kicks up to half forward. No one able to mark. Ball on the deck. Half forward here for St Kilda. The Eagles getting involved through Barris. Handball to Reid. Nowhere to go. Stocker wraps him up. And a ball up on the arc of attacking 50. Jess Webster.
I think it might be a little bit more than winded, guys. They're concerned about his ribs down here for Zane True on the bench. So just having some conversations with the doctors now, and we'll receive a little bit of treatment.
Fingers crossed he's all right. Another ball up coming here. 45 out from the attacking goal for the Saints. They led it by 9.
6 weeks for him as well, trying to impress and earn a contract. Well, these West Coast Eagles players, of course, in certain times don't know who the coach is going to be and what next year will look like. We're not going anywhere in a hurry here. We've got another ball up half forward for the Saints.
Tick down a quarter time. Got to get it some reward for effort here, the Saints. 20 inside 50s for the quarter. Only 3 goals.
Up it goes. Kelly can't trap it. Knocks it forward and then runs onto it. Great work from Tim Kelly. And then mowed down. Dan Butler with the chase down tackle. Just as he went to take a bounce, lost a bit of speed, and Butler never gave up on it. And there's a chase down tackle for you, Bally.
Looks like it was executed pretty well. Yep. Tim Kelly gets up, no issue there. Great tackle, great pressure.
Game goes on as Butler kicks it towards the top of the goal square. Big fly from Hunt, spoils it away straight into the path of Hoff, and he's tackled. So ball up, top of the goal square for the Saints. Waning moments of the opening term. St Kilda by 9.
Up it goes. Marshall taking it out of the ruck, getting a boot to it. Kicks towards the boundary line. Marrick comes down with it, didn't go the distance. He's bundled out, throwing to come. 9 points in Kilda's lead. Saturday footy here on ABC Sport. Round 19 from Docklands. Another forward 50 stoppage for the Saints. Marshall works to the front. Hands to it. Jimby gathers. Tackled. No price as the umpire. Coming through Henry. He loses it. Coming away Marrick. Kick smothered. Still inside 50 for the Saints. Onto it Hunter Clark. Gives it to Bradley Hill. They're going backwards. Now Sinclair. Kicks inside 50. Owens gathers. Swivels. Snaps. Out of bounds on the full. So peppering without taking full toll at the moment, St Kilda.
The 3 of them, Paulie, 3 St Kilda players just sitting 30 metres out from goal with no opponent near them. So lucky to get away with it there, the Eagles.
The Saints keep the first 3 goals. The Eagles the last 2 as Barris goes long up towards half-back for West Coast. Punched away by Petruccelli. Down to Kelly. Just tumbles a kick forward. And we rarely see this. Just into open spaces. Battle has an eternity to race back and collect. He's short inboard to Clark. Seconds peeling off the clock. St Kilda, can they get another score to cash in for their dominance that Luke Ball mentioned? Goes short to Stocker. No. That'll do us. Quarter time at Docklands. St Kilda raced out to a 21-point lead early. 3-3-21 is their score at quarter time rather. West Coast Eagles are 2 straight 12, so throw that all together. The Saints by 9 points at quarter time. The goal kickers, Higgins with 1, the first of the game. 1 to Owens, 1 to Wilson. Meanwhile for West Coast, Allen and Marrick. With the goal kickers for the West Coast Eagles, we'll keep an eye on Zane True, who came off the ground after play was stopped for him. Trying to work out whether he was winded or had some kind of a rib complaint. He walks to join his teammates here. Seems to be moving okay towards the huddle at quarter time. Gaza off the SMS. Have a great call today, guys. Saturday Arvo footy on the ABC. Travelling from Perth to Adelaide in my road train. Drive safe, Gaza. And one for you, Rammer. Paul from Mount Dunedin. Watching my daughter play netball in the wind and rain at Bell Park in Geelong. Wish we had a roof. As you can imagine, Paul looking for a little bit of an indoor game on a Saturday afternoon.
Not a lot of indoor netball courts around, are there?
No. It's pretty much reserve and top flight sort of state leagues only, isn't it? Yeah. St Kilda by 9 points. It is quarter time. The thoughts of Rammer and Bawley coming up next. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Time to steady and pull this trigger.
Have you heard the latest AFL podcast from the ABC? Join myself, Catherine Murphy, and AFL legend Paul Roos as we discuss all the big storylines. Feed your footy obsession or just learn more about the game as we bring you all the latest news and analysis. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Wood hitting up, presenting, takes a nice mark. Forward 50 filled up, 70 metres out. The left footer hooks a kick back to the corridor, might work out okay. And Higgins, the juggled mark, back in the corridor. He'll kick from right on 50. Higgins, drop punt, he's good. Starts his day with a goal. Jermaine Jones runs into a bit of trouble. Hand pass to Hunt. Handball to Luke Edwards. Oh, he's in trouble. He's caught. Ran straight into Wilson and he's caught holding the ball. Darcy Wilson, left forward pocket. Against his childhood friend. Wilson hooks it through. Is he the real rising star? Zane True. Hand pass a turnover to Zach Jones for the Saints. Handball to Higgins. Hand pass away to Fisherman. Gives it to Owens. Owens steadies on the run. Kicks goal when it drops it. Oh, it's all the Saints early. They are on the march. Comes down to half forward and Witherden takes the mark. Looks inside the forward 50. Short kick finds Allen. Hitting up on the boundary line using the full perimeter of Docklands Stadium. He's got it left half forward here. He'll kick from about 45 out. Oscar Allen, sharp angle here, but he is a marksman. Happy with the finish. The Eagles string a couple together.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The West Coast Eagles were the last 2 after St Kilda kicked the first 3. So St Kilda 3-3-21. West Coast 2 straight 12. Quarter time at Docklands. The other game that's being played it's the expansion derby between GWS and Gold Coast. The Giants by 14 points right on quarter time there. So GWS lead at 5 straight. Gold Coast 2-4. The thoughts of our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Just on the expansion derby, that will stay that way until one of those two teams wins a premiership.
Okay.
I want to know, Tasmania came.
Yeah. So
then the next they take over.
So did Tasmania take Gold Coast place in the expansion?
No. The Giants. All three of them are in. All 3 of them are in there until one of them win a premiership.
Fremantle. How did they lose their expansion?
Oh, they're still in there too. Sorry, there's 4 of them in there. No. Fremantle. Anyway, we digress.
The Eagles are playing like one.
Look, inside 50s at quarter 21-8, and St Kilda only they get 6 scoring opportunities out of those 21 inside 50s. So probably poor from that point of view. The ball was locked in St Kilda's forward half, so I would have expected at least probably 2 or 3 more goals from St Kilda. They missed a couple there. Like Owens missed an easy one late in the quarter where he snapped around the corner directly in front and was missing. So it goes back to, it probably comes to my point about West Coast in terms of their man coverage. I think it was pretty ordinary that quarter. So, Benny spoke about Jared Schofield and, being a hard taskmaster, et cetera, et cetera. The tackle count was 20-14 in St Kilda's favour. So St Kilda had slightly less of the ball that quarter. But this is the thing. I think when you come in and you're coaching a team for a month or 6 weeks or whatever Jared Schofield is, you've got to stand for something. And at the moment, it's sort of, watching it live. Last week you could see it was a bit of ball movement. But this week I can't see much at the moment of what they actually stand for. And I would have thought it's just you go back to the simple things of football. That's contested football, that's tackle, that's clearance. You win your contest, and then you work backwards from there. So that was probably the disappointing aspect from West Coast. St Kilda on the other end, as I mentioned, dominated. I thought they dominated that quarter without enough reward on the scoreboard balling.
Yeah. Tim Kelly's trying really hard, I thought. He had 8 possessions for the quarter. It's an interesting ruck battle. I think Williams is same things, having a go. Harley Reid started pretty well at 4 early possessions and then just drifted out of the game. I watched him for a bit. Yeah. Clearly at the moment he's going to have to try and work on getting some uncontested footy. We know how good he is around the contest, so it's a good battle through the middle of the ground. But yeah, it was really just those turnovers at forward half and Wanganeen Miller and Sinclair and really ultimately the Saints through not converting. Mean that the Eagles are still in the game. So you never know. I think a couple of times there they showed a bit of patience, were able to move the ball forward and score, the Eagles.
Saints by 9 points. Rucks missed it, and then it spills to Marshall. Sockers it forward, but straight to Hunt of the Eagles. Hand pass away to Ryan. Kicks inside the forward 50 for West Coast. Hands to it, Howard. No mark, but he's getting a free. He was dragged down. But it's Liam Ryan's first touch, by the way. We didn't have a single disposal on that opening quarter, and Jimmy Webster, who I think he's hanging around with him, also didn't touch the ball, but he'll be less concerned about that. Free kick for Howard. Centre half back for St Kilda. Goes short to Zach Jones.
He'll give the handball to Bradley Hill. Running through the defensive edge of the square. Chips it on towards Henry in the long sleeves. Takes the mark. Now looks inside 50 for the Saints. Looking for Sharman. And he bursts up the mark. 48 metres out. Slight angle to the right.
Oh, that's way too easy. Yeah. I mean, that is a training drill, true. That is, yeah. And that's a slow play too. So long kick in from the centre bounce. So everyone's got an opponent. No excuse there. You talk about standing for something. That was way too easy. That's just an easy kick in, overlap handball to Brad Hill. I mean, we know what he's going to do. How many times has he done that? And then just the ability to be able to access the corridor. So for the Eagles not to defend the corridor, that'll annoy Jared Schofield. Way too easy there.
Mid-season draft pickup from a few seasons ago. Super Cooper from downtown. He's kicked it. Yeah. From the edge of the square, long range. And a dream start to the second for the Saints. 4-3-27 plays 2 straight 12, 90 seconds in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, Bolly's spot on. I spoke about a quarter time, sort of man coverage, man to man, just simple things of football there. So Howard gets a free kick there from an Oscar Allen infringement, and it's a short little chip pass. Then Bradley Hill overlap runs, cutting back through the middle of the ground. Then there's a little chip kick. A simple chip kick to Liam Henry. And then it goes inside forward 50. Marriage there, not hard enough. He needed to push back harder inside forward 50 and stop that lead. So, ordinary start by West Coast. Good start. Good fast start by St Kilda.
Restart back in the middle. Saints by 15 points. Marshall and Bailey Williams, they both have a hit out there as Marshall wins it the first time, Bailey the second. Inadvertently off the heels of Zach Jones, favours Hunt, gets the centre break for West Coast, kicks to centre half forward, another whistle on the play and another free kick for the Saints.
So that's 2 forward 50 centre bounce entries for the Eagles and 2 free kicks against. I mean, we know that they're going to be short on supply forward 50s today for the Eagles. They've got to be better than that. The ball's got to at least come to ground, got to halve the contest. Not enough.
Cully caught behind, just tugging the jumper and giving away the free kick. It goes wide to Wilkie, and his short pass finds Steele, the captain defensive side of the wing. Saints by 15, 3 minutes into the second term.
Steele, a long ball around the wing, over the head of the pack. It comes out the back to Barris for the Eagles. Handball, a turnover. Henry loses it. Jack Jones trying to paddle it. Right there with him, Rotham. Coming through, Sinclair for the Saints. Handball out. Fumbled by Wanganeen Malira. They're going backwards, St Kilda. Webster feeding it back to Howard, virtually at half-back. He'll kick A little chip over the top and back with Steele at centre-half back.
Oh, dangerous kick, turns it over. Witherden takes the mark. They're out downhill. Oscar Allen running back goal side. Marks, plays on immediately and makes sure of it. He's got his second. And West Coast just preying on the turnover, and they cash in on the back of that. 3 straight to 4-3. And as a result, St Kilda back to a 9-point lead and back to where we were at quarter time, 3 minutes into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It was well read, wasn't it? Alex Witherden there, he was covering, playing on the wing role, and Jack Steele there. I mean, you probably just take the easy one. Probably a little bit too cute trying to pull that ball back across his body into the corridor. And the Eagles get an opportunity to get a forward half intercept. Alex Witherden, who is another player that they need a bit more from, you feel. He's played enough footy now, Witherden. Look at Ross in the box there. He's not happy with that one.
You love sort of everyday things that people are doing on Saturday afternoon, Rammer. I've got one for you in just a moment.
Back in the middle, winning the tap, Bailey J. Williams for the Eagles, bursting through those. Sinclair gets it moving forward for the Saints. Handball to Henry. He fumbles, allows in Hoff. Sinclair goes again. Attacking edge of the square for the Saints. Out to Steele. Chips inside 50. Low ball. Barris gathers. Eagles with it inside the defensive 50. Aaron Handball coming through. Henry, he knocks it out. Tapped on there by Membry. Marshall picks it up. Handball to Higgins. To Burns. 40 out. Pulls the trigger on goal. It'll miss to the right. It will go out of bounds on the full. Just faded late. A little bit like one of Adam Ramanauskas' drives. And St Kilda by 9 points, 5 minutes into the second.
Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Archie and Billy are on their way to a 5-year-old's birthday dance party. There's been a turnover, so I've got to call the footy. I'll be back to that in just a moment as Hill gets a short kick inboard to Wanganeen Miller. He's tackled, ball up half forward here for the Eagles.
More about the birthday party from that passage of play.
Archie and Billy on their way to a 5-year-old birthday party. They're loving the call. Dad doesn't want to get out of the car, so he's taking the longer route. Keep up the great work.
Yeah, I've been that one before.
Marshall hooking it down. It ricochets back to his feet. He has to pick it up, shovel out a handball. Tackles Harley Reid. Didn't have it. Umpire says yes. Holding, free kick going the way of the precocious young Eagle.
Usually you have to drop the kids off and you want a bit of extra time by yourself.
Yeah.
Cut a couple of extra laps before picking them up or after dropping them off.
St Kilda by 9 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
That is precious time by yourself, Paulie, in the car. Just quiet. Don't even have the radio on sometimes.
Yeah.
Reid kicking it out to True. His kick, a turnover on the wing. St Kilda back with the footy. Zach Jones to Bradley Hill. Selling some pandy, taking a bounce, running lateral. He'll kick forward now towards Stocker. Or Steele it is, rather. A little fumble, he knocks it out. Wanganeen Malera picks it up. Tackled, though, by Edwards.
Scrap on for the footy. High half forward for for St Kilda, rather. Sharman. Hand pass away to Steele. Handball in the middle of the ground for Webster. Kicks across the ground. And Burns collects by his bootlaces. Kicks down the right half forward, and here's Membry in a bit of space. With that characteristic jump off both feet as he pokes it into the forward pocket, and space opens up for Wood. Nice bit of work from Marshall as well, as he was hitting up at half forward. There was a paddock in behind him, and Mason Wood was happy to lead into that.
Just again, just so much space inside St Kilda's forward 50. Mason Wood had 10 or 15 metres before there was a West Coast player even in the picture.
Wood snaps off his preferred left boot and hooks it through. They've kicked 2 of the 3 goals in this quarter already. St Kilda back out by 15. 7 gone in the second term. St Kilda 5-3-33. West Coast 3 straight 18. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Jess Webster on the boundary. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Yeah, I'm just watching Mason Wood, Rammer, and it looks like he's playing forward. So
he's his direct opponent.
Exactly. You figure, I mean, if he's playing on the wing, which we know he does a fair bit, he's drifted forward, that's one thing, but he's one of the 6 forwards for the Saints. So, again, it wasn't a super fast play from the Saints, and he was in a mountain of space deep inside their own forward. So just breaking down the Eagles.
I think it's Alex
Witherden. Yeah. Just getting caught up too high. Ball watching the play. Easy goal, Mason Wood.
5 individual goal kickers for the Saints. Oscar Allen with a couple for the Eagles and one to Ryan Marrick. Centre bounce. Favouring Bailey Williams. He's palming it down with his left for Sinclair. Out the front door he goes for the Saints. Kicks to a leading Sharman. Couple of bites. It spills to Hunt. He gets a handball away. Half back for the Eagles. He'll twist and turn and then snap around the corner up towards the wing. Bouncing ball. Doesn't favour Webster, but he goes and gets it. Back for the Saints. Handball to Bonner. Tackled by Jimby. He's a strong man. Takes him to ground. Does well. A safely executed tackle. A reasonable tackle. And a ball up between wing and half forward for the Saints.
Called it, Ben. He's 19, but filled out. Reuben Jimby, second-year Eagle. Strong tackle there as Tim Kelly hand pass away to True. Ugly kick down to half forward. Bounced off the chest of Stocker. He's going to get a second look at it, but not before Hutchinson was dragged down illegally. Free kick. And now Stocker has gone down heavily too as he was clipped on the way through by Liam Ryan. Just threw the left shoulder out and clipped Stocker as he was running by. And Ryan goes back to pick him up and says, "Come on, Liam.
Sorry,
mate. Help us both out of here and get back on your feet." As a free kick for Jack Hutchinson. Kicks to the hot spot. Bailey Williams, strong mark. Pack of 3 or 4 stood in front of it. But he's mitts around it and rips it down.
Oh, well done. He's just outmarked Rowan Marshall there, Bailey Williams, who, looking at the replay, probably should have spoiled. What's happened here? There's a bit of a blue. Harley Reid in the middle of it. Jimmy Webster, a couple of the usual suspects. And Liam Ryan goes in to support his younger teammate. But no, it's a terrific contested mark, Bailey Williams. As I said, he's making a good fist of it. It's a good battle against one of the premier ruckmen in the competition.
42nd consecutive game, most consecutive game streak at West Coast. He misses. Crowd favourite Bailey Williams back home in the West. And behind. 5-3 to 3-1. St Kilda by 14 points. And 10 minutes gone in the second term. It's become a bit of a cult figure, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's won them over just through his endeavour. Like, he just tries his guts out, and it's really won them over. Turnover from St Kilda. Liam Ryan marks. Out on the city wing. He'll look back inside 50 for the Eagles. Long kick towards full forward. Howard down there with Reid. Reid brings it to his own feet. Diving in over it. And the umpire says holding the ball. Holding it, Harley. Free kick to Dougal Howard in the Saints. He pokes it across the goal mouth, away to Bonner. Pokes it short for Marshall. Saints on the half-back flank, Jess Webster.
Liam Stocker's come to the Saints bench after that hit, just having a chat to the doctors who are checking out the vision as well. And then over on the Eagles bench, Jermaine Jones came to the bench a few minutes ago, pointing to his left hamstring. He's received treatment, done a bit of a fitness test along the boundary line. So a couple of things that I'm keeping an eye on down here.
Yeah, one on the bench. Thanks, Jess. Keep us updated as the Eagles win it back on the wing, and Petruccelli looks inboard to Luke Edwards. Of Tyson swings the kick across the ground to Hoff. Outer edge of the centre square. He goes short to Ryan. He's got a few jeers now after his little clip on Stocker as he was running by, and Harley Reid is enemy number 1, of course, suspended for his tackle on Wilson the last time they met. Petruccelli marks in the middle, hand pass away to Jinby, kicks inside the forward 50, ball hits the deck. Here's Reid around the footy, pack forms around him, ball comes out the Saints way. Burns, hand pass to Bonner, hurried kick out of defence, but Hunt picks it off. He's paid the mark. A heap of it, 60 out left half forward. St Kilda by 14, a dozen minutes into the second term.
Hunt just stabs it inside 50. The kick can't quite find the target. Hits the deck, coming through Marek. Now Cully applying the tackle. St Kilda under pressure. Webster gathers, half-back flank off the Bonner. Non-preferred right boot. He was put down. Jimby dealt with him out of play.
Ordinary.
What did you say, Borley?
Well, he had a play on the smother there, Jimby, and he opted to go the easier option and dispose of the player.
He's hit his head, I think. Well, I think he's okay. He's hit his head.
And now the Saints quickly down the dockside wing. Membry's kick. A worm burner towards full forward. Wood gathers. Snaps on the right. It floats just across the face. Minor score. Behind. So St Kilda by 15 points.
Jess Webster.
Liam Stocker's gone down to the race with the doctors, so that appears to be a HIA, and Jermaine Jones standing on the interchange gates ready to come back on, which is good news for Eagles fans.
As you said, Borley, not to make too much of it, but pretty ordinary. Like, it bumped him, and as a result, his head hit the AstroTurf on the outside of the ground on Bonner, so not a good look there for the young Eagle, and one to keep an eye on as the review comes out from the match review officer. A hurried kick for the Eagles into the middle of the ground, picked off. Steele's got it for the Saints. Hand pass away to Owens. Swings his kick to half back, and here's Wilkie who marks. It goes short to Wilson. Darcy Wilson. Went to kick the footy away, dropped it cold. Now he's put himself under the pump. Somehow got boot to ball. Down to half forward. The Eagles win it back through Hoff. Hand pass away to Chesser. His handball finds Cully. It's a bit of a give and go. Gets it back and Chess is off and running. Not a heap up ahead. Hand pass to Jack Williams. Kick comes inside 50 now. Hutchinson. Nice mark. Protected the drop zone. And he's got it just left of centre, 45 out.
Well, it was the only option, Bully. Yep. And Battle had dropped back. Howard had dropped back. And the West Coast looked up and it was just St Kilda jumpers. And Hutchinson there on this side of the ground, on the harbour side of the ground, was just making space, making a run, and they're able to find him inside forward 50.
Stocker down to the rooms, as Jess told us. Jermaine Jones just popped back on. Good news for the Eagles. They're back to 4 fit bodies on the bench. This game, all of a sudden, a bit of feeling in it. Jack Hutchinson, their mid-season recruit from Wonthaggi. He misses out to the right behind.
He's a good mover, isn't he?
Looks athletic.
Yeah, listed at 192, so I was thinking he was a 6'1", 6'2", but he's a genuine size.
Saints by 14 points, 14 gone, second term.
We're in the famous 44 at the West Coast Eagles. Wilkie up to the wing. Ryan going back with one hand. Drops the mark, but gathers at ground level. Turns and kicks the Eagles to half forward. Wilkie picks it up on the half volley for St Kilda. Handball to Bonner, cruising by. Usually a good kick. Goes long this time towards Membry. Half forward for St Kilda. Looks inside 50. It's all open. Sharman on a back lead. Trips over his own feet. Bouncing ball for Hunt and the Eagles. Handball away to Edwards. Back to Jimby. Back pocket. Pokes it short and Cole. 45 out from the Eagles' defensive goal. St Kilda by 14. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Off the SMS, Anthony in Wild Dog Valley. The one for you, Bawley. Definitely an indoors fireplace day today.
Yeah, absolutely. Wild Dog. I did think of him today. It's not a fire pit day.
On from Adelaide. Hi, guys. Enjoying the call and my potato chips. 0437 774 774. Ben told us earlier, Ryan Marrick had to give up potato chips to make it in the big time.
Sacrificed.
I wouldn't give up hot chips. Not for anything.
I was catching a bit of that waft coming through the window as well. They smell good downstairs. Footy with True here. He goes long down the outer wing for West Coast. Off a number of hands, spills out West Coast way. Petruccelli bursts through a tackle. Wins the footy half forward. Jones has got to get around the umpire. He does so. Jermaine Jones collects. Handball to Ryan. Now 30 metres out. Kicks goalward. Misses. Behind. 5-4 to 3-3. St Kilda by 13 points halfway through the second term. In Sydney, the Giants by 20 points over the Suns. Same stage there, halfway through quarter number 2.
There's a beautiful story with Liam Ryan coming down from Geraldton to play in the WAFL at Subiaco. Played his 100th game last week under Jared Schofield. It was Schofield at Subi that got him down and kick-started his waffle career that led to his career in the AFL. St Kilda in the back pocket. Bonner, long left leg up to the wing. Jimby, good position. Mark for the Eagles. Right beneath us, dock side of the ground. I'm a big boy in his second season of AFL footy, just 19 years of age. Long left-legged kick, inside attacking 50, up goes Battle through his hands, spills down to ground level. Hutchinson coming through, knocks it out to Liam Ryan, zigging, zagging, snapping on goal, hitting the woodwork. He was evasive, like a magician, making the miss, couldn't quite finish. St Kilda by 13 points.
Would have been something special, not to be, but Eagles on top around the ground here, so 16.5 gone second term. Saints by 12.
Well, Ryan's got moving, hasn't he? You said Corby hasn't touched it in the first quarter. Up to 6 kicks. And you know that whenever he's got the ball in hand and forward 50, something usually happens. That was almost something out of nothing.
Owens marks the kick out, goes long to the wing, but a pack forms there and Chipper got a hold in the ball whistle. Felt like it's spilled down instantaneously to Clark. He was tackled by Cully, didn't make an attempt.
Oh, come on. He got tackled in the air.
It's the old one-arm free. Make an attempt.
Here's our charcoal chicken man, Jai Cully, kicks it inside the forward 50 for the Eagles. There's a free here. More intervention. It's going West Coast way for a hold. And as they sort it out, the footy's handed to Jack Williams, so he's going to get it. There was a pack of around half a dozen players, and in the end, free kick for the emerging key forward for the Eagles.
Yeah, against Josh Battle, he just stopped his jumper. There wasn't much in it. Maybe just the size there of Williams. He's 198. Battle, the smaller defender, just a little bit worried about the taller player having a run and jump at it. You see there? Yeah, there's not much in it, but
just that little sort of drag down. Like the umpires, they've got to be looking really carefully.
Drop punt is good. Jack Williams pops it through. and the Eagles are right in this game. Conceded the first 21 points, but now St Kilda's lead is just 6. The Saints 5-4-34, the Big Birds 4-4-28, 18 gone, second quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Yeah, well, really it's on the back of work. Yeah, we're critical of West Coast in that first quarter. This work rate just wasn't there. They're allowing a lot of St Kilda free players to run and move and to gain possession. But this quarter they've defended a lot better, albeit it's 2 goals apiece, 2 goals for to 2 goals won in West Coast favour. But they've defended better. They defended the middle of the ground a lot better, where in that first quarter St Kilda were able to run the ball out of their defence and take the ball really from one end of the ground to the other with 21 inside 50. So it's been probably their work rate that's increased this quarter, the Eagles.
2 goals apiece in the second term. They've kicked more behinds, though, the Eagles. Bailey Williams trying to soccer it, misses it, allows Rowan Marshall to pick it up from the restart. Out to Zach Jones for St Kilda. Goes to Wangani Malera, kicks inside 50. Off, just folding back, marks defensively for the Eagles. Kicks them out towards the wing, looking for Cripps. He marks and hits the ground running. Away goes down the city wing.
Hand pass to Jermaine Jones. Swings a handball back inside to True. Runs into trouble. Tackled by Steele. Ball comes out. Holding the ball, says the umpire. True collected. Full pace. Turned around and there was Jack Steele to get him.
Just one too many handballs, wasn't it? Had equal numbers ahead of the ball there. He's got to go and get it in deep. Put pressure on the defenders.
Steele, contest kick down the outer wing. Again, there's another whistle here. It's a St Kilda free kick this time. So the ump's heavily involved in what's happening in those packs when we get a contest kick, as we did on that occasion. So free kick for Owens. Gives it to Wangani Malera. Swings it from the city side to the dock side. Wilkie, short kick to Howard. Now down to half forward. Here's Sharman hitting up, takes the mark. 60 metres out. From the Saints goal at the Coventry end. Space for Membry into the pocket. Takes the diving mark. He's got it right in front of the Eagles race, and he'll kick from about 35 out.
Witherden can't allow that hit up. That's just really, he just didn't want to go with Sharman. So if Witherden is with Cooper Sharman, he doesn't take that mark 70 metres out. He chose to allow Sharman to get a couple of steps on him, and then now this is the reason why Membry's having a shot, albeit a difficult angle, but it shouldn't have been allowed, that hit up.
So Tim Membry, his drop punt, right peg against the fence. But that is a superb finish. Never looked like missing. Straight through it goes. And St Kilda with a bit more breathing room. Back out by 12 points. 6-4 to 4-4. 21 gone in the second term. Neat finish from Tim Membry, Saturday footy, ABC Sport.
No, it's a good call. And they're the ones that hurt you. I mean, they've worked hard in the first 20 minutes of this quarter, the Eagles, to get the game right back on an even keel, and then just a lapse in concentration.
It's just like, can't be bothered doing it. Can't be bothered getting close enough to him.
Yeah, and he's played enough footy, Alex, with it. He's got to get that out of his game. He's going to play across half-back. And then the flow-on effect as well. I think it was Harry Edwards then drops off Membry. Yep. Okay, he was deep in the pocket, but key defender, you've got to be harder. You've got to be up your opponent's backside, and you've got to take it personally. More so, don't you? Not let them get an easy kick. And Membry was good enough to finish.
Only been goalless once in 12 games against the Eagles, Tim Membry, so that record stays intact with that goal. 6 individual goal kickers for St Kilda from the restart. Free kick going to Rowan Marshall.
Oh, give it to him.
He ignores Wangani Malera running by. Now has to kick it to him. Outer edge of the centre square. He'll cut back infield. Looks central. Now he'll kick long towards full forward. Jimby at the front of the pack. Brings it down. Knocks it out to Edwards. Handball back towards Jimby. With it and fumbles. Now he's under pressure. Nowhere to go. Just gets a handball to Edwards. Top of the defensive goal square for the Eagles. Under all sorts. And a ball up to come. St Kilda by 12. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Giants by 8 in the other game. Same stage, time on second term. Call available through the ABC Listen app. Ball up, hot spot for the Saints. Taken by Butler, tackled. Ball up again. The Eagles have had large periods where they've been on top in this second term, and yet still trailing in the quarter. It's St Kilda by 12 points. Ball up, top of the goal square for the Saints. Higgins hands it out to Clark. He shoots goal, and it was touched off the boot. So the fans behind the goals are happy with that, but the umpire says, nope, fingertips on the way through and a minor score. but it may be the first involvement for the Arc today.
Is it back up and running?
Well,
I think it had a few issues with the outage yesterday, the crowd strike, so we didn't have it last night, did we?
It's clearly touched off the boot.
Well, who's calling touch? The umpire or the goal umpire here?
Hunter Clark didn't have much of a poker face. He pretty much did.
No, but what I'm saying is, so the goal umpire straight away called touched.
Yep.
Is then the field umpire not agreeing with that call? So,
well, I thought the field umpire called touch.
Yeah,
the field umpire is the only one that's allowed to call touch.
That's what I would have thought. Yeah.
Off the boot. Yeah. Anyway,
so why are they checking it?
We got the right result. 13 points. St Kilda's lead. 24 gone second term.
Witherden with the kick up to the wing. The Eagles are out pointed again. Sharman gives it to Burns. St Kilda back inside 50. Owens launching, doesn't mark. Spills down to ground level. Butler coming through. Can't gather. Harley Reid soccers it out. Eagles away. He gets it back from Ryan. Big don't argue on Bonner. Running through the middle. Ran a long way. Too far, Harley. And he'll get called for a travel. It'll come back to Bonner. Free kick to St Kilda in the middle.
I've got a proposed rule change. But if you fend someone off, it counts as a bounce.
Counts as a bounce, so I like it.
No.
Free kick for the Saints as Bonner hand pass away to Wanganeen. Miller kicks inside the forward 50. There's a shove. Owens into the back of Kelly and a free kick half back for the Eagles. Tom in Wheelers Hill, loving the call as we clean my son's house while he's away. Belated Christmas present. Problem is...
very belated.
Problem is keep stopping to listen at tense moments. Thanks, Tom. Nice to hear from you. Out of defence come the Eagles. Jack Williams, the target, forced to spoil. Spills down the Saints' way. Battle, sweeping hand pass away to Wood, and his hand pass ends up out of bounds. We've got to throw in 60 out from the Saints' goal.
Got a look-alike, few Corbs. You and I are WWE fans.
Yeah.
Ruben Ginbey. Sid Vicious, Sid Justice.
Yes. I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Big chest, the curly blonde hair.
Yep. Ben has to go straight to the phone. He's not a big wrestling connoisseur, it must be said. 13 points, the lead for the Saints. What about you, Bally? You much for a WWE wrestling?
I was back in the day, absolutely. Yep.
Sid Vicious.
The Hitman Hart.
Yep.
That man.
We got another ball up here. Still 60 metres out from the Saints' goal. St Kilda by 13 points. 25 gone second term. 7-point lead for GWS. Meanwhile, 4 minutes to go before half-time there in Sydney against the Suns. There is a call available of that through the ABC Listener.
Saturday footy here on ABC Sport. Marshall slapping it boundary side. Kelly for the Eagles. Gives it back to Edwards. Kick up to the wing. Knocked down by Bailey Williams. Bonner there for the Saints. Handball to Wanganeen Malira on the logo. Short kick for Henry. Nice mark. Just tumbling to ground. Gives it back to Bonner. Kicking lateral across the ground for Webster.
They're just starting to allow those overlap handballs now, West Coast. It's sort of playing into St Kilda's hands. So they're just lapsing with their concentration. With finding their man when St Kilda has the ball.
Steele on the logo of the City wing. Cuts back inside, long kick inside 50. Membry to target, hits the deck. Membry's on it now. Goes to ground, got a hand pass out. Chief Butler socketed it forward, was clipped high, and he's getting a free. And Dan Butler will get it 20 metres out directly in front.
That's silly.
Jess Webster on the boundary.
Liam Stocker has re-emerged from the Saints rooms and has just taken a seat in the front row of the bench. It looks like he's going to be re-injected back into this game, so went downstairs to get checked out after getting a high hit from Liam Ryan, but looks like he's gotten the all clear.
I think it was Henry Edwards, was it? Just panicked a bit, really. Need to do it through the arm out. Pretty soft free kick there. Butler made sure the umpire saw it, but it's really just gifting him a goal late in this second quarter.
This one just served up for him as Butler trots in, pops it through, and all of a sudden St Kilda out to their biggest lead since the opening 15 minutes of play. We're ticking towards half-time. The Saints by 19, 7-5-47. The West Coast Eagles, for all their hard work, 4-4-28. Saints by 19, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just looking who the free kick was, definitely was there.
Yeah, it was the big fella Edwards who just panicked here. Jeez, it wasn't much in it, was it?
No, it wasn't.
The arms went back and the head went back and oh gosh, there actually wasn't much in it at all. But 4 umpires, well, they shouldn't. They don't miss much now.
Is that almost bordering on the staging category?
No, I mean there was contact, but I think he made the umpire.
What's the
made it clear that he was over. There was
the ice hockey rule where they have embellishment?
I think they fell into embellishment.
A little bit of embellishment from Dan Butler.
It's a great phrase, isn't it? Hunter Clark with the clearance from the restart for St Kilda. Check side inside 50. Membry gathers. Handball back beyond it towards Higgins to Sinclair. Kick to full forward. Sharman launching. Doesn't mark. Butler again. Twisting through them. Handball away to Wilson. He'll get it back. Butler can only centre it. Kick to full forward. Sharman rises above them. Doesn't mark. And then a clearance from Hunt for the Eagles. Beyond the defensive arc. Jermaine Jones is out there. Drops the mark. Now picking it up quickly is Sinclair rather. And chipping it back inside 50 to Jimby, who marks 40 out from his defensive goal. St Kilda by 19 points. Saturday footy here on ABC Sport.
Jimby comes out of defence. Long left footer up towards the wing. No mark. Hits the deck. Spills through to Clark. Pokes a kick down towards half forward. And there's Marek. Takes the intercept mark. So he's just told us Stocker rejoining the team back on the bench, but not yet back on the ground. And looks as if at least the way that he's sitting there in his playing strip, we'll see him in the second half as a long kick from Marek is punched out of bounds by Battle. Boundary throw-in right on halfway. Grant in Hobart. G'day team. Enjoying the call while on the couch with the flu. Half of Hobart has it. Go the Blues. Get well soon, Grant. Appreciate that. Bob from Bronte. Good afternoon, gents, from the centre of Tasmania, Bronte Park. Great call as always. There's Tom here late for West Coast. Hurried kick forwards, picked off by Battle. The kick forward from Cole. So Battle with the footy as the siren goes to signal the end of the first half. And the Saints have led all day so far. They kicked the first 3 goals. The Eagles got within 6 points at one stage in that second term. But at half-time, it is St Kilda by 19. 7-5-47, West Coast 4-4-28. Half-time Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The goal kickers. 7 individual goal kickers for St Kilda. Higgins kicked the first of the day. Owens, Butler, Wilson, Membry, Wood and Sharman all with 1 each. While Oscar Allen is the only multiple goal kicker on the ground. He has 2. Jack Williams and Ryan Marek with 1 each for West Coast. Half-time at Docklands, St Kilda by 19 points. Meanwhile, ticking towards half-time in Sydney. GWS by 12 points over Gold Coast. 7-1 over an inaccurate Suns. 4-7. So 11 scoring shots to 8, and yet the team with 8 scoring shots leads the game by 12 points, as can often happen. As we say, bad kicking is bad football. 12-point lead for the Giants there. Half-time here, the thoughts of Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The Saints by 19.
Well, Bully, they did a bit of work late, St Kilda. It was a reasonably even quarter, probably up until the sort of the 20-minute mark. Then St Kilda were able to get the final 2 goals of that quarter. And the possession count was even about that 20-minute mark. But the possession counts ended up 106-68. So, yeah, St Kilda really went to work in that last sort of 10 minutes of that quarter. And it was done through handball receive. Handball receive for that second quarter was 33-17. So you could just see that West Coast just dropped off late in that quarter, and St Kilda were happily received handballs, happily continued to run, happily took the ball inside their forward 50. Another 14 inside 50s for the Saints that quarter for 4 goals too. So it was a good late charge by the Saints just to put a nice little gap on the score. But I think that probably the margin's fair enough. If you look at the entirety of that first quarter, St Kilda have certainly had the better of it. There's a 15-minute period where I thought West Coast were pretty good and they were able to score, but for probably for the other, let's call it 35 minutes of that half, I thought St Kilda certainly had the better of them. Where and I mentioned handball receives. That's what I think Jared Schofield will be disappointed at, because there's a little bit of that where his forwards aren't pushing up high enough up the ground to stop that. There's a little bit also with your direct opponent, you're not prepared to then go with him and stop that handball receive. So Brad Hill's got on the end of a couple. Wanganeen Malera has got on the end of a couple of handballs. So they're starting to get their real prime movers into the game. Jack Sinclair is starting to find a bit more of the ball. But then the other side of it too is, those little hit-ups. Now, it wasn't just Sharman and Membry inside forward 50, but there's been these little hit-ups inside the centre square where St Kilda have been able to take the ball back through the middle of the ground and then take the ball inside their forward 50. So that's where I think the disappointment will lie with Jared Schofield and his coaching staff. That, yep, we've gone okay in terms of the combat and the contested possession and the clearance, but then when it's sort of like when you know you're not going to get the ball but you still have to work hard, they're choosing not to.
Yeah, we spoke about pre-game, didn't we, about St Kilda's offence woes, if we want to call it that, throughout the year, and the cause or the source of that. I think we've seen it again today, haven't we, really? I mean, their ability to be able to transition the ball from back to forward and turn the ball over in their front half, against a pretty young and inexperienced Eagles defence, we know, that it's been pretty good. It's just that last kick, or whether it's a decision-making error or just an execution error, really, they've left a fair bit out there. When you consider 35 entries in a half a footy for 7 goals, 5. So, okay, they've had 12 shots, going almost at 50% from a shot point of view, but you just feel like there's been so many opportunities where they've been able to, or they've moved the ball pretty well, and those guys that you mentioned being involved, Wanganeen Miller and Sinclair and Hill, a lot of the time. It's just that last kick that's letting them down, and it has across the course of this year. We know that. So that'll continue to be the focus for the Saints. They should be a little bit further ahead. What are we? There's still, but only 3 goals, so still enough there for the Eagles to say, okay, if we can keep at it here, stick at it, keep cracking in around the contest, keep winning clearance, and getting the ball forward. They need some more ground level representation for the ball. The Eagles. The first couple of entries we spoke about, free kicks given away, so that's inexcusable. If nothing else, they have to at least halve the contest for the ball, but then they need some of those smaller players or medium-sized players ahead of the ball to get involved in the game. That hasn't quite happened yet. The Saints have been able to rebound from their defensive half far too easily. They just haven't been able to score. So clear focuses for both teams going into the second half.
A 19-point advantage for the Saints at halftime. I've got a little talkback topic for us that I might throw out on the SMS after halftime as well. So stick around for that if you...
Is that Radio Craft? Just tease it?
Just tease it out. But I was thinking mainly in light of Bailey Williams. And as well Ben said, he's become a bit of a cult figure. He's been able to win the crowd over. Yes. I was thinking about, in footy over the years, guys that have perhaps won you over. They don't have to be the best player in the team, but perhaps just a run-of-the-mill player that all of a sudden became one of your favourites based on the way that he went about it in particular. So that's what I'm looking for off the SMS. Don't have to give it to me now.
No, I'm not giving it to you. I'm just going to say he's still sporting the moustache that Adam Simpson told him to shave off as well, Bailey Williams.
So we'll do that one on the SMS, 0437 774 774. I'll tell you more about it after we get the latest from the ABC newsroom. St Kilda by 19 points at half-time. In Sydney, meanwhile, there's a game going on there between GWS and Gold Coast. And despite the fact the Suns have had more of the scoring shots at halftime, it is GWS who lead that game. Speaking of Radio Craft, this is what we do when we pad out when the score disappears. So GWS 8-1-49, Gold Coast 4-9-33. So at halftime, it is the Giants who lead there by 16 points over the Suns. Second half action not far away here. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. But for now, let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The cybersecurity firm responsible for a global computer outage has apologised for the disruption. The outage took down systems in a wide range of industries, including health, travel, media and banking. Networks have slowly been coming back online across the globe, but it could be some time before operations return to normal. CrowdStrike CEO George Kurtz has told NBC a bug in a software update they pushed out to Microsoft systems caused them to crash across the globe.
It wasn't a cyber attack, it was related to this this content update. And as you might imagine, we've been on, with our customers all night and working with them. Many of the customers are rebooting the system and it's coming up and it'll be operational because of, we fixed it.
The Federal Cybersecurity Minister Claire O'Neill says most systems that went down yesterday as a result of that major tech outage are back up and running, but there are still some teething issues. Although the situation's improving, Ms O'Neill says Australians can still expect some delays at supermarkets and airports.
For most sectors of the economy, everything is functioning.
All I would just say is that there are still some teething issues. So often this is relating to big organisations where parts of their IT system need to communicate with each other.
The Bangladeshi government says it's introducing a curfew and deploying the military to keep order after days of deadly protests. The BBC's Anbarasa Natharajan reports.
The decision to impose a nationwide curfew came after at least 35 people were killed in clashes on Friday, the deadliest day for the protests so far. At least 67 people have been killed in the clashes since Tuesday in escalating violence. The UN Human Rights Chief, Volker Turk, has described violence used by the security forces against student protesters as shocking and unacceptable. He said those responsible must be held to account.
The largest housing provider for unaccompanied migrant children in the United States is being accused of years of harassment and sexual abuse. The U.S. Justice Department is suing Southwest Key Programs, alleging children in their care were abused over an 8-year period. The Justice Department says the company's... Mr. Gosper was a silver medalist at the 1956 Melbourne Olympics. He later became chairman and chief executive of Shell Australia. You're now up to date with the latest from ABC News.
The road to an Olympics or Paralympics is rarely straightforward. It's filled with pain, pressure and expectations.
The gold is always on my mind.
For me to go to the Olympics would be everything.
Being able to bring home the first ever gold for Australia would be a very, very proud moment for me.
ABC Sports documentary Countdown to Paris follows 5 Australian athletes in their quest to make it to Paris 2024.
I knew straight away that qualifying for Paris was what I wanted to do.
The desire to make an Olympics never goes away.
Countdown to Paris is available to watch now on ABC iView and the ABC News In-Depth channel on YouTube.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Henry in the long sleeves, takes the mark, now looks inside 50 for the Saints, looking for Sharman, and he bursts up the mark, 48 metres out, slight angle to the right. Super Cooper from downtown, he's kicked it. Yeah. From the edge of the square, long range. Steele at centre-half back.
Oh, dangerous kick, turns it over with it and takes the mark. They're out downhill. Oscar Allen running back goal side. Marks, plays on immediately and makes sure of it. He's got his second. Burns collects by his bootlaces. Kicks down the right half forward and his Membry in a bit of space. That characteristic jump off both feet as he pokes it into the forward pocket and space opens up for Wood. Wood snaps off his preferred left boot and hooks it through. Wilkie, short kick to Howard. Now down to half forward. Here's Sharman hitting up, takes the mark. 60 metres out. And the Saints goal at the Coventry end. Space for Membry into the pocket. Takes the diving mark. Tim Membry. His drop punt, right peg against the fence. But that is a superb finish. Never looked like missing. Straight through it goes.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the second quarter. It is half-time at Docklands. St Kilda by 19 points. 7-5-47 over the West Coast Eagles, 4-4-28. So a 19-point lead for the Saints. The Eagles are actually on top for large periods of that second term, and yet St Kilda kicking the last 2 of the quarter after the Eagles got within a goal. And now they lead by 19 again at the half. There's another game being played up in Sydney between GWS and Gold Coast. We'll keep you updated with that throughout the afternoon. At halftime, it is the Giants by 16 points. So 8-1-49 over Gold Coast, 4-9-33. And the NRL, of course, there's action today in the NRL. It is a shortened round due to Origin, so 3 teams having the bye. But action already underway between the Rabbits and the West Tigers, if you want to hear that, or the other game of footy. You can find it through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for the green ABC Sport button on the Listen app for the Rugby League and, of course, the AFL icon for the other AFL game.
Just some news out of this game so far, Corb. So Liam Ryan appeared to clip Liam Stocker. He was then taken from the ground and assessed. I wonder whether that will be looked at by the MRO, Michael Christian, and also just Ruben Jimby. And I think he was fortunate that Riley Bonner was okay, but Bonner kicked. He probably had a play on a smother, elected to bump him. He then hit his head on the AstroTurf outside of the boundary. So Bonner has stayed in the game, which is good news for him and good news for Ruben Jimby as well. But maybe a couple of incidents that will be looked at.
Thanks, Ben. That's the latest on that front. We're still waiting for the teams to make their way back out after half-time. So the Little Leaguers just wrapping up their work, and here come the Saints to start the second half. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Jess Webster on the boundary, Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball, our premiership pair. Now, just before the break, I did ask on the SMS about...
Tees.
That's right. That's the radio crop.
Yeah.
Players that have sort of worked their way into your heart. So perhaps not the best player in the team, but just a good, honest try that through pure endeavour, as we saw with Bailey Williams, become fan favourites. Josh from Adelaide says Rodney Maynard, who was a Crows Foundation player. A bit harsh here. He says he's no oil painting, but he got the job done. Any position on the ground, genuinely got the most out of his ability. Thanks, Josh. Guys, Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody, a player that could go unnoticed in a game, but then explode.
Couple of minutes,
with natural talent, had a song written about him. He certainly did, which is still viewable on YouTube. Who else has that claim in the modern game? Scott Pendlebury had a song written about him, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Bennery in the booth earlier this year. My two boys, Bomber supporters as well, have a love-hate relationship with Darcy Moore. Obviously, after he took them apart in Anzac Day 2023, Sean in Mount Gambier, thanks for that. John and Jenny from Bacchus Marsh, little shout out to them. Currently on level 3, we're long-suffering Saints supporters at the footy with our son, who's an Eagles supporter. He's on level 1. We can't sit together. We might drive him home though. Loving the call. So, mum and dad on level 3 and son on level 1 supporting different teams at the footy. And from Annie, umpires missed a few frees. They're human and the game is fast. At the same time, can't blame a player for embellishment. Newer players and lesser named players get fewer free kicks. That's obvious. Thanks, Annie. Appreciate that. 0437 774 774. Give me some nominations for players that have worked their way into your heart.
I'm struggling with it. Who have you got, Rama?
I was a long-suffering Richmond supporter as a kid, so didn't see a lot of success through my childhood. But the one player that just has a special place in my heart is Duncan Callaway.
Yes.
He had to play on Gary Ablett Sr., Jason Dunstall, Tony Lockett, Stephen Kernahan, Tony Modra, etc., and he just tried his guts out.
Did he win you over?
His guts out. Oh, yeah, he won me over.
So he didn't have you at the start?
No. I thought he just couldn't kick. I thought, what is this bloke? But
That's a great nomination.
But then he just tried his heart out on those guys. And look, against Richmond in those days, everybody was kicking bags of goals. Jason Dunstall kicked 17 goals one day on Scotty Turner at Waverley. But I loved he just tried. He put his body on the line.
They don't have to go from whipping boy to fan favourite, but you get extra points if they do. but
they're not
the top tier guy.
As the top tier guys. Is that what you're saying?
But just win you over if you've got one for us, Paulie. I mean,
I was a Mad Hawks man, 80s, early 90s. I remember Tony Hall.
Yep.
I love Tony Hall. I mean, he was surrounded by stars.
In that State of Origin game.
Yeah, that was all. He was never the same after that. But he was a guy who, same thing, tough, brave, but could take a brilliant mark, and he was just underrated and surrounded by, Dunstall, Burton and those sort of types. So he's one that comes to mind. Another one in recent times, just Dennis Armfield.
Yep.
Dennis was, if you ask Carlton supporters, I think he wasn't whipping boy, was he? He was a favourite. He was certainly a favourite of supporters. I'm a bit, the bloke who won the game for Adelaide last night, I reckon fits into that category.
Keys,
love the way he goes about Keezy.
Even I was a big Sammy Durham fan before he sort of became the player he is now. I mean, that, again, just a blue collar scrapper that every sort of team craves and loves.
Ben Keys, I said this to Benny Cameron off air. Essendon have a habit of a guy, I reckon over the last 4 or 5 years, of a guy having a career night against them. A career night. Like, if you go back and look at Essendon's games when they've lost just or been beaten easily, a player's had a career day. Ben Keys last night, he would not play better than that ever. It was an amazing effort.
Rama, you and I have to help each other through these weekends, and we made a promise that we wouldn't mention Essendon, and even just to make a mention of what happened, I feel like you've broken the rule.
I was driving home with my son from rep basketball last night, and it was the dying stages, and I just started laughing. You could see what was happening. It was just, here we go.
There is good news amongst
death by 1,000 cuts.
You're going to remain the youngest ever Essendon Premiership player. That's not changing.
Oh, boy.
What an honour.
It's It's not a good day for the Essendon faithful. St Kilda and West Coast, second half upon us. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. More of your nominations, by the way, for players that have won you over. 0437 774 774. Saints by 19. Here's Ben Cameron.
Both rucks miss it in the restart. Coming through, Zach Jones on his backside gets out a handball. Marek soccers it to the wing for West Coast. Handball too hot there for Jimby. Goes back and gets it. Gives it to Marek. Kick just finds Kelly. Wide out on the wing. He'll float a kick inside 50. Bouncing ball for Ryan. Wilkie just shepherds him out of it. Allows Dougal Howard in for the Saints. Gives it off to Webster. Kick back to the logo. Wood and Reid. Reid outpoints him. Marks on the wing for the West Coast Eagles.
He's changed his boots, Harley.
Yeah.
Got the blue ones on now.
This will be very interesting if Harley Reid continues with the matchup on Mason Wood. Huge aerobic base, Mason Wood.
Goes short to Hunt. Now the long kick inside the forward 50. Here is Bailey Williams. Flies for it. No mark. Spills down to Kelly. Hand pass to Hutchinson. Hand pass out wide to LeBron. Kicks goalward. Had to go the low trajectory drop punt, but hit the padding on the post. They behind. First score of quarter number 3 is a behind for West Coast. Saints by 18 points.
Wanganeen Malira, dodgy kick in, allows Jimby in. Ball hits the deck, defensive 50 for the Saints. They win it though through Zach Jones. Handball to Henry, kick up to the logo. Edwards flies in and marks for the Eagles. On the logo, city side of the ground.
I'll switch it.
St Kilda by 18 points. Edwards takes Rammer's advice. Switches it to Jermaine Jones. He'll stab it short. Harley Reid again. Thinks about giving it. Instead, veers out to his right. Feeds the handball to Brady Hoff. Has men on inside 50. Looks long towards Ryan. Up he goes. Brings it down. No, not paid. Had a lot of it. Umpire says no. Bradley Hill pinches it. Races away with it for St Kilda.
Kicks to Owens, who marks at half back. Be happy with that, Liam Ryan. Did he have enough of it, lads?
No.
Never controlled it, did he, all the way down? No.
Owens kicks down the wing, and that's a good mark as Memory leaps up and hugs it to his body on the left side. Right on halfway for the Saints. And all the pack of players flood down the right half forward. Punched away at the back by Bailey Williams, but down to Henry for the Saints. To Steele, to Zach Jones. Hand pass to Stocker. Back to Zach Jones. He's in trouble. Caught holding the ball. Free kick West Coast.
That's what you want to see, isn't it? That's what we know, that inexperienced side, young players, but that's what we can't control. That time it was Jamie Cripps, who experienced premiership player.
Cripps got it away, and now Luke Edwards has the footy in the middle of the ground, kicks down to half forward. Allen horribly outnumbered, but the Saints hand it straight back. Hurried kick inside the forward 50 for the Eagles is picked off. And Hunt's kick, intercept mark taken deep in defence by St Kilda, and Dougal Howard can rebound for the Saints.
A kick towards halfback, taken by Marshall, gives it to Stocker. Handball away to Sinclair, just ambling through the middle. He'll send a long kick out to the wing. It's a good one. Owens takes it. He'll poke it over the top. Coming up, Membry. St Kilda, high half forward, city side of the ground.
Well, this is where they break down, and it was a training drill passage of play, as we said, and they get the ball to the launch pad, 60 metres out, and chip it around again.
Wanganeen Malira gives it to Hill, gets it back, kicks inside 50. Sharman hitting up at the footy, doesn't take the mark. Edwards spoiling, goes again at ground level, wrapped up in a tackle. And a ball up on the attacking arc, St Kilda by 18 points.
And you're spot on, boy. But this is the Max King conversation. So Max King's not there. At least Max hits up at the football. He tries to make a contest. Yeah, okay, he might not mark a lot or kick it, but he's at least there's a target.
Saints win it at the stoppage. Liam Henry kicks to the goal square, but Barris is back with the intercept mark. Saints by 18 points, 4 minutes into the third term. Now, listeners have delivered in a big way off the SMS. We got some really good nominations coming in. I'll get to a few of those. The next break in players. Barris goes long out to halfback. Allen reaches for it, no mark. Jimby retrieves it against the boundary line, still at halfback for West Coast. Kicks down the wing. Kelly knocks it forward, but turned it over. And Wanganeen Miller for St Kilda straightens up. Out of corridor, taken by Steele.
Kicks into the middle of the ground for Marshall. Now Marshall pokes it over the top for Henry. He takes it. Attacking edge of the square for St Kilda. Veers out to his right. Sends it to the pocket. Looking for a marker. Jimby there. Spoils it down for West Coast. Following up Kelly. Worried out of it initially by Hill. Picks it up for St Kilda. Handball bumbles around. Now trying to... or bobbles around rather. And eventually knocked out. Throwing right forward pocket for the Saints. They led it by 3 goals.
Brendan from Hobart, one of your former teammates, Bally. Alan Tuvey wasn't blessed with skills but made up for it in other ways.
Yep, good one. Tuves.
Throwing in the pocket. Missing it, Bailey Williams. Spills to Zach Jones of St Kilda. Handball fumbled there by Burns. Out to Wood. Snaps on goal. Tumbles through. Minor score. St Kilda by beyond 3 goals now. 19 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. We played 5 minutes in the third.
Shane from Perth says, as a bagger, I'd say Andrew Carazzo.
Yeah.
Great team player and awesome guy. Meeting him one day in Perth after a Blues loss. It's nice that he was still left an impression even in defeat. There's a long kick from Barris out at half-back. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Cripps has got it. He's tackled. Somehow got it out to Harley Reid. Still half-back for West Coast. Handball to Hunt. Handball to Marrick. Gets it out to Chesser. He's off and running. Takes a bounce. Draws the player in Wilkie. Handball to Hutchinson. Might get it back. Hand pass goes a little wider. Now to Allen. He's over halfway. Kicks the Eagles down to half forward and Ryan marks. He's 52 metres out. Allen keeps on moving and Wilkie arrives late. Slaps it out of bounds for the Saints as he so often does with the spoil. And forces the neutral ball inside 50 for the Eagles. 6 gone, third term. Saints by 19 points. Annie off the SMS. I really valued Raf Clark. Too quick and smart for his teammates, sadly.
Williams taking it out of the ruck for the Eagles. Handball fumbled there by Ryan. Allows in the Saints and Henry. Slick handball to Sinclair. Off to Stocker, to Wood. On the wing now. Forward handball to Owens. Forward of the wing. He can kick inside 50. Membry, one out with Cole. And out bodies him to mark. 40 out, slide angle to the left.
Steele. Yeah.
He'll chip it over the top. Steele is able to mark. 15 out. Slide angle to the right-hand side.
He always had terrific position there. Tim Membry, the smaller Tom Cole, tried to use his body, but Membry just far too strong in a one-on-one contest.
Good run from Jack Steele there.
Yeah.
He started at the stoppage there at half-back. Just worked harder then than their Eagles opponents. Gets an easy shot on goal.
Saints skipper, most courageous player in the game, voted by his peers in 2021, and skills to match on the finish. St Kilda, their lead ballooning out. 8-6-54 plays 4-5-29, 25 points, a game high, 7 minutes into the third term. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, our premiership pair.
Yeah, just a work rate thing. Again, this will disappoint. Way too easy out the front of the stoppage there. I think it was Liam Stocker. And they just had the overlap, didn't they? All the way down the ground. Nice use of the body there. My memory, who for some reason had Cole as his opponent. So the Eagles just disorganised there behind the ball at that forward stoppage. So again, that's the sort of stuff that he's controllable round. That's the stuff that'll, that Jared Schofield will be really flat about. And then Jack Steele, as I said, was rewarded for some hard running there. Not a big goal kicker, but there's some opportunities there for the Saints mids today.
Back in the middle, hit out to Bailey Williams, down towards Steele. He's tackled, somehow got a hand pass out. Reid tries to knock it clear for the Eagles. Kelly soccers it in that direction as well. True left it behind. Here's Sinclair still inside the centre square. Hand pass picked off. Reid's got it, fighting through a tackle. High up and under for the Eagles, out to half forward. Marrick flies, no mark. Falls down to Burns, kicks in the other direction for St Kilda. Still no clean possession. Bailey Williams knocks it down. True. Handball to Marrick, handball to Chesser, hand pass back to Hoff. Some indecision on the wing, trying to arch the back, get away from two Saints, and then just kicks in hope down to half forward. Flying for it, Ryan, no mark, falls through to Sinclair for St Kilda. Handball to Clark, hand pass to Burns, and he dishes it off to the runner, Steele.
Getting on top the Saints, Steele. Time to turn, then kick infield for Stocker. Loops the handball to the runner Webster through the middle of the ground, chaining handballs off to Marshall, pokes it inside 50, Henry marks. 45 out, gives it off to Bradley Hill in the milestone match. His kick won't make the distance.
Free kick.
And they'll get a free kick, St Kilda. Mason Wood, left forward pocket. He was dealt with down there by Witherden. And deep in the left forward pocket, it's his kick.
Too often today, that sort of that short kick to about 40 metres. St Kilda have always got somebody there, and West Coast are just laying off too far. Lower the eyes. It's good play by the Saints going inside their forward 50. Poor defending by the Eagles.
Trying to become their first multiple goal kicker. His snap across the face, a minor score. And their lead out to 26 points. He might fit into the category. Mason Wood, Corbin, is someone who has won some people over.
kicked 4 goals last time these two teams met. He's got 1-3 today. Hunt out of the goal square, takes some ground, goes long to the wing, and Battle takes an intercept mark. Pablo in, is it Finley or Finley? Finley. Hands down Billy Picken.
Oh, yeah.
Billy.
Like that as a nomination as the kick goes to Sinclair. Hand pass to Battle. Long ball inside the forward 50 for the Saints. No clean disposal for St Kilda. The Eagles win it back, and a hand pass there from Hunt finds Hoff to Cole, and now a handball out to Ryan, deep in defence. Long kick up to the wing. Wilkie arrives late, spills the mark. It's cleaned up though by Webster. The Saints about to reload. Webster has a bounce. The long left footer towards the hot spot. Big climb from Sharman, no mark. Hits the deck. Harry Edwards has it. He's tackled. Says play on. You can throw a blanket over around 10 players. Still going. Eventually it comes out the back door. Barris can't trap it. Falls to Membry. Membry snaps it and kicks it from the pocket. Gee, we look destined for a stoppage. The umpire gave them time, and Membry, with a bit of polish on the end of it, hooks her his second. And St Kilda, their game-high lead continues to grow. 9-7-61, the West Coast Eagles 4-5-29, 11 minutes into the third, and this is getting away from the Eagles now. Adam Ramanaska's Luke Ball on ABC Sport.
Well, yeah, you love that from St Kilda. So easily that you can concede, let's have a ball up here. But they continued to scrap and fight and harass their St Kilda until the ball finally came out to Membry, who's able to snap over the shoulder for a really good goal. But again, you flip it on the other side to West Coast, and it's got to stay in that. It's got to stay in that space. Now, you've got to get a restart there. You can't let the ball come out. So, it's the complete opposites there. St Kilda forced the ball out, and West Coast simply allow it to happen.
He's having a good day, Membry. It's a good opportunity, isn't it, for players who are out of form. You talk about Owens as well, who's been better today. A nice opportunity for them to find some form against this young Eagles team.
I've got a question for you guys. What was Billy Picken famous for amongst his peers? As Bailey Williams for the Eagles slaps it forward out of the ruck. Knocked down, though, towards Wanganeen Malera, and St Kilda back in possession. Off to Hunter Clark, kicking up to half forward. Higgins somehow marks. Looks inside 50. Weighted kick just beyond Membry. Spills out to Jimby for the Eagles. He'll give it off to Edwards. Goes back to fullback, and the other Edwards, Luke Edwards to Harry Edwards at fullback for West Coast.
Long kick out towards halfback. Burns gets a shove from Ryan. All okay. Ryan collects the footy. Comes back on the right side. Short kick to Hunt. He marks defensive side of the wing. Has anyone got an answer to Ben's question?
Well, Billy Pickle's my mum's all-time favourite player.
Wow.
Short to Petruccelli. Hand pass back to Hunt. He's providing the run here. Sends it inside 50. Jack Williams marks. The transition of the footy. He's got it true centre half forward for the Eagles.
What's the answer, Benny?
He used to commentate himself on the ground, apparently. So as he'd launch for a mark, here comes Billy. And he would launch up and take a mark, apparently.
But that didn't happen in your playing days. No one was calling the game out there to themselves.
Lloydie? No?
Nah. I reckon our old mate might have done that once or twice. Milne. Yeah, he didn't shut up, Milne, on the ground. Whether he was talking to himself or his opponent.
Our SMS questions going red hot. Players that have won you over across the course of their career in the same vein as Bailey Williams. This is his namesake, Jack Williams, and that's a good drop punt. Pulls the trigger and puts it straight through. And one the Eagles desperately needed. A second for Jack. 5-5-35, St Kilda 9-7-61. A 26-point lead for the Saints. 14 gone third term. Off the SMS, Brendan in Warrnambool. Two players I absolutely loved with James Gwilt for St Kilda and Shane Tuck for Richmond. There's the late Shane Tuck. Glenn from Perth. Matt Prittis, nowhere near the most talented and one of the slowest, but toiled hard and even won a Brownlow. Jason says Michael Ferreira.
Yep.
That's the kind of category we're going.
Great career. Yep.
270-odd games.
Yeah, amazing career.
As a Geelong supporter, you can't go past Corey Enright. Mark from Coburg. Camden McIntosh is a good, honest player who knows his limitations and sticks to them. Always reliable.
Yeah. You need a little bit.
There's a couple that I like. Nick Smith is a really good nomination from the Swans.
Tim in Cheltenham, 200-plus games, no Brownlow votes. First magnet on the board each week, enjoying the call. Thanks, Tim.
Jason Blake was like that.
Yeah. Jack Williams into the ruck for the Eagles, palming it down for Harley Reid coming through, but no running room.
Sorry, Benny. He looks raw, doesn't he, Williams?
Yeah.
He's got a nice pair of hands, and that was a beautiful kick for goal.
Up it goes again. Zach Jones picks it up off the deck, gives it to Henry, gets it back, pokes a kick out wide. Wanganeen Malera taking the basket catch. between the logo and the boundary line, city side of Docklands. Saints by 26, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Kicks up to half forward, Membry, that double-footed jump. Can't bring down the mark, he'll get a free kick. And his arms chopped by Tom Barris.
He's having a day out. Tim Membry enjoying being the number one guy with no Max King. Liam Henry's really sore here.
He's in a bit of trouble there.
Yeah.
Membry at half forward. Sets it up towards full forward. The Eagles are there. Petrocelli marks at fullback.
Something's happened to that left leg.
Yeah, is it ankle or knee?
He's getting carried off by the two trainers. We'll get Jess to keep
They stopped the game again, Bolly.
St Kilda by 26, quarter hour mark, third term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
More on our SMS topic. So on behalf of my husband who's driving Severio Rocker, Max Rook from Geelong.
Max Rook's a beauty.
Yeah. One of the best players in the grand final against St Kilda from Sean. Daniel Harris from North Melbourne, underrated from Neil in Coburg.
Played 150 odd games for the Kangaroos, Daniel Harris.
From Gaza, Earl Spalding.
Oh, the Duke.
Love Earl Spalding out our way. A few more. Daz, Matt Spanger, what a champion. Whipping boy at West Coast, star at Hawthorn. Andy from Wodonga, the late Merv Nagel.
Yeah,
he had presence and swagger,
well
but what a down-to-earth gentleman. Number one.
Yep.
The Mighty Dons. And Andrew and Kwinana, Sean McManus, a Freo cult hero. Shawnee Mack, number 8.
They even made their mascot look like him. Shawnee Mack, Johnny the Doc.
Did too.
As Jack Williams, his kick into the middle of the ground, nearly a turnover for the Eagles, but Bonner soccers it towards Hunt. He's tackled quickly, gets a kick away, but the umpire said it was holding the ball before that.
That's not right.
Free kick to Darcy Wilson in the centre for St Kilda. Kicks long towards Owens. Up he goes, got a ride. Doesn't bring it down. Off there for the Eagles, back pocket. Off towards Edwards. That's Harry. His kick dribbles a metre. And now ball up.
So Hunt
in the right forward pocket.
Hunt was actually trying to get the ball on the boot and eventually did.
Yeah.
So that's not holding the ball.
He's making an attempt, isn't he?
Yeah.
They say. They want them to do that.
Get to Jess in just a moment. Saints by 26. Ball up here. Forward 50. Zach Jones in the end on the end of it. String of hand passes. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Woods there trying to clean it up. Misses near side. That's 1-4 for Mason Wood. Jess Webster on the boundary. Saints by 27.
It doesn't look good for Liam Henry. He was in a fair bit of discomfort when he came to the ground, straight down in the race with a couple of trainers. Couldn't put any weight on that left leg. The sub, Hugo Garcia's had the GPS tracker put in his Guernsey and has just had a little bit of fitness test, or a warm-up rather, along the boundary line. So expect that sub to be made any moment.
Halfway through the third quarter here, as it is in Sydney. The Giants by 28 over the Suns there.
So similar margins. St Kilda by 27 here. As the kick from Kelly goes up to the wing. Big fly from Hutchinson. There was a push out before it. Free kick going to Jai Cully on the wing. Gives it off to Petrocelli running by. He'll just chip it to Cripps. Wide out half forward. Has men on inside 50. Nothing he likes initially. It quickly congests.
Yeah, he's got Marshall back at the top of the square now, so maybe just pull the kick here.
Former Saint trying to chip it. Turns it straight over. Might have thought he was playing for the Saints again. Kicked it straight to Jack Sinclair. Back pocket for the home side off to Bonner.
Sean McManus, great nomination too. Did love Shawnee Mack. The other one is Shane Parker, who, similar to Duncan Callaway mould, had to stand all the big towering key forwards, often undersized, and just an absolute warrior fullback for Freo in the early days. He was a games record holder for a period of time. Saints have it at half-back. Short kick from Sinclair to Wilkie. Goes long down the boundary line, and Burns just holds out. Kelly takes the intercept mark. Hand pass releases Clark to Stocker. Hurried handball to Membry. His hand pass picked off. Cole for the Eagles, back the other way. Hand pass to Hoff. Handball to Kelly. Gets around one. Has it stolen? Pocket pick by Sinclair. Saints through the corridor. Turnover city here, and Butler's got it. Alongside the centre circle, shares it with Zach Jones for St Kilda.
He'll kick forward, back to Sinclair, attacking edge of the square. Goes to kick inside 50. Smothered by Witherden. Did well, and it ricochets away to Jones. That's Jermaine Jones, who chips it short. Hoff plays on. Now he's in all sorts. Under pressure, manages to get the handball away to Cole. Dumps it on the boot, tumbles it to the wing. St Kilda there through Wanganeen Malira. Time to stop, prop. Kick to Zach Jones, outer edge of the square, city side. Saints by 27. Saturday footy here on ABC Sport. First of a 3-game slate coming your way today. Zach Jones to half forward. Mason Wood leading up. Is it 55 out?
Wood. High half forward. He's going to get all the way to 50. Here's a long kick of the footy. He's a long kick and he's accurate here. His 6th scoring shot, but his 2nd goal. And Mason Wood with a bit of distance makes the difference. The Saints are 33 points up. Game high lead for the Saints, 20 minutes gone, third term. 10-8-68 the Saints, the West Coast Eagles 5-5-35. Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, Bally, Mason Wood this quarter has had the 5 possessions, so 4 kicks, 1 handball, 1 goal, 3 he's kicked in this quarter alone. So all his kicks have been at goal. So it could have been an amazing quarter, but again here, it's just... You've got to know he's a left footer, surely.
Yeah, well, I mean, I understand the protected area rule, but when they're 55 metres out or 60 metres out from, that was way too easy. He marked it 55 to 60 out, and he was just allowed to run completely unpressured, break the paint and kick the goal. It's poor from the Eagles.
They get a lot of easy kicks, St Kilda, sort of that 50 to 80 metres from goal. West Coast just continue to allow those short little hit-up marks.
They're only 2 goals away from their highest three-quarter time score this year, St Kilda. Haven't been a high-scoring, free-flowing team. They're out of the middle again. Marshall, handball to Steele, dinks it inside 50. Mark taken by Butler. 48 metres out. They can smell blood in the water, the Saints. Chips it over the top. Overshoots Wood. At the back, Cole gathers. Tackled to ground quickly. Safe tackle as well. All up to come. 40 out from their attacking goal, St Kilda.
The magic number earlier for the Saints. It's been 80 since Ross's his second tenure in charge, taking over at the start of last year. So when the Saints score 80, they're 14 wins, 1 loss. When they score under 80, they're 5 wins, 21 losses.
Which is interestingly really close to that 12-goal mark you've spoken about since Ross was at Fremantle Court.
So win 1 in every 5 when they score under that mark, and almost every game when they score over 80. Pack forms here again. We'll have another ball up about 30 metres out from the Saints' goal. Jess Webster downstairs.
So the sub has officially been made for St Kilda. Hugo Garcia is sitting in the front row of the bench. Still haven't seen Liam Henry re-emerge from the rooms, but he did injure his hamstring earlier in the year, was out for a number of weeks, and it was the same leg that he appeared to be injured again today. So hopefully he hasn't re-aggravated that hamstring injury. Still waiting for confirmation, but still down in the rooms.
Thanks, Jess. The Eagles work it up to halfway. It came back in momentarily, and now it's coming back out with an errant kick. And as a result, put out of bounds on the full by Alex Witherden. So free kick going St Kilda's way. They'll get it just forward of the wing. Saints by 33, a game high, 22 gone in the third term. And in Sydney, it's a 27-point lead for the Giants over the Suns. 5 games today. Of course, as Ben said, you'll get 3 of them uninterrupted here on ABC Sport.
Bono just pinpointing a kick for a leading Mason Wood. Wide out half forward. He'll stab it around the boundary line. Half volley there for Mitch Owens. Ricochets off his knee, out of play, throwing to come.
What if I wanted every game, Ben?
You can find it on the ABC Listen app, Corb. Download that and click on the ABC AFL button. If that doesn't have what you want, click on AFL Extra.
We're looking for players that have won you over through pure endeavour, perhaps not fan favourites at the start, but just pure work rate, like Bailey Williams, who grabs it out of the ruck here, kicks it back towards the boundary line. There were a few Eagles around, and the ump says benefit of the doubt. Daniel in Hobart says Clive Waterhouse. I'm not sure Clive fits that bracket.
Number 1 pick.
He's number 1 pick, more cold hero.
One in the same vein as Shane Parker, who was an outstanding player, James Clement.
Yes.
Yeah. Jumper tucked in, shorts pulled up.
It's on Freo's board, I think, James Clement. If he's not, he certainly was recently, as Bailey Williams grabs it out of the ruck, kicks it up towards the wing. Jermaine Jones is there. West Coast, hand pass to True, handball away to Hunt. He's going to give it back to True, works his way through traffic on the wing for West Coast.
Takes a bounce and tackled by Sinclair, brought to ground, holding the ball. Free kick going the way of the Saints. Great tackle from their star. The All-Australian and reigning BNF. Kicks back to Wilkie. Inside the defensive arc. He'll send it out to the halfback flank, taken there by Webster. Saints by 33 points late in the third term. Short kick for a diving Bonner.
Chris in Launceston says Andy Gowers of Hawthorn.
Yeah, good player. President now.
Yeah. It's up towards the logo. Drop there by Steele. Allows in the Eagles through Witherden. Handball away towards Liam Ryan. Handball to Marek. He'll kick low inside 50. Bouncing ball. Clean pick up Cully. Handball away towards Jack Williams. Feeds a handball forward to Cripps. Needs it to sit in the pocket. Stumbles over. Allows in the Saints. Dougal Howard's got him. Holding the ball. Laborious from the West Coast Eagles going forward. And St Kilda survive 33 points. Is their advantage Jess Webster?
really disappointing for Liam Henry. He's just re-emerged from the rooms on crutches and the doctor just handing him a bag of ice. So it does look like it's that left hamstring injury that troubled him earlier in the season, sitting in the back row of the bench. Really unfortunate end to Liam Henry's day.
Thanks very much, Jess. And we're at that unfortunate stage of the season for a lot of these teams that aren't playing finals with
all over.
Dunner Hammy. There's only 5 games left after this, whether we'll see him again in his first year at St Kilda as Wilkie goes from the defensive side of the wing down to high half forward. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Kelly got it out. Oh, socked forward by Cole. Sprays off the side of the boot. He's been pinged for insufficient intent. I'm not sure that was his intention, but ball goes out and the Saints will win it back. Saints by 33. Wangadeen Miller short to half forward. Jess Webster.
So just got more information on Liam Henry. It looks like it's actually his knee and not his hamstring. So the ice is going on the knee and not the hammy. So hopefully that's not a serious knee injury. But either way, he doesn't look in a good way on the bench here, unfortunately.
But as bad as it is, multiple soft tissue injuries at 22, that might be a little worse. So that's no good at all. A knee complaint for Liam Henry. His day's done. The Saints worked it through. Wangadeen Miller to Ward and now to Machito Owens. Wide out left half forward. Kick goes goalward right to the goal square. Somehow everyone missed it and it slides through for a behind. Put it down off the boot of number 10, Machito Owens. Saints by 34, 26 minutes travelled third term. Meanwhile up in Sydney, it is the Giants by 28 over the Suns.
Harley Reid coming bounding away with it. Gives it to Witherden, who gives it back towards Barris. Kick smothered. Well done, Membry. Ricocheting around inside, attacking 50 for the Saints. Steal to Membry. Handball a turnover to Harley Reid. He goes for a gallop. Takes a bounce. Feeds the handball back to Jimby. He goes for a run as well. In the back pocket. Kick up towards the wing. Liam Ryan caught behind Sinclair. Halves it by fisting it out. And a throw to come. Half forward for St Kilda. They lead it by 34.
Had a big quarter, Jack Sinclair. 14 possessions. It was a great defensive effort as well.
Thoughts on Harley's day?
Just fair. Hasn't done a lot. He's got a lot of his possessions in the back half, which
been a bit disjointed, hasn't it? Like it hasn't had any rhythm, or we haven't seen him sort of be able to impact games for a little 5-minute bursts like he usually does. He's up around the ball now. The young sensation out of Tongala. Kick inside the forward 50 for the Saints, and Higgins is there to collect it. On the bounce, hand pass away to Wilson, handball to Garcia, the sub who's on the ground, kick turnover. Bounced off True, picked up by Kelly, back flank for the Eagles, hand pass out to Jinby, goes back by hand to Hoff. Hurried kick up the wing, leaping for it is Liam Ryan, trying to take him to juggled mark, unsuccessful. Still a chance to try and reel that footy in. Webster got it out to Bonner to steal. His hand pass a turnover to Ryan. Ryan's tackled and a ball up Logo City wing. Saints by 34, deep into time on third quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron, Corbin Middlemash, Jess Webster, Adam Ramanaskas, Luke Wall.
Bailey Williams spiking it forward. Hunter Clark tracking it. Stocker rather. Hunter Clark just off the contest and a throw in on the wing, city side of the ground.
Players that have won you over off the SMS. Rod Tilt Carter from Henry in Melbourne. Simon Prestigiacomo, a wet blanket from Lindsay.
That's a Mick favourite, that one.
Yeah.
Craig from North Melbourne. Spider Burton.
Check the number. It might have come from M. Malthouse.
Matthew Burton, Spider. Of course, he started with Fremantle and then ended up with the Roos.
Umpire puts it aloft. Bailey Williams spiking it forward again, taking that option a little bit. Steele trying to run it in. He can't. He's tackled out as well by Jermaine Jones, and another throw-in. St Kilda by 34. Played 28 and a half minutes in this third term.
Steve throws up Ian Fairley from North Melbourne. And loved Beau Waters, separate text.
Player.
Not the most skilled, but tough, no-nonsense, uncompromising 2012 most courageous player and All-Australian.
Yeah, really good player.
I think he's doing Ironman's.
Sort of play you try and avoid on the field if you could.
Just a glutton for punishment and pain, Beau Waters, isn't he?
Stevie Baker's like that too.
Stoppage free kick for the Eagles to Bailey Williams. He gets the last kick of the quarter, ends up the top of the goal square, and it's punched away. And that was St Kilda's quarter of footy. The Eagles got this to within 6 points late in the second quarter. The Saints kicked the last 2 of the first half, and then they kicked 3 goals to 1 in that third term, and as a result it's the Saints by 34 points at three-quarter time. St Kilda 10-9-69, the West Coast Eagles 5-5-35, and the Eagles fair bit of work to do. Looks like the Saints have this game in their keeping as we hit the three-quarter time siren. One of the big talking points out of the quarter, unfortunately, is that Liam Henry And 22-year-old recruit for the Saints is on crutches and he's got ice on that left knee as he hobbles out to join his teammates at the break. The goal kickers before the thoughts of Rama and Bawley, 2 for Mason Wood. It could have been a big day. He's kicked 2 goals, 4. 3 of them coming in that quarter alone, and then singles for Higgins, Steele, Owens, Butler, Wilson, Membry and Sharman. Meanwhile, for the West Coast Eagles, 2 each for Allen and for Jack Williams, and Ryan Marrick has the other. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. We'll be back in just a moment with the thoughts of Rama and Bawley. Meanwhile, up in Sydney, 2 minutes before three-quarter time, Giants on top there. They lead at the Suns by 29 points. Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Hey Google, play the footy on the ABC.
Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Oh, that is amazing!
Play ABC AFL.
Time to steady and pull the trigger!
Get the best call, the biggest experts in the game, every round of the AFL season.
Can he bend it back? You bet he can!
On your favourite station, ABC Radio. Your home for footy. Now on your smart speaker. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Bowens, forward of the wing. He can kick inside 50. Membry, one out with Cole. And out bodies into Mark. 40 outside, angle
go
to the
to
left.
Steele.
He'll chip it over the top. Steele is over to Mark. 15 out. Saints skipper. Most courageous player in the game. Voted by his peers in 2021. And skills to match on the finish.
It's the deck. Harry Edwards has it. He's tackled. Says play on. You can throw a blanket over around 10 players. Still going. Eventually it comes out the back door. Barris can't trap it. Falls to Membry. Membry snaps it and kicks it from the pocket.
Zach Jones to half forward. Mason Wood leading up. He's at 55 out.
Wood. High half forward, he's going to get all the way to 50. Here's a long kick at the footy. He's a long kick and he's accurate here. His 6th scoring shot, but his 2nd goal.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time at Docklands, St Kilda by 34 points. A pair of Saturday afternoon games. GWS over Gold Coast by 29 and the Saints by 34 here over the Eagles, so the favourites in control. Coming up next, a fascinating game of footy crosstown at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Joel Peterson headed up the call for ABC Sport. Hello, Joel.
G'day, Corb. Sam Mitchell described it as a massive game during the week, and it is hard to see it as anything but that. 12th and 13th as Hawthorn plays Collingwood. They've both got 36 premiership points, and really there's probably not space in September for them both if either is to get on a run and make it there. There's a bit baked into this one. Luke Bruce becomes the all-time games record leader off the rookie list. His 293rd today takes him past Matthew Boyd. Of course, Steele Sidebottom and Scott Pendlebury run out together for the 300th time. They become just the 4th duo to do so in the game's history. Dan McStay returns from a ruptured ACL suffered less than 8 months ago after he was their hard luck story of the premiership last year for Collingwood. Jack Ginnivan faces his former club back at the scene of their 2023 premiership triumph. Ned Long for Collingwood plays against his former club. Hawthorn defender Jack Scrimshaw plays game 100. And Finn McGuinness returns for the Hawks. He loomed as a ready-made run with for Nick Dacos. He's going to start as the sub, which is a bit of a curveball from Sam Mitchell and Hawthorn. Lockie Sullivan is Collingwood's sub. There are no late changes. It's make or break at the home of footy. Andrew Mays alongside me. Premiership mastermind Mick Malthouse. Adelaide Premiership player Rod Jamison will break it down for us. And we've got the best in the business on the boundary in Tim Hodges. It is a horrific winter's day in Melbourne, Corb. There's no other way to put it but that. But they're still expecting a big crowd to roll in. There was plenty of people out on the concourse on the way in. And it should be a fascinating game throughout the course of the twilight here at the G.
Thanks, Joel. Can't wait to listen on the way home. Best since Doc Larkins, he tells us, Tim Hodges on the boundary. So we'll be keen to see how he goes this afternoon. That's an interesting move, isn't it? So Finn McGuinness comes in and he's straight as the sub, so not to tag Nick Dacos from the outset.
Yeah, I was wondering whether it was just a move to ensure that not as a bit more of a restless night's sleep for Nick overnight. He certainly would have been thinking about it clearly, and interesting to see how they deploy him. That's right. Is it? Let's wait and see if Nick's off the chain, and then we make the move. Halfway through the second or third quarter, let's wait and see. But
how do you think the Magpie Army will receive Jack Ginnivan?
Not well. No, they'll booing. Yeah, but that's okay. Well, they need to be careful because I think Jack will thrive on getting revved up. So maybe the silent treatment this time will work.
I think he might be in that very unique category of he's such a cult figure that they might actually...
Cheery.
Yeah,
He's a premiership player. Nah, he wasn't there for long enough to get that, I don't reckon.
Jess Webster's on the boundary. Hello, Jess.
Hello, Corby. West Coast has made its sub at three-quarter time. So Josh Rotham is out of the game, and he's into the game, and Campbell Chesser is the tactical sub who will sit out the rest of this one.
Thanks, Jess. Who wins that, by the way? Ramo Bawley?
I think the Pies, the conditions, just find a way to win, I think.
One more chance for the Pies.
Yeah.
Any analysis here at three-quarter time? What should we know from a game that looks like the Saints have in their keeping?
Looked like the Eagles fatigued a bit late in that quarter, and the game opened up, and the Saints better players. You mentioned Sinclair, he was in everything. See, Wanganeen Miller is in the middle now. Memory and Mason Wood were everywhere that quarter as well. So you just hope the Eagles can muster an effort to play out the game at least.
Final term underway. Saints by 34, which is a game high. Marshall grabs it out of the ruck, kicks inside the forward 50. Clean bowls a couple. Rotham goes back. His first touch is a 1-2. Gets a hand pass away to Witherden, gets it back and then kicks out of the defensive 50. Runs past Kelly. Kelly might get a chance to have another look at it. Jermaine Jones can't trap it. Spills to Burns. Puts the Saints back inside 50. Owen spoils from the back and then follows up. Hand pass to Butler. Snaps goalward and kicks it. Gee, that's a nice bit of work from Mitch Owens. Just lays it up beautifully for Dan Butler. And the finish is good for his second of the day. St Kilda now by 40 points. 40 seconds into quarter number 4. Saints 11-9-75, West Coast 5-5-35. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it was good effort.
Nice start.
Yeah, it was. Just the contest that who was it? Was it Byrne out there on the wing?
Yep.
Yeah, just picked his pocket, didn't he? The Eagles had the ball, and it looked like Kelly was away out into space, and Byrne was good enough just to strip his opponent of the footy and then belt the ball forward. And Owens, who we mentioned about, has been pretty down on form in the last month. He's certainly been able to turn that around a bit today. Good contest. Butler good enough.
I think if you're a Saints fan here, you want him to go for the kill. You know, a big sort of 10-goal win. They try to get a little bit of confidence and momentum going into the final stage of the season.
Bounce favours Bailey Williams from the restart. And a secondary bounce.
Maybe not, actually, Corbs. They're playing Essendon next week, aren't they?
That's correct.
Someone will have a career night next week at least. Marshall winning the secondary bounce straight down to Jimby, and another ball upcoming, third time lucky perhaps.
Cooper Sharman might kick 7 or 8 or something up front.
Holding free kick from the restart. It'll go the way of St Kilda. Butler takes the advantage. Looks inside 50. Owens out he comes. Can't grasp it. Spills down for Witherden. Gives it off to Barris and the Eagles work it out. Short kick to Hunt. St Kilda by 40 points, a couple of minutes into the fourth.
Great kick.
Hunt straight in the middle of the ground for Bailey Williams. Good spoil as well from Webster. Forces it free in the middle of the ground. Butler trying to get it out. Scrap on for the footy. Jinby collects. Hand pass back into a pack of bodies. Butler had it, lost it in a tackle. The ball eventually spits out to the broadcast wing. Bradley Hill goes and gets it. Runs a bit of an arc, creates some room and kicks down to half forward. Owens the target. Rotham does well to force it from him. Now ball up as the pair tangle between wing and half forward for the Saints.
Yeah, terrific by Jimmy Webster. Read the play well. He came off his opponent about 40 metres and just affected the spoil there in the middle of the ground.
Bailey Williams winning the tap. High free kick though. It'll come back to Marshall. Zach Jones takes the advantage. Kicks to Membry. Reaching up to mark. 35 out, 45-degree angle, right-hand side.
Well, that's 2 times in a row in a stoppage. Free kick's been paid and the Eagles have all stopped. That time it was Harley Reid. Got to play it out. Zach Jones took the advantage. It wasn't a clear free kick, but even more the reason, especially when the ball's in your back half. And Jones just ran away from him and put it on the chest of Tim Memory, who's one guy that can really make it a good day here, Rammer, in this last quarter. He's kicked 2 already, been terrific.
Closing in on 300 career goals as well. The drop punt is arrow straight. A couple for Tim Memory. And St Kilda lead by 46. A dirty day for the Coasters. 3.5 minutes into this final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
It's good play, Tim Membry. You know what you're going to get every game from him. He leads up, hits up at the ball. He's usually a deadly accurate kick there.
I got one for you, Ram. If you're a team that's in contention, no disrespect to the Saints, but they've shown their hand. They basically say, look, year of exploration, blah, 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 want to go back to the draft. and you're in contention, you kind of think, we wouldn't mind a key forward just to put us over the top or another piece in the forward line. Would you go and get Tim Membry for next year?
100%. Yeah.
Yep.
I think you know you're going to get consistent effort from him week in, week out as a forward.
Yeah, think of a Melbourne or a team like that. Would he go back to Sydney?
Become a three-club player with the D's, or like you said, started his career in the Harbour City as Steele gets a hurried kick to centre half forward and a mark taken by Sharma. It'll be an interesting watch. So off contract at 30 years of age, Tim Membry. They've got some decisions to make on their list. I think them and Richmond have the most number of players off contract, so
it seemed to be a little bit certainly before today. And look, today it set up as a pretty easy kill for him in a sense, but seemed to be out of favour a little bit. He's got this opportunity with King being out for the next 6 weeks to put his best foot forward.
Kicked 2 last week, Cooper Sharman. He's got 1 so far today. His drop punt here misses out to the right-hand side. Saints by 47, 12-10 to 5-5. 5 gone, final turn. Still a heap of footy to come today on ABC Sport, so afternoon or twilight time side, it'll be that Hawthorn-Collingwood blockbuster next at the G. And then tonight, we're split in different directions.
Harris in the back pocket for the Eagles. Long kick to the wing. Battle launching at it. How about a mark? Has it knocked out of his hands needlessly by Jack Williams. And the umpire says, come with me. 50-metre penalty. And Battle will be marched to about 30 out, slight angle to the right.
Cats Bulldogs, of course, down at Cardinia Park, one of the nighttime games, and the same slot it'll be Port Adelaide and Richmond. So in South Australia, you'll definitely be getting that. And all games, of course, every game all weekend available through the ABC Listen app.
It's not necessarily there by Williams. Easy 50-metre penalty there for the umpire.
Played every game this year. Linked with a move to the Hawks next year. He's a Sainer at the moment. And he puts another one onto this score. They're running up 13-10-88. Plays 5-5-35. Beyond 50 points. It's 53, 6 minutes into the fourth. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, and they're doing it quickly now, Bally. That's 3 goals in 6 minutes, and probably all 3 of them really could have been avoided from a West Coast point of view. That was unnecessary there by Williams. Didn't need to give that 50-metre penalty away. Battle was a forward when he initially came to St Kilda, so knows how to kick goals. But really disappointing start to the quarter by the Eagles.
Our talkback question throughout the day has been players that have won you over after Bailey Williams, a bit of a whipping boy at the start and became a fan favourite, just his pure hustle and endeavour that he shows. Grant Birchall is a name that's been thrown forward from Mark in Upway. Very stylish player and very fine player in those Hawthorn premiership teams. We got a secondary ball up in the middle. Grant here in Hobart. I hate the Bombers, but their most underrated player ever was Glenn Hawker, who played a massive role in their 80s premierships.
Yeah, certainly did.
Ball comes out now from the secondary ball up. True. Hand pass away towards Marrick. Swings a handball across the ground to Rotham. Links up by hand with Jack Williams, who's been thrown up for a stint in the ruck. Kicks to half forward. Hutchinson spills it. Through to Webster. Handball to Hill. To the Saints broadcast wing. Gives it off by hand to Wilson. Long kick down to half forward. Oh, Owens hitting the face after getting rid of the player in front of him. Knocks it inboard to Clark. Clever hand pass. Out to space. Releases Higgins. Higgins jams it on the boot. Membry in the goal square. Takes the mark. Plays on. And whacks it up into the third tier for his third of the day. In fact, make it number 4 for Membry. Membry with 1 in each quarter. And he has 4 majors for the day. St Kilda 14-10-94, West Coast 5-5-35, 8 gone in quarter number 4, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Saints by 59.
Well, Bally, that's 7 inside 50s to 0 in this quarter. They've kicked 4 goals, 1 St Kilda from 17 possessions.
Yeah, you just go back, it's unfortunate. It's a drop mark by, was it Hutchinson? Yeah, young Hutchinson here across half forward, because they actually shaped the ball out of the stoppage really well, the Eagles, and it was a nice kick. He just dropped the mark. And from then on, they didn't touch it, and it was too easy. So sometimes you've just the basic skills, letting the Eagles down at the moment. As we said, Tim Membry, he can really fill his boots here. It's been a good day for him. Had 21 possessions as well.
Back in the middle, tapping it down, Jack Williams towards Harley Reid, trying to come through. He can't emerge with the footy. Picking it up, Ryan Marshall. Handball out towards True of the Eagles. He gives it off to Hunt. He'll send a high ball inside 50. They'll camp underneath it. Putting his fist through it, Dougal Howard. There to mop it up, Jack Sinclair. Handball to Battle. Running to the back pocket. Beautiful delivery. And Marshall marks half-back flank for the Saints. 9 minutes into this final term. His kick on the half volley. Away to Wood. Gives it off to Darcy Wilson. He'll look central. And it should all open up. Wangani Malera, he marks in the middle, kicks long to the man with the hot hand memory. Punched away from him, rows it, snaps, and goals! Handful for Membry. It's exactly what he's been for the West Coast Eagles defenders. 65 points, St Kilda's lead. 15-10, 100 plays, 5-5-35. 10 minutes into this final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, this is an onslaught here. That's 5 goals now in 9 minutes. Ball comes back through the middle of the ground. You know, one-on-one battle. I thought Barras did a pretty good job there in that marking contest with Membry, but just didn't clear the space with the fist. And this is where I think Membry's different to most other forwards. The ball hits the ground and he can get back onto it really quickly with his agility there. Goal number 5 for him. Doing a good job today.
Career best of 6 for Tim Membry. Feels like it's within reach the way the Saints are scoring here as Marshall wins it down to Steele, gets it back. Marshall kicks to centre half forward. A live footy, centre half forward for the Saints. Clark gets it. Slick handball through to Hill. He coughs it up. Hunt for the Eagles. Hand pass to Harley Reid. Took on the tackler. Got it out to True. Handball to halfback for Allen. Works it forward by hand and Luke Edwards under pressure. Kicks down the wing. Hand on it from Steele. Knocks it out of play.
Only 1 goal away from what would be their highest score of the year, St Kilda as well. Only the 3rd time they've crossed into triple figures.
7th time in the career of Tim Membry that he's kicked a bag of 5. Feel-good story too after the way his season ended last year. As Steele's hand pass on the wing, turned over. Cole to Jack Williams, hand pass to Kelly, handball to Luke Edwards, 70 from home, kicks the Eagles inside 50. Ryan with the big climb at the back, can't complete the mark. Battle scoops it up, hand pass to Howard. Howard, ugly kick, but works out all right. Onto the chest of Wilson, who marks at half back. Saints now by 65 points, by the way. They've kicked 5 quick goals to start this final term, which is only 12 minutes old. So, gee, they got out of hand fast after the Eagles were actually within 6 points late in the second.
Bailey Williams trying to cut off the switch. That endeavour we've spoken about, but he's outnumbered. St Kilda there to sort it out. Battle just paddles it out. Burns off halfback, kicks up to the wing. Mark taken by Wood. So 9 of the last 10 goals of the game going the way of St Kilda after West Coast got it back to 1 straight kick. The kick from Wood, back inside defensive 50. Dicey, Wilkie goes to clean it up. He dribbles a kick into the middle. Steele there. Has time. It can feed a handball forward and they're away.
Garcia, handball to Zach Jones. Zach Jones hangs a handball out to Bonner and basically says, who wants to keep running by? He receives it, kicks it down to half forward, and Owens jumps in front of Butler to mark. Meanwhile, the other game, the Giants in control there, 34 points up over the Suns.
Does mean the Suns' away record will remain intact, so win at home, lose on the roads, and lose on the road and still the homebodies.
65 points lead. 65-point lead for the Saints. Owens against the boundary line. He'll kick from 51 metres out. Right-footed drop punt. Aims right goal post. Can't bring it back enough, and it's whacked through for a behind. St Kilda by 11 goals. 13 minutes gone in the final term.
I'm not sure what Betty wants us to add to that. It's a true statement.
It was just funny the way it fell silent afterwards.
The TLDR version is win at home, lose away.
Yeah.
And so it remains for the Suns.
The Suns ever beat the Giants? Can't remember the last time they did. They would have, but maybe early days when the Giants just joined. But
short kick in away to Harry Edwards, who will get marched up the field. A 50-metre penalty. Jack Higgins just encroaching. Forward handball to Jimby. Eagles in possession. Handball to Kelly. He'll sweep it out wide, and Jaden Hunt. Hunt comes back infield. Kick back towards Kelly. Doesn't find him on the full. Has to gather it. Handball back to Harry Edwards in the middle. Long right foot kick to full forward. Bailey Williams goes at it through his hands. Out the back. Bonner at full back for St Kilda. Kicks laterally for Wood. And just lunging to mark. Has it in the back pocket. St Kilda by 66. Kicks up towards the wing. Steele juggles it. Gives it to the runner, Burns. He'll kick into the middle of the ground. Garcia takes it. And he'll be able to just push back off the mark and take his time here for the Saints.
Comes across the ground. Hugo Garcia, playing in just his 6th game, finds battle. Long kick to half forward. Barris crashes into the back of Clark. Ball spills free. Hunt thought about getting rid of the hand pass and the tackle slipped, so Hunt went off and running. He's bumped by Stocker after getting rid of the footy to Jack Williams. Links up with his namesake Bailey. It's a downfield free. Bailey Williams will take it right on halfway. All over it, Paulie. 12 of the last 13. The Giants have won. Soon to be 13 of 14 against the Suns. So dominant record in recent times. Kick inside the forward 50 is shocking. Luke Edwards turns it over. And Wilkie takes the intercept mark. Gee, this is very bruise-free, late-game type stuff. Hand pass away to Owens. He gives it to Zach Clark. He's going to attack Jones. He retreats back 30 metres to battle on the half-back flank. We're in junk time already. Still 11 minutes to play. St Kilda by 66.
All-star game vibes to it at the moment. They'll work it down the city wing, St Kilda. Wood. Good left foot kick. Mark taken by Marshall. Sweeps it out in front of the skipper Steele. Stopping, propping. Coming back infield. He'll centre it. Harley Reid in good position. Up he goes, brings it down. Good mark by the Eagles, number 1 draft pick. At fullback, he's getting jeered. Has been all afternoon. Goes short to Kelly. St Kilda by 66 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Hawthorn and Collingwood to follow this match.
There is context to that at least.
Yeah, the tackle against Darcy Wilson.
Oh, short kick back inboard from Allen out wide at right half-back. Finds Hoff.
Not wise though, is it? I mean, widely rumoured to likely look for a return home. You want to endear yourself to Harley Reid. They should be cheering him.
Short kick finds Barris and then to Jones. That's Jermaine. He looks inside to Hunt. Eagles trying to get some run going now. Hand pass away to Allen. Kicks from the back edge of the centre square to the front half. Finds Cripps. He kicks it straight at the man on the mark. Gee, that sort of sums up his second half has deteriorated for the Eagles. Saints win it back. Wilkie, hand pass away to Clark. Kicks into open spaces. No one there. Should be 3 Eagles be able to get to this footy first. First one's going to be Hoff. Good chase from Butler. Hoff collects against the boundary line. Saints by 66 points. Hand pass to Jones. Back to Hoff. Loops a hand pass to Marrick. He's tackled by Marshall out of play. Boundary throw-in on the city wing. Our talkback topic throughout the day has been players that have won you over. Cade Simpson is a nomination from Tim in Applecross. Could fit that description. Quite unassuming but brilliant. A couple of your former teammates from Stewart in Buninyong. Damien Peveril and Gary Moorcroft.
Pev, terrific. And Gary Moorcroft was a great player.
On the throw-in, Marshall just paddling it down. Garcia getting involved for St Kilda. Handball to Hill. Fumbles it. Spills out to Zach Jones. Low bullet kick. Mark taken by Hunter Clark. High half forward for St Kilda. Looking for a leading Higgins. Comes at the footy. Can't mark. Comes down to Wood. Right foot snap from 40. Is through. Have yourself a day, Mason Wood. His third. And it's out to 72 points. And St Kilda's highest score of the year. 16-11-107. Plays 5-5-35. 17 and a half played in the fourth.
He's had a good day, hasn't he? Yep. Mason Wood, I think across the 4 quarters he's been pretty consistent. Certainly as they started to get on top, the Saints, he's hard running and he spent most of the day on the wing, but he certainly played a fair bit or a little bit of the day forward as well. And as you said before, I mean, he's had 7 shots a goal now, so it probably could have been a bigger bag than it is. But yeah, he's they're just running harder now. I mean, look, that can happen when your tail's up and you're a long way ahead. Everyone is running on top of the ground from the Saints' point of view, and looks like there's 2 or 3 more players out there, to be honest. The Eagles are tiring, and looks like Jared Schofield's throwing the magnets around a little bit. Oscar Allen starting on the wing here.
Don't mind it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it looks like he's going back now. Yeah, wing and back just to try and stop the bleeding, which I actually don't mind that as well, because there's nothing that can be gained from getting beaten by 100 points, this young team.
Saints by 12 goals, 18 and a half gone final term, 16-11 to 5-5. And by the way, they haven't scored since they kicked their last goal of the game, which was at the 15-minute mark of the third quarter. We're now 18 minutes into the last.
And then what St Kilda do on the other side is they put Jack Sinclair behind the ball spare.
We've got our third ball up in the middle of the ground, and it's almost like a rolling ball. It's made its way towards the near edge of the centre square, and the umpire calls for it again.
Gibby's tried hard. I think he's had an okay day, 20 possessions. 4 tackles.
Saints by 72. Up it goes. Down it comes towards Hunt. Play on it from Marshall. Tackled, lost it. Kelly likewise. Still all in close. Hunt eventually gets it out to Luke Edwards for the Eagles. Hand pass to Cole. Took a while. Pressure applied by Sharman. Ball spits out towards half-back for the Saints. They win it again. Stocker to Garcia. Hand pass to Zach Jones. Kick almost picked off by Hunt. Live footy. Luke Edwards got it again.
Manages to get a handball away to Hunt, who breaks the tackle, gets a handball back towards Harry Edwards. He'll go back, and Barris, half-back flank, retreats inside the defensive 50, off to Oscar Allen, kicks to Witherden. Witherden will move it out to Rotham, still inside the defensive arc, the Eagles. Coventry end of Docklands Stadium. St Kilda by 72. High score of the season for them. Back to Witherden, back to Cole, back to Witherden. Chipping it around inside the defensive 50, the Eagles. Crowd growing restless. Saturday footy here on ABC Sport. Hawthorn and Collingwood to follow. Goes back laterally away to Oscar Allen.
The Eagles got within 6 points at the 18-minute mark of the second quarter. From that point on, they've been outscored 73-7. It's incredible.
Yeah, ridiculous.
11 goals, 7 to 1-1 from that point onwards. Time on in the second term. St Kilda and all the scoring in the West Coast, their pain continues here as Hutchinson's tackled. Wilkie got it out towards Bonner. Hand pass forward to Burns, and they're on downhill again, the Saints. Burns, some indecision going forward with the extra number back for the Eagles. Somehow Higgins got fair purchase on it. No mark. Ball comes down again. Live footy on the deck. Clark shoots a hand pass out inside 50 for the Saints to Sharman. Handball to Garcia. He's tackled, lost it. Eagles win it back. Kelly, hand pass away to Oscar Allen. Kicks right on the boundary line at half-back and finds Hutchinson.
And it coincided when their pressure around the contest just dropped away. Once that dropped away, St Kilda have just feasted on it from then on.
Saints by 72 here. Meanwhile, 8.5 to go in Sydney, and the Giants by 40 over Gold Coast.
Trying to complete the switch. Oscar Allen to Luke Edwards. Moves it on to Hoff. His short pass is just marked by Petruccelli.
It's a good point, Rana. They've only had the 40 tackles, the Eagles.
Yeah. How do they have so few?
But that's really, like, tackling's an effort and an attitude.
Yeah.
So Luke Edwards, short to Cole to Barris. The Eagles content to chip it around at the moment. Barris looks forward. Jermaine Jones. Short to Reid. Between the edge of the square and the logo. Headband pulling back his hair as he kicks up to half forward and kicks it to his great mate from junior footy, underage footy for Victoria, Darcy Wilson. And then the Saints goes short away to Jimmy Webster. Saints by 72. 22 minutes into the final term. Webster looks forward to the wing. Zach Jones marks. Zach Jones in line with the logo. Stabs it forward and Jack Steele can take it. This is, as you said, Corby, bruised free footy to the end here.
You're just talking about the tackle count. I was just alerted to one off the SMS. I'm not, it's just buzzed off my screen, but just I didn't see exactly who sent it. Tackles inside 50. St Kilda 22, West Coast 0.
Yeah, they haven't had anything at the fall of the ball. Even early on, the Eagles, when they were getting some opportunities, some 450 opportunities, they have not had one. And Liam Ryan's played up the ground a little bit, but...
That's incredible, though, isn't it? 22 tackles inside 50 to not one.
I just can't picture them winning a contest inside 50 either. In the second half, the Eagles.
The Saints work it all the way forward. Short kicking game. Bonner to steal, and now into the hands of Bradley Hill.
Pick a talk, Brad.
He's in his 250th game. Just the 17th First Nations footballer to reach that milestone in VFL AFL history. And the game overall, he's just the 286th player. So from a competition, his origins and history dates back to 1997 in the old VFL, and he doesn't take the shot here. He passes it off and turns it over. So Bailey Williams, hand pass away to Marrick, got it to True. Saints fans looking for one more reason to cheer late in the piece, and a Hill goal in his milestone, not to be. Gives it back to Marrick, kicks down the boundary line city side. Bonner by hand for the Saints, gives it to Zach Jones, and now to Wangadeen Miller. Marks front edge of the centre square. Saints by 72, time on final quarter.
He'll go lateral away to Webster. It's a strange thing, Corbin. I mean, you and I grew up in WA, and West Coast Eagles, a proud footy club, play finals 3 out of 4 years in their history. After Sinclair, who chips to Sharman, leading up to mark 48 metres out. Proud premiership history with the flags they've won, 4 of them, 92, 94, 06 and again in 2018, and these are dark, dark days for the West Coast Eagles. You'd think there are players playing for their
Well,
future at the moment.
a lot of people still feel like they haven't bottomed out in this rebuild. So there could be some tougher times ahead still.
In comes Sharman from range for the second time today. He goes from beyond 50. A little cherry on top for St Kilda. 78 points the lead. 17-11, 113, plays 5-5-35. 24 and a half into the fourth. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Round 19. Just elsewhere in the other game, Corbin, GWS are going to win. Jesse Hogan has booted 4. Draws level in the lead.
Good
the
on
race
him.
for the Coleman.
Super year. Yep.
You look at it,
All-Australian team at the moment.
You look at a ball league now, and hindsight's wonderful. So West Coast picked Carly Reid as pick 1. North Melbourne definitely had 2 first-round picks and either another late first or an early second. You know, you look what's out there now and the talent base that is out there now. You know, do you take that or do you think he will be worth it more than that if he ever chooses to come home in a couple of years' time?
What do you reckon, Paulie?
I think you've got to take him. You've got to take the player. Yeah, look, 6 weeks ago, he was $1 for the Rising Star, wasn't he? And beating Melbourne off his own boot. He's going to need some help around him.
Quick kick forward. Jack Hutchinson with a 1-2. Dropped it the second time. Goes back, collects, gives it to Hunt. Long kick inside the forward 50 for the Eagles. Haven't seen it down there too much. Whacked away by the Saints, and they'll rebound quickly out of defence again. Wanganeen Millerer, hand pass to Wilson. Back to Wanganeen Millerer, back to Wilson. Down the city wing. Handball chain again for the Saints. Got it away to Bonner. Then to Hill. Hand pass out wide for Steele. Short kick forward, turns it over cold, and Witherden takes the intercept mark. I saw a text coming through moments ago too saying maybe the Eagles are just conserving a bit of energy. They got the big derby next week, trying to get something out of the back end of the year. They play Fremantle on Saturday night. Not sure we can even afford them that excuse, as Cripps has got it high half forward, kicks deep. Jack Williams is down there and he takes the mark in front of the behind post for West Coast. And they've been outscored since the latter stages of the second term, 79-7. Their only goal in that time came to this man, Jack Williams. He's got a chance to kick their last 3 goals of the game. The issue is the amount of pain that's been applied at the other end. Saints have kicked 12 as a unit in that time, and Williams to make it the last 3 for the Eagles. He snaps,
Well done.
and he's got it. So Jack Williams, at least with something to show next to his name, he kicks 3 up front in a team that's going to be well beaten. The Eagles 6-5-41, St Kilda 17-11, 113. Saints by 72 points late in the piece.
It's been a positive. I mean, few and far between opportunities, Rammer, but the 20-year-old, he's certainly worth persevering with me just by pure size and strength. 198, so he's that hybrid key forward ruck, isn't he? He's been shown that he can go in and compete in the ruck. So with him and Williams, there's something to persevere with there, I think, in this last 6 games of the season. Got a baby face. I mean, he looks like doesn't look like he's shaving yet, does he? But he'll get better and better, and I like that. Go back on the left foot, kick the goal, kicks the ball really well. So yeah, he's certainly one positive to come out of the year for the Eagles.
Actually made his debut here at Docklands. It was back in the COVID times. Remember when West Coast had about 10 changes and had to call in.
Is that when Adam Simpson brought the jumpers out on the wire coat hangers and had them on the ground and he was out?
Jeff from accounting got a game, otherwise known as Aaron Black. Up goes the ball in the middle. He's actually a Sandover medalist, Aaron Black, but was dubbed Jeff from accounting online as the kick from the restart, and Marshall goes inside 50 for St Kilda, picked up there by Mitch Owens, and then off towards
guess who?
Harley Reid, and he's tackled by Membry. Free kick going the way of Membry. 40 metres out, slight angle, and he'll have a look at his 6th.
He's doing it all today, isn't he?
No pressure.
Yeah, no, that was good.
There's no need for it this late in the game. You know, we're a minute and a half remaining in this game, but Embry's still working hard.
Well, as we said, he's got 6 weeks here to either put up his hand for a contract next year or make himself look appealing, as you said, Corby, for a potential suitor.
On display, Tim Membry on the approach. His drop punt starts left. It won't come back. It'll go right to the line, and it'll stay in play in the end. Marked down there by Harry Edwards. I was looking for an equal career high 6th, not to be.
Saints next week. They play the Bombers Saturday twilight. A game that is for Essendon. The Saints in a little bit of form together. So win over Sydney here at Docklands a fortnight ago. Go to Adelaide, lose the big wet fixture against the Crows, and they'll chalk up a victory here, so they'll be feeling good about themselves. The kick for the Eagles comes out towards Jindy at half-back. And for West Coast, as mentioned, the Derby next Saturday night at Perth Stadium. 72-point lead for the Saints. Up to Cripps. He marks on the wing, hand pass to Jindy, handball away to Hunt. He looks inboard, and Witherden takes the mark back of the wing for West Coast.
Wants to complete the switch out to the City side, and Hoff accepts it. He'll look very wide out, and a lateral leading Cole comes infield with his kick to Liam Ryan. The Saints run up a score on the Eagles as their dark days continue. They win by 72 points. 17-11, 113 for the Eagles, 6-5-41.
When the Saints go marching in, oh how I want to be with St. Kilda. When the Saints go marching in.
As we mentioned, the Eagles were within 6 points midway through the second term, but from there it was all St Kilda as they blew it out to that 72-point margin. Tim Membry with 5 goals, 3 to Mason Wood, 2 to Cooper Sharman, 2 to Dan Butler, singles to Higgins, Steele, Owens, Wilson and Battle. For the Eagles, their goal kickers, Jack Williams with 3. And then it was 2 to Oscar Allen and a single to Marek as well.
72 points, the win for the Saints, their 7th victory of the season. 17-11, 113 West Coast, 6-5-41. Now, the longer it went, the worse it got for West Coast. They were 9 points down at quarter time, 19 at the half, 34 at three-quarter time, and 72 in the finish. As we noted a couple of times during the broadcast, the Eagles actually got within a goal. Time on in the second quarter, and from that point on, they were outscored 79-7. So just completely fell away, and must be said, rolled over the West Coast. 79-13 was the scoring difference from that point onwards. So, not a good one for the West Coast Eagles, despite their growing injury list, which has been a familiar theme for West Coast over the last couple of years. Similar theme, by the way, up in Sydney. So GWS by 14 at quarter time, 16 at the half, 28 at three-quarter time. And they now lead it by nearly 40 points. 39 their advantage in the last minute of the game there. Stick around, we're off to the MCG in a few moments' time for Collingwood and Hawthorn. Still a huge day of footy to come. And then tonight, either Geelong or the Western Bulldogs down at the Cattery, or for listeners throughout South Australia. Or you can find that game on the ABC Listen app. It'll be Port Adelaide and Richmond. Sum it up for us, our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball, the Saints by 72.
Well, it was a pretty dominant win, really, Rammer, across the 4 quarters. I mean, first quarter, they didn't put it on the scoreboard, but they had 21 inside 50s to 8, didn't they? So the blowout loomed and threatened, and the Eagles had moments in that first half where they got the game on their terms a little bit and looked a little bit dangerous going forward, and they were able to keep within touch. I think, as you said, they got within 6 points halfway through the second quarter, but really across the course of the day, it was pretty dominant. As the game opened up, fatigue set into the young Eagles team. What are they doing? Oh, they're going over here to line up for Brad Hill, I'm guessing, for 250 games.
They are. They're the West Coast Eagles, so rather than disappearing off the ground, the sad note to come out of it for the Saints is that Liam Henry, the 22-year-old, has ice on his knee. So as a result, that looks like a knee complaint for...
Doesn't look great, does it? Yeah.
No, left knee concern for Liam Henry, who was subbed out.
So line up here for Brad Hill, a memorable day for him. He's chatting with the TV in the middle of the ground, and they're going to wait for him, but... Yeah, a nice, memorable one for his 250th milestone game. What a wonderful career he's had. But, yeah, dominant performance, led by, return to form. Tim Membry, who was probably the best player on the ground. I thought he was terrific. Wanganeen Miller was great early. Owens got a little bit of form back. And then as the game opened up, the Saints gun mids, the experienced mids took over. Sinclair took over in that second half. Jack Steele was pretty solid across the course of the day, and Mason Wood had a good day. Could have been an even bigger day. So, from the Eagles' point of view, Ramo, not many winners really. I thought Jaden Hunt tried pretty hard. He had 34 possessions, so he can hold his head up. Well, Jimmy tries hard. He goes about the game the right way. You see Brad Hill here, chair lifted off.
There's a great scene.
Yeah,
so
great scene called.
He's on the shoulders of young Nasiah Wanganeen Millera and Josh Battle, and Bradley Hill being chaired off in his 250th. He's got the Aboriginal flag draped over his shoulders and holds it aloft, becoming just the 17th man in VFL AFL history as a First Nations footballer to reach 250 games, and the West Coast Eagles sticking around for the occasion as well. So well done to Bradley Hill.
Yeah, good respect shown by the Eagles team. Yeah, very popular player, hasn't he been, over the three clubs? Saints supporters showing him some love as well. Always nice to have a memorable one for a milestone game, isn't it, Ramo? But yeah, they'll get some confidence out of that, the Saints. We spoke to the coach before the game. He spoke about setting things up for next year. We know they're not going to play finals this year, but what they do in the next 5 weeks can absolutely lay the foundation for how they attack next year.
They're not going to get much out of today, because if you look at just raw stats, inside 50, 67, 37, clearances 31, 23, contested possession plus 30 for St Kilda tackles, plus 22. So the combat stuff just simply wasn't there for West Coast today.
Saints winners by 12 goals into the winners' rooms with Jess Webster. Jess.
A massive round of applause as the players came into the rooms by their family and friends. The players still trickling in now, and Pauline Henry as well on crutches coming into the rooms. But they're gathered arm in arm, forming a circle today. And what a big win it was over West Coast by 72 points. And no doubt they will enjoy singing this song with packed family and friends in the rooms here at the moment. Let's have a listen.
When the Saints go marching in, oh, when the Saints go marching in, oh, I want to be in St Kilda. Oh, when the Saints go marching in, oh, when the Saints, oh, when the Saints go marching in, oh, when the Saints go marching in. Oh, I want to be in St Kilda. Oh, when the Saints go marching in.
Saints big winners today. Cause are hoping to get some reaction real shortly.
Thanks, Jess. We'll come back to you then as we wrap things up here from Docklands. We're off to the MCG shortly. The game that's coming up there, of course, is Hawthorn and Collingwood, which shapes as a virtual elimination final. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year, we might just try and clear them now before we get to an interview on the Saints rooms. Full time, by the way, in Sydney, a 39-point victory for GWS over Gold Coast. So 14-5-89 over the Suns, 6-14-50. Means the Suns are still winless away from their home base, either at Carrara or in Darwin in season 2024. I've taken too long doing the housekeeping, so we'll go straight back to the winners' rooms with Jess Webster. Jess.
Thanks, Corby. Here with Mason Wood. A massive win over West Coast today. Talk me through the performance and what impressed you the most about the way the side went about it today.
Yeah, I think first of all, it's a four-quarter performance that we haven't seen sort of all year, and I haven't been a part of a win like that for a while, so to really put them to the sword, and it's been slim pickings at times up forward, so it's good to have the forwards have some shots at goal and finish our work.
Tim Member with 5, you with 3-4. You could have had a few more. What do you think about that?
Too many friggin' right foot snaps. Timmy was unreal. I think that was pretty much his vintage Tim Membry, really. Get on the lead, get it one-on-one and finish his goal kicking. So it was great to see Timmy back to that.
And what was it at half-time? Because West Coast were within a goal time on in the second quarter, and it was complete dominance in the second half.
Yeah, I think you'd be surprised how much we were doing right in that first, and just bit by foot that we weren't clean enough, and clean that up, and fatigue sets in, and we're a good running team, and we just ran over the top of them is what felt like it. It was a really good, even defensively we were still good really late, so that's good to see. We didn't leak any goals, which we have done in the past, so yeah, it was really pleasing.
I'll send you straight upstairs to our experts, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas. Over to you.
Yeah, Mason, well done. I think it's a pretty good summary. The first half, and it's been a bit of the story of the year, hasn't it? Just that that last bit of the offensive ball movement in terms of that connection and connection and getting good shots inside 50. And as you said, in that second half, it started to click, and hopefully you can take some confidence from that into the last 5 weeks of the year.
Yeah, and like as forwards, I played wing most of the year, and I've just come up forward in the last couple of weeks. But super frustrating for the forwards, and they've worn every one of them like it's their fault. And across the board, everyone's involved, and if we can just get some of that right, which we did in the second half, like it just changes the team confidence, and we can build on some wins with that. But if you make easy errors, it can really be deflating for a group.
What was the split for? You certainly did play. It was back to the future a bit, wasn't it? You played a bit forward today, and as you said, you could have had a good day. Will we see a bit more of that for the next 5 weeks, particularly with Max King out?
Yeah, I think what's it been, 3 or 4 weeks now, being up forward, still floating back to the wing at times, but I think we've got a really good mobile forward, and I guess our game plan up forward is to bring it to ground and then go to work, which we did. You'd be happy with our pressure inside 50 once it hit the deck, and took out their marking targets. So I think although we love having Maxi, it's a great look for us if we can just bring the ball to ground, because we're all pretty agile when it hits the deck.
And just a word on Brad Hill, 250 games today. Looks like an incredibly popular member of the group, and signed a new contract, I believe, this week as well. So he's still going to be around for a little bit longer.
Yeah, he's such a star, Hilly. I mean, to have done what he's done in his career, 3 premierships, I think the best and fairest of Freo. He's been an absolute superstar, and gets attention all the time, and just fronts up every week, and has a smile on his face, which at times this year has been hard to do for a lot of guys. And I don't think that can be understated how important that is for a group to have a guy like that that's done it all, that just keeps bringing that energy, and he's a super teammate.
Mason, appreciate your time. We'll see you next Saturday.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Mason Wood from the Saints on the back of their big victory over the Eagles. 12 goals was the final margin. St Kilda 17-11, 1-13 defeated West Coast 6-5-41. Tim Membry kicking 5. Meanwhile, GWS just singing the song up in Sydney, so a 39-point victory over the Gold Coast. Same theme in both games. The favourite that won every quarter en route. So GWS 14-5-89 over Gold Coast, 6-14-50. Off to the MCG in a few moments for the Hawks and the Pies, but first the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year with Luke Ball.
One to Wanganeen Miller. Just thought, there's big numbers, remember, as you said, and there was a bit of stat padding late, but I thought his first quarter set the game up for the Saints. 23 possessions, 7 score involvements, and mind you, he had a lot of space, didn't he? At times we couldn't work out who was responsible for him, but it was a good day for him. 2 votes to Jack Steele, the skipper, 31 possessions and a goal, 9 marks, 5 tackles. He had 7 score involvements himself. Just a solid 4-quarter effort for him, and 3 votes clearly. Best game that he's played since that I can remember, really. Certainly the last couple of years. Tim Membry played like a guy who's out of contract and wants another one. Had 23 possessions and 5 goals, and was doing everything. Even that run down, chase down, tackle, holding the ball in the last quarter to set up a shot at goal. So good to see him back in some form, Tim Membry, and there's some opportunity there for him.
I like that.
Number one man in the last month of the year.
Yeah, I like that. 3 for Membry, 2 for Steele, 1 for Wanganeen Miller are the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. As the Pies hit the G, we're taking you there next. The Collingwood-Hawthorn fixture on the way. Finn McGuinness is playing, but he's the sub for Hawthorn, so a bit of a surprise move from Sam Mitchell. He won't be tagging Nick Dacos from the outset. The theme we've run throughout our talkback today of the SMS has been players that won you over. Jeff Cunningham from St Kilda.
Offer.
Had little skill, but won many St Kilda fans over from Harry in Cheltenham. Thanks for all your contributions off the SMS and your company throughout the day on 0437 774 774. That will be the same number throughout the evening as well, with 3 games still to come. So Giants win as they should against the Suns at home. St Kilda win here as the favourites. Gets juicy coming up next, Hawthorn and Collingwood. Have you got a pick for us, gentlemen?
I think we said at half time, the Pies one more chance. I think they'll just find a way to grind out a win.
Yeah, I'm the same. Just one more chance for the reigning Premier.
Can the Dogs beat Geelong at the Cattery?
Yes, they can, but I don't think they will.
Right, not the favoured way.
Good ins. Treloar back in, but no, Cat's in good form.
It's a great season, isn't it?
It is.
We touched on it a couple of times throughout the day, but the Bombers last night with 50 seconds to go were second on the live ladder. Rochelle kicks the goal, and they could be out of the 8 by the end of the weekend.
A couple of big games tomorrow too. Brisbane, Sydney. Brisbane 6 in a row. Are they legit? Yeah. Let's have a look. So,
who did you pick there?
I actually picked the Lions.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with confidence. Wow. Just at home. Yep. Not that they've been bulletproof at home this year, but that's a beauty. And then Freo, Melbourne.
Yeah.
Again, if Freo are legit, top 4 chance. It's just a game they need to win. No Gawn over there in Perth.
Best wishes for Liam Henry. He's got a left knee injury. Hopefully it's not as serious as it appears. He's been on crutches for most of the day. That's it from us here at Docklands. Thanks to Stu Hollywood-Baker, to Craig Davis at the controls back at base, Jess Webster downstairs, our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball with the big shift today. Thanks to Ben Cameron. My name's Corbin Middleman, signing off from Docklands. We are only just getting started. Saturday of round 19, off to the MCG. A humdinger on the way. It is the Hawks and the Pies. Keep it locked right here on ABC Sport.